but it looks like a really awesome piano right there, and that's pretty sweet. And that's the scores up there on a tablet of some sort. And if you're a musician, this is a very cool streamlined thing from Roland. Jeffrey Powers with TikTok Tech. Follow me and check out everything at CES 2020.
Communication between dogs and humans hasn't improved for 30,000 years. Empathy is a device designed for dog owners to have a better understanding with the dog. Next, Titan Frontier Sensing Company Limited has strengths in textile technology using nanofiber and high-quality sensors, providing new value for the sports and healthcare markets.
Hello.
Lattice can measure human activity data just by wearing it. You can visualize data that you have not seen before. Using data makes you understand the characteristics of individual abilities.
So this is a universal remote control. It uses IoT. I can set this up in a room and then I can use it as a remote control. I'm going to put this in the basement so when I'm upstairs and I want to start up something, I can turn it on and then go down there and it's already on. So let's go ahead and unbox this right now. We'll open this up. We've got a remote control. We've got the unit itself. And then underneath looks like we got some cables or cable for use. So I'll have to download the app and connect this up. There's the USB power right there. And then the whole top is the IR. So I can pretty much put this, I'll end up putting it on the ceiling so it can capture pretty much anywhere in the room. So did you know that there were infrared IoT devices that you can hook up to your Alexa or Google Home? Well, you do now. Jeffrey Powers for TikTok Tech. You guys geek out. I'd like to thank my friends over at Movo for sending me a couple cool gifts. I saw them at CES, and that's where I got this phone holder, which is really cool. Look at the level and everything. It's got a nice leather strap. It's awesome. So I can't wait to unbox this stuff and connect it up. Got a nice little stand right there, a little boom pole, and a nice little carrying case for that stand. It's a nice little cardioid microphone for your iPhone or regular camera right there. And here it looks like we got a few different things, including camera with a dead cat on it, the camera holder, various cables, and a nice little carrying case. All connected up with the iPhone 7 in there. There you go. Things you can buy on Amazon, check. Ears. and a head. So what should I name this guy? Let me know in the comments and geek out. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here with another TikTok Tech. Today we're going to take a look at this. This is the Pivo at getpivo.com. $99 item. It's a gimbal for your camera. It's awesome because you can do a lot of different things. I saw this at CES last year, and of course I've been working with them for the last year trying to put it all together. It's a great way for you to create new content and help with your content. It also has an AI ability, so it can follow you to record speeches or anything of the sort. You can get Pivo over at getpivo.com, or if you go over to geekazine.com/Pivo, you can get yours $99, and that is your TikTok Tech. Jeffrey Powers here with TikTok Tech. I'm showing you the SanDisk Dual Drive. As you can see, this is a 1 terabyte USB drive that's not out yet from SanDisk, but it should be on the market very soon. You can see the size of it. There's the quarter in comparison. Just did some benchmark tests on the USB-C side, and they're pretty impressive. Now, I know a lot of your hard drives on your computers and even phones don't even get up to 1 terabyte, but think about this. If SanDisk can make a drive this small at 1 terabyte, how soon will it be that your phones, your tablets, and your computers have drives like this small? For TikTok Tech, this is Jeffrey Powers. Follow me at Geekazine and geek out.
Yep. Okay, remove the seat. And then turn the wheel to the frame. Unlock the seat. And then close the button at the middle. And then I finish. Then the wheel is the same. Folds in seconds. Then connect. Turn on the light. Turn the light. And then I ride.
Jeffrey Powers with TikTok Tech, and we are taking a look at the Huawei P30 Pro here with a 40 megapixel Leica quad camera, Kirin 980 powerful intelligence processor, 32 megapixel selfie camera for super portraits, and a 4200 milliamp battery with a 40 watt Huawei supercharge. You should be able to do your TikToks pretty quick. Let's take a look at this camera here. We got video, we got photo, we got pro mode, and it's got more, so it's got a lot of different options right there. We got slow-mo, panorama, and other stuff. Let's go back over here.
As you can see, I'm very shy.
Portrait mode, you got that. And a lot of others. Jeff Rose with Geekazine, and this has been TikTok Tech.
Thanks. Let me say that again. This This new IoT is the intelligence of things. And maybe the best part is we don't have to use a new term. We can still say IoT, but we just mean something a little bit different, don't we?
TikTok Tech, Jeffrey Powers here with them. We're at the Lenovo booth at CES. We're looking at the Lenovo Yoga 5G. This is the 5G laptop that I talked about in a previous post for Qualcomm, and looking pretty good. 24-hour battery life with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8CX 5G compute platform inside. Here it is. We got the now the model is what?
Huawei Mate X.
Mate X. Okay, and this is the foldable.
Push the button.
You gotta push the button to fold it out. So we're gonna do that. Flips open. Doesn't fold the other way. But here's the screen. This screen is an outer screen, and it's only got 12% battery remaining, but it's pretty good. I don't see any creases. Tell us a little bit about this.
So this is a 1080p OLED display. You can do dual screen. It's a 8 inches unfolded, 6.6 folded. So let's get to our home screen. Yep. Do you want to show the dual mirror
Sure.
feature? So if we go into our camera experience,
Okay.
if you tell it you want to take a selfie, it's going to tell you to fold the phone. So that way you have your Leica camera set up with your 40 megapixel RYYB camera, a 16 megapixel TOF, and then turn it on the other side. And then this is for our mirror mode. So you're going to be able, either in photo and video, your subjects are going to see themselves. So
Okay.
they'll know what they'll see.
Record, like if I was doing an interview with you, I'd record you and then
And
add
you
me
would
at the same time?
see yourself on the
that'd
other
be
side,
awesome,
and it
yeah.
can be either way.
And that ends up recording at 16:9 or 1080p or 720p or
1080.
1080. Okay.
You would have to double check on the specs on it.
Okay.
You can do dual screen. So you can
So this is dual screen, and so we can run on here, have messaging happen over here, and go from there. So let's pull up the gallery. So some of the cool pictures. There's some guy. I have no idea who he is. Another guy. Wait, took video. He's
taking
happy.
video.
Look at him being happy. He's holding on. So if I fold this, will that close that?
not yet.
Okay.
No, you got about full range up to about there. And we do have a video. We can show you it playing video on the screen, so they can see. And you can fold it, and it'll stand there folded, playing the video.
Okay. So if I fold it now,
About not all the way, but
Not all the-
like,
oh, okay.
yeah, but almost all the way.
almost all the way.
It'll-
That way we can see the crease going, which isn't really a crease. It's just I like the touch on this. It's a plastic screen, unfortunately, because glass doesn't bend. But the plastic feels pretty close to a glass.
And it's
Tactically,
an
yeah.
inbuilt screen protector, so some of what you're feeling under your thumb is the screen
Is the screen
protector.
protector?
So the
Okay.
material itself is proprietary. It's Huawei's Falcon Wing design,
Okay.
and it has been tested for strength and durability.
Here's the hinge. So that's how that works. And that's it. That's the Mate X from Huawei.
Yep. Okay, remove the seat. And then turn the wheel to the frame. Unlock the seat. And then close the button at the middle. And then finish. Then the wheel is the same. goes in seconds. Then connect. Turn on the light. Turn the light. And then right.
2, 1. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Annyeonghaseyo. We are here at the MIK zone, and we're going to be interviewing some of the companies here from South Korea. We have Jiwoo Kim. Grab your microphone there. It's on. Just talk.
Okay.
And you have a thing called B-Plug. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay. My name is Chiu Kim. I'm working for the A9. A9 is the manufacturing company, especially IoT device.
Okay.
We make a B-Plug. B-Plug is a brand of the A9. So B-Plug has functions power consumption measuring and measures the lightness.
Okay. It's a simple plug. It looks like that.
Yes, it's too small.
European standard right now, of course. And so you basically plug it in here, and it tells you the health of the plug or the health of the product plug in.
Okay. A little bit. I need to explain to this
Okay.
plug.
Okay.
So we can plug in your home appliance, especially TV
Yeah.
or the microwave.
Okay.
So we can measure the power consumption and then the lightness. We decide the user's status,
Okay.
especially the in a specific time they use your electricity. We decide the users is safe.
Okay.
But maybe the 1 or 2 days they did not use any home appliance.
Yeah.
We can it occurs something crisis status.
Okay.
So we can automatically inform the another person. So they check the users.
You were here last year, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
I remember interviewing that. That's an
indeed.
awesome plug. So yeah, so basically what it does for you out there in Geekazine land, it'll actually turn the plug off if it's not being used and save you on a ton of electricity.
That's right.
And if you can also set it up via probably smartphone,
Yes.
right? So you can turn it on and off. So let's say you're here at CES,
Yeah.
you could turn off the microwave oven or the Instapot or something like that because it's never going to get used.
That's right.
So why waste that energy? That's it's awesome that you've come from prototype to actually production now.
Yes, actually, this is it's not a prototype. Just we can make last year,
Yeah.
and then we can test it. We have several test beds in the Seoul, so we adapt we supplied the 1,000 this plug to the Seoul city.
Okay.
So they are launched now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So it's out now, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. How much is it?
It's maybe $100 for 2 years. Actually, this machine needs some telephone fees.
Okay.
Because you know that usually the Internet of Things machines they need some internet, wired internet.
Oh, okay.
But you know that some weak people and
Okay.
the poor people they don't have internet. They don't use internet in house.
Okay.
So we can if our service is needed, they need internet service.
Okay.
But that's not so good.
Okay.
So we made this machine by the LTE module. LTE
Okay.
means
LTE, yes.
like the cell phone.
Yes.
So we don't need any wired internet. Just put the plug and the plug is the wall constant.
In the wall. Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
We don't need any internet.
But there's also Bluetooth ones, right?
Actually, it's not.
Not Bluetooth.
Just
Yeah, because last year you were talking about Bluetooth, and if you left, your Bluetooth signal disappears, then it turns itself
yeah,
off.
we can do that, but we didn't adapt not yet.
Okay.
We
Okay.
just only the LTE.
Okay. You decided to go with this version first.
Yes, that's
okay.
right.
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you.
And you have a U.S. version as well?
Not, unfortunately, not yet.
Okay.
We are preparing.
Okay. So how much does it cost in Korea to get one of these?
Pardon? How much?
So this plug right here, how much is that?
Actually, the Korea is maybe $70.
$70?
Yes. So
And then you have to get a phone, some sort
yeah,
of way
that's
to
right. So
connect it up.
including the $100 per 2 year,
$100 for 2 years. That with
Yes.
the
including
LTE
the
option.
communication fee and then
Got it.
the server operation fee.
Okay. When's your plan? Are you planning to go out of South Korea into the United States or something like that soon, or
Actually, we have a plan abroad the next year.
next year?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where do people go for more information? Website.
Website.
Yeah. How do they find you online? Are you a9design.com? What's your...
Okay. Why our website is www.a/nine.co.kr.
All right, there you go. I'll have the link down there so you can check it out from there.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that's B-Plug. It's an awesome way to turn off the electricity when you're not around. And then, of course, if you're in Korea, you can get this now in Korea.
Yes, sir.
And soon, in the next couple of years in the United States, it's a great idea. So, Ji-woo, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
And thank you guys. We'll have a lot more from the MIK Pavilion on Geekazine. Geek out. CES 2020, Jeffrey Powers here with Geekazine. We're here at the Nreal booth. Mixed reality, augmented reality, whatever you want to call it. It's awesome. These are glasses I really like, and I'll tell you why in a minute, next on Geekazine. So we have Yan Yoon here.
Nice to meet you.
And tell us a little bit about Nreal.
Nreal is a pair of mixed reality glasses.
Okay.
So I think about Magic Leap and HoloLens, but Nreal is the first that shrink the mixed reality glasses into a sunglasses size. What you can see here is it's foldable and it can be connected to your Android smartphone,
Okay.
and it can actually like turn your Android smartphone into Android TV, like when you view it from the glasses.
Okay.
So when you connect it to your Android smartphone and you turn your smartphone into a controller,
Okay.
so you can actually like interact with those digital contents.
Okay. And they have this set up. There's one over here. They have it set up.
Yeah,
Let's take a look through there.
Yes.
We should be able to. Let me know when you got something playing. You'll see a little bit of it, but probably not as great. Okay, there we go. I think that's what are we seeing? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So you're seeing some of that, and it looks a lot better if you look into it yourself. And unfortunately, there's no easy way to do it on the camera, but we got the idea there. Are they out yet?
Oh yeah, you can buy the developer kit
Okay.
from shop.nreal.ai, and
Okay.
it's priced like $1,199.
Okay.
And the consumer kit, which only contains a pair of glasses,
Okay.
will cost like $499, and we will release in mid of this year. So stay tuned.
So around June,
Yes,
we'll see
yeah.
one there. So awesome. Well, here's what I like about it. So I've always said that movie theaters have to look for new ways to do things. And I said the best way to do it is to have a set of VR glasses that you can see through. And then you're watching the movie screen, and then all of a sudden a ship flies out and flies off into the corner. That's what these glasses can help do, is bring that extra thing to there. Now, I'm just spitballing. This is not the first idea for these. These are just meant, if you're on a plane or if you're on your couch or something like that, to actually use these to view. So, but that is what I really love about something like Nreal, is something you can see through. You definitely don't want to wear them while you're driving or anything like that, but it is something so you can keep an eye on what's going on. If the dog starts to knock over things or the kids are running around or something like that, you can still see them. Thank you very much for your time. So.
Oh, thank you.
Take care. Well, thank you very much. And thank you guys. Geekazine.com, youtube.com/Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, bell notification for that next video. And until that next video, you guys geek out.
All right, we're here with Vicky. How you doing, Vicky?
I'm doing great.
That's awesome. Human touch. Now, we always see massage chairs and everything at CES, and you go, oh, it'd be great to spend like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and just kind of relax. But having it in your home would mean you don't have to come to CES to do that. You could sit in one of your human touch chairs and watch me walk around the show floor, hurting my back, hurting my legs, and while you're just getting a massage. So tell us a little bit, tell us a little bit about Human Touch, what the company is about, and then we'll get to this chair.
Sure. Human Touch is we are a wellness company. We've been around for over 40 years, so for a long time. We make massage chairs, we make wellness products such as foot and calf massagers. We also do other products like zero gravity recliners. We have a great product called the Perfect Chair, which is a zero gravity recliner that's also been around for about 20 years.
Really?
Yeah, so it's we have an array of products that really cater to health and wellness.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be like big stuff like this. It's like little foot
we have, the small foot and calf massagers you can put right under your desk at work or wherever you are. Our zero gravity recliners are beautiful pieces of furniture that could sit in any home.
Awesome.
So, and then we have these. These are our crowning glory. This right here that we're looking at right now is a Supernovo. This is our top of the line massage chair.
Okay.
And it has everything. So, I mean,
has everything. I see speakers in here. Tell us everything.
All right, let me tell you what we are looking at here. So, talking about the speakers first, these are Altec Lansing branded speakers. So we have premium sound in here. So these are you use your phone, you can use Bluetooth, and they connect, and you can play whatever you want through Spotify or whatever you're listening to.
Okay.
But we also have something called Sound Soothe. So that is they're built-in sounds in the chair already that you can access through your remote or through the chair. And there's different sounds like the rainforest, the wind chimes. There's soothing rain. So when you look at this massage chair, what does it look like to you?
It looks like the cockpit to some airplane or a spaceship.
Exactly, and you're like in first class though, right? You're a cocoon.
Yeah.
So when you're in there and you're back there and you're cocooned and you're in this pod, and that sound of just the waves crashing is just it completely immerses you in the massage experience. We also have 38 massage programs, and so that's
we're gonna go through all 38 of them.
It's gonna be a long video.
All day.
So I have 38 massage programs. We have Cloud Touch acupressure. So this is a cloud. This is an airbag that basically will give you compression on your arms, on your sides, on your shoulders.
Okay.
We also have what's called an L track on here, an L and S track. So the L track actually comes down, so you are going to feel massage in your glutes, in your glute area. It comes all the way down past the lumbar.
Okay.
And it's S track because it follows the curvature of your spine, which is an S.
Okay.
We also have a foot and calf massager. This foot and calf massager is heated. It also now, with this Supernovo, it actually extends a little further, so it gets into the knee area. So it has this will retract, and it has height sensing, so it'll actually kind of sense how tall you are and where that needs to be.
Okay.
So this chair is actually the first Alexa-enabled chair.
Alexa-enabled chair.
Yes, it is Alexa-enabled massage chair that you hook up to Alexa, and once you do that, you basically sit in your chair, don't have to touch your remote, don't have to touch anything, and you just say, Alexa, ask my Nova to give me a massage. You're heading back into zero gravity.
Nice.
Your massage is started, and you're ready to go.
You're ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, let's get in the chair, and let's find out what's going on. All right. So what I'm going to do is this, and I was hoping my gymnastics, You think I haven't done stuff like this before? Ha!
Yeah, so you're good.
Yeah, let's let the chair tilt back. First of all, we got to do the one thing here. My phone has a nice spot.
Yes.
I'm going to put that right there. And I'll put one hand in right for now.
Yeah,
and then I'll get the other hand in there, so. All right, I'm ready. Let's rock this thing.
All right. So I'm going to put you in one of our auto programs. I'm going to put you through the demo mode.
Okay, we're going through the demo mode. Okay.
A great overview of the whole chair.
Here we go. Demo mode. Bye. Hello. So what it's doing is now compressing on the shoulders, and it brought back my legs a little bit, which is awesome. There's the shiatsu on the glutes region. And that's really nice. Oh yeah. Probably hold my head back now.
Put your head back, relax.
Okay. If I fall asleep,
I'll wake you.
No.
No? Okay.
A little bumpy ride on the butts. I should have done this at the end of the day.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Jeffrey Powers with TikTok Tech, and we're at the roll-in booth. Check out this grand piano. Very slimline. Of course, there is no hammers, there's no wires or cords. If you had a computer in 2000, you might have owned this iconic brand. Gateway since has changed and currently owned by Taiwan-based Acer Computers. They have continued to release new Windows modules, including this ultra-slim notebook. I put this laptop through a couple of its paces, and beyond a couple of issues, I'm finding it to be a pretty solid laptop. Thanks for watching this review. Go ahead, like, subscribe, and hit that comment bell for notification when the next video comes out. Here are the specs of the GWT-N1414BK, otherwise known as the Gateway Ultra Slim. I've also verified all hardware and specs using two programs, BellArc Advisor and PCMark 10. Inside the machine is an Intel Core i5-103-5G1 Ice Lake processor at 1.2 GHz, but can work up to a frequency of 3.6 GHz. It's a 4-core, 8-thread system with 6 MB of internal smart cache. The GPU is an integrated UHD graphics at 100 MHz. This should be able to handle the laptop with an external display at 1080p without issue. Both monitors at 1080p, by the way. This display is 14.1 inches and up to 1920 by 1080 resolution, 59.99 Hz. 16 gigabytes of RAM, which seems to be soldered right into the board. An M2 256 gigabyte SSD hard drive from a company called 4C, which is a product of Longsys with smart technology, and an empty M2 slot, which is behind a door on the bottom side of the machine, so you can update this with more storage at any time. Ports include an external HDMI 3.5mm headphone jack, 2 USB-A 3.0, and 1 USB-C, which is transfer only. It's not for charging. American Megatron's BIOS backend, and man, that display has not changed since the 90s. Bluetooth 5.1 and Wi-Fi 802.11 AC. The Ultra Slim model also has Realtek audio, but is also supporting THX sound. This is perfect for if you have a THX headset or 7.1 surround speakers. In initial tests, I found it to be perfect for late night movie watching or some simple game playing. With the right headset, the right speaker system, you can hear things moving around. This ultra-thin laptop does have onboard security as well. The BIOS can be locked down, and you can log into the machine with the simple finger swipe through the fingerprint reader, which is right on the top part of the touchpad. There's a 1 megapixel camera on this machine. It's nothing to write home about, but it does do the job if you need to get on a Zoom or Skype call. I did a Zoom connection test to see how the camera and built-in microphone works. This is what they're going to see in here if they call you on Zoom or Skype. I'd love to find out if you're going to be using this for Zoom or Skype calls. Let me know by commenting below. Now, there's been mention online that this model of Gateway was manufactured by a company called EVOO. EVOO. This is another brand laptop that you can actually find at Walmart. Now, it's not uncommon for this to happen. Gateway has also tasked EVOO to make their new line of tablets, their 2-in-1 computers as well. EVOO also has the license for installing THX into laptops, so that's an added bonus right there. Finally, EVOO makes smartphones. So I have to wonder, is a Gateway smartphone coming soon? Let's check out some pros and cons here. Now, although the screen side is aluminum, the rest of the machine is plastic. The case also can slightly bend if you pick it up, so I wouldn't suggest holding it in one hand walking around the house like this. Keyboard and trackpad are not problems at all. I was able to work on this machine on a table or in my lap. I actually put this show together using this laptop. The middle of the trackpad does do a weird double click when you press it, but it doesn't seem to affect anything, so it doesn't double click on screen or anything like that. It just is a small annoyance. Opening up the device was not that difficult. Just a bunch of screws on the bottom. You might need to do that to clean out your fan every now and then, or maybe upgrade the primary SSD. And of course, that fan, it does ramp up from time to time. You'll hear it. It noisily spins about 20-30 seconds and then back down. Now, the power cord is a simple 3-foot into 1.3 millimeter coaxial power plug. The cord looks and feels a little cheap, and the power wart is actually attached. If you had a computer in 2000, you might have owned this iconic brand. Gateway since has changed and currently owned by Taiwan-based Acer Computers. They have continued to release new Windows modules, including this ultra-slim notebook. I put this laptop through a couple of its paces, and beyond a couple of issues, I'm finding it to be a pretty solid laptop. Thanks for watching this review. Go ahead, like, subscribe, and hit that comment bell for notification when the next video comes out. Here are the specs of the GWT-N1414BK, otherwise known as the Gateway Ultra Slim. I've also verified all hardware and specs using two programs, BellArc Advisor and PCMark 10. Inside the machine is an Intel Core i5-103 5G1 Ice Lake processor at 1.2 GHz, but can work up to a frequency of 3.6 GHz. It's a 4-core, 8-thread system with 6 MB of internal smart cache. The GPU is an integrated UHD graphics at 100 MHz. This should be able to handle the laptop with an external display at 1080p without issue. Both monitors at 1080p, by the way. This display is 14.1 inches and up to 1920 by 1080 resolution, 59.99 Hz. 16 gigabytes of RAM, which seems to be soldered right into the board. An M2 256 gigabyte SSD hard drive from a company called 4C, which is a product of Longsys with smart technology, and an empty M2 slot, which is behind a door on the bottom side of the machine, so you can update this with more storage at any time. Ports include an external HDMI 3.5mm headphone jack, 2 USB-A 3.0, and 1 USB-C, which is transfer only. It's not for charging. American Megatron's BIOS backend, and man, that display has not changed since the 90s. Bluetooth 5.1 and Wi-Fi 802.11 AC. The Ultra Slim model also has Realtek audio, but is also supporting THX sound. This is perfect for if you have a THX headset or 7.1 surround speakers. In initial tests, I found it to be perfect for late night movie watching or some simple game playing. With the right headset, the right speaker system, you can hear things moving around. This ultra thin laptop does have onboard security as well. The BIOS can be locked down, and you can log into the machine with the simple finger swipe through the fingerprint reader, which is right on the top part of the touchpad. There's a 1 megapixel camera on this machine. It's nothing to write home about, but it does do the job if you need to get on a Zoom or Skype call. I did a Zoom connection test to see how the camera and built-in microphone works. This is what they're going to see and hear if they call you on Zoom or Skype. I'd love to find out if you're going to be using this for Zoom or Skype calls. Let me know by commenting below. Now, there's been mention online that this model of Gateway was manufactured by a company called EVOO. EVOO. This is another brand laptop that you can actually find at Walmart. Now, it's not uncommon for this to happen. Gateway has also tasked EVOO to make their new line of tablets, their 2-in-1 computers as well. EVOO also has the license for installing THX into laptops, so that's an added bonus right there. Finally, EVOO makes smartphones. So I have to wonder, is a Gateway smartphone coming soon? Let's check out some pros and cons here. Now, although the screen side is aluminum, the rest of the machine is plastic. The case also can slightly bend if you pick it up, so I wouldn't suggest holding it in one hand walking around the house like this. Keyboard and trackpad are not problems at all. I was able to work on this machine on a table or in my lap. I actually put this show together using this laptop. The middle of the trackpad does do a weird double click when you press it, but it doesn't seem to affect anything, so it doesn't double click on screen or anything like that. It just is a small annoyance. Opening up the device was not that difficult. Just a bunch of screws on the bottom. You might need to do that to clean out your fan every now and then, or maybe upgrade the primary SSD. And of course, that fan, it does ramp up from time to time. You'll hear it. It noisily spins about 20-30 seconds and then back down. Now, the power cord is a simple 3-foot into 1.3 millimeter coaxial power plug. The cord looks and feels a little cheap, and the power wart is actually attached to the plug. But this is also a 100 to 240 volt plug, so you can travel internationally without the issue. What I find interesting is this has a USB-C, but that's not a USB-C charge. If they would have just added the charge ability to it, this could have been a USB-C charging plug. There is a 10-hour battery inside, and charging is not an issue. I was impressed when I had to charge it up, charged pretty fast, but even more impressed when I put the machine to the side for a few days, came back to it, and found a 90% battery. Another thing I noticed when I opened up the case was there was a spot for a backlit keyboard. Now, it would have been nice if this laptop actually had that option. In fact, one of my criteria in looking at new laptops is if I have something to see the keys in a low light situation. Finally, the screen is not touch screen, so don't expect that. But a lot of laptops in this price range are pretty much the same. In all, the Gateway Ultra Slim does a great job for classwork, for surfing, for movie watching, and more. It's priced at under $500, and it competes with Dell, HP, and Surface equivalents using the Ice Lake processor. But what do you think? Are you looking for a computer for any type of classwork, any type of extra work, or anything like that? I've been looking at the different types. What do you see out there that's really sparking your interest? Let me know by commenting below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. If you had a computer in 2000, you might have owned this iconic brand. Gateway since has changed and currently owned by Taiwan-based Acer Computers. They have continued to release new Windows modules, including this ultra slim notebook. I put this laptop through a couple of its paces, and beyond a couple of issues, I'm finding it to be a pretty solid laptop. Thanks for watching this review. Go ahead, like, subscribe, and hit that comment bell for notification when the next video comes out. Here are the specs of the GWT-N1414BK, otherwise known as the Gateway Ultra Slim. I've also verified all hardware and specs using two programs, BellArc Advisor and PCMark 10. Inside the machine is an Intel Core i5-103 5G1 Ice Lake processor at 1.2 GHz, but can work up to a frequency of 3.6 GHz. It's a 4-core, 8-thread system with 6 MB of internal smart cache. The GPU is an integrated UHD graphics at 100 MHz. This should be able to handle the laptop with an external display at 1080p without issue. Both monitors at 1080p, by the way. This display is 14.1 inches and up to 1920 by 1080 resolution, 59.99 Hz. 16 gigabytes of RAM, which seems to be soldered right into the board. An M2 256 gigabyte SSD hard drive from a company called 4C, which is a product of Longsys with smart technology, and an empty M2 slot, which is behind a door on the bottom side of the machine, so you can update this with more storage at any time. Ports include an external HDMI 3.5mm headphone jack, 2 USB-A 3.0, and 1 USB-C, which is transfer only. It's not for charging. American Megatron's BIOS backend, and man, that display has not changed since the 90s. Bluetooth 5.1 and Wi-Fi 802.11 AC. The Ultra Slim model also has Realtek audio, but is also supporting THX sound. This is perfect for if you have a THX headset or 7.1 surround speakers. In initial tests, I found it to be perfect for late night movie watching or some simple game playing. With the right headset, the right speaker system, you could hear things moving around. This ultra-thin laptop does have onboard security as well. The BIOS can be locked down, and you can log into the machine with the simple finger swipe through the fingerprint reader, which is right on the top part of the touchpad. There's a 1 megapixel camera on this machine. It's nothing to write home about, but it does do the job if you need to get on a Zoom or Skype call. I did a Zoom connection test to see how the camera and built-in microphone works. This is what they're going to see and hear if they call you on Zoom or Skype. I'd love to find out if you're going to be using this for Zoom or Skype calls. Let me know by commenting below. Now, there's been mention online that this model of Gateway was manufactured by a company called EVOO, EVOO. This is another brand laptop that you can actually find at Walmart. Now, it's not uncommon for this to happen. Gateway has also tasked EVOO to make their new line of tablets, their 2-in-1 computers as well. EVOO also has the license for installing THX into laptops, so that's an added bonus right there. Finally, EVOO makes smartphones. So I have to wonder, is a Gateway smartphone coming soon? Let's check out some pros and cons here. Now, although the screen side is aluminum, the rest of the machine is plastic. The case also can slightly bend if you pick it up, so I wouldn't suggest holding it in one hand walking around the house like this. Keyboard and trackpad are not problems at all. I was able to work on this machine on a table or in my lap. I actually put this show together using this laptop. The middle of the trackpad does do a weird double click when you press it, but it doesn't seem to affect anything, so it doesn't double click on screen or anything like that. It just is a small annoyance. Opening up the device was not that difficult. Just a bunch of screws on the bottom. You might need to do that to clean out your fan every now and then, or maybe upgrade the primary SSD. And of course, that fan, it does ramp up from time to time. You'll hear it. It noisily spins about 20-30 seconds and then back down. Now, the power cord is a simple 3-foot into 1.3 millimeter coaxial power plug. The cord looks and feels a little cheap, and the power wart is actually attached to the plug. But this is also a 100 to 240 volt plug, so you can travel internationally without the issue. What I find interesting is this has a USB-C, but that's not a USB-C charge. If they would have just added the charge ability to it, this could have been a USB-C charging plug. There is a 10-hour battery inside, and charging is not an issue. I was impressed when I had to charge it up, charged pretty fast, but even more impressed when I put the machine to the side for a few days, came back to it, and found a 90% battery. Another thing I noticed, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at this right here. It is the Moto drum modeler from IK Multimedia. It is a program that allows you to create drum sounds in your DAW, in whatever you need it to do, and a whole bunch more. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in the Geek. You got me. You can find me on all the socials, including Twitch and Twitter and TikTok and all that other good stuff. And today we're going to talk about the Moto drum from IK Multimedia. Now, I've reviewed a lot of cool stuff from IK Multimedia in the past, and this is no different. It allows you to create drum beats. If you're not a drummer, you can create drum beats. If you are a drummer, you can create drum beats. You can attach it into your system, create MIDI, add these really specific, great sounding drum sets, and continue on however you want to do it. First of all, we got to talk about this. I did get a copy of this software to review from IK Multimedia. They did not pay me for this review. They are not editing this review. And of course, all opinions are that of myself and Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out more on that. Now, let's get into this. Let's get in here. First of all, hey, you can customize your sounds. You've got multiple kits and multiple drums that you can use. You can sync to multiple MIDI units if you want to. I got a couple MIDI units that I'm using, going to be using today. You could do real-time sounds. You can do pre-made grooves, and a whole bunch more. The price, $299.99. Now, you might think to yourself, well, that might be a little bit too much, but for what you get, it really is not. It's just amazing. Now, I do have to tell you that I did get this software back when it did get released, and that was back in, I believe, September, August timeframe. The program was pretty solid. But when I was attaching MIDI devices to it, I wasn't getting the responses that I really wanted to see for this. They've since then not only have updates come out from Motodrum, but also from the MIDI providers, updating it using for Catalina and for the latest Windows 10, and things have gotten a lot better. This is the website over here, Motodrum. They have a full specs range, but we're going to take a look at the most important specs, and that is if you are a Mac user or a PC user, you can use this on either machine, and they work both great on either machine. For a Mac, you need a Core i5, support for AVX instructions, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabytes of hard drive space, and it is a 64-bit plugin. So you'll need any program that uses a VS2 or VS3 or AAX. What we're going to use, we're going to keep it as simple as possible. We're going to use GarageBand. Just going to open it up in there. Of course, we're going to show you the interface first before we do that. Let's take a look at this a little bit more. For Windows, Core i5 also needs AVX instruction, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabyte available hard disk space on Windows 7, Windows 8, or Windows 10. ASIO compatible sound card USB port 3.0 suggested, and I highly suggest that you download the free ASIO. It's right here. I'm going to put that right there. And that's basically an ASIO driver that has the lowest latency that I've ever seen. Now, like I said, you need to have a program. If you want to use this for any program, you need to have a program that'll allow it to come in as a VST instrument. We're talking GarageBand, we're talking Reaper, we're talking Cubase, we're talking Ableton Live on there. There's a whole bunch of programs that are on there. You might want to look at your program first to make sure that it can accept a VST, an external third-party VST instrument. Adobe Audition does not have MIDI support, so Adobe Audition, you can't use it on this. You can't import the tracks or anything like that. I really wish that Adobe would get something in a MIDI editor that would even convert it to audio so I can put it in a little bit easier in my programs, but that's neither here nor there, just so you know. But we're going to use GarageBand, and if you've got a Mac, you've got GarageBand. Simple as that. And of course, Windows, you'll have to get some software to put on for that. But there's many different MIDI editing programs out there that you can use to create that. Now let's get into the program itself. Here it is right here. This is the Motodrum, and we have it on studio mode. Straightforward interface. We have our models. We can customize. We can do our play styles, our room, our mixer, our grooves, and our mapping. These are all the drum sets that come with Motodrum. We've got a studio set, we've got a jazzy set, a rock custom, a grungy reference. So you got a pretty good amount of sets. We're going to start with the studio kit. It just looks like a standard 5-piece drum set with a couple cymbals, hi-hat, and ride here. Now, this is also completely customizable. That means that you can completely customize the types of cymbals, how many drums. If you need a double bass drum kit, if you need a China cymbal, if you need a gong, if you need a cowbell, all those drums are in there. You just have to set it up that way. So we can go studio, we can go rock custom, and as you can see, it's going to load the preset. Now we already have, we got the drum set. What I have set up here is on the Axiom Air 32. As you can see, I've got that all set up there. As you can hear this, let's go to the jazzy set really quick. And then we can go a little grungy. I'm not going to go through all of them. You'll get a good idea. And then let's just do plexi as one more, because we like plexi. I like plexi drums. Going from drum set to drum set is actually fairly straightforward. and easy to do. Now, like I said, all of this can be customized, and we're going to go through those screens really quick. We're going to start with the customize. Here is the drum set. As you can see, you have all the drums. You have your snare, you got your bass drum. That's what's lighting up. We got some toms, and then the cymbals and the hi-hat, as you can go from there. Now, you can take all these drums, as you can see on the top, that's actually switching around. So if I want to use this Flexi kit, but I really like this Black Oyster shell for the snare, there it is. Now let's say I do D Gentleman. We got that. We can switch that out. We can switch these out. Same thing with the cymbals. We can go this type of crash. We can do this type of crash or this type of crash, vintage. And ride cymbal, if you want a little bit more plated sound, a little drier sound right there. You got that, and you got a little bit more firm. And as you can see, as I'm tapping on the edge, you get an edge sound. If I'm tapping on the bell, you get a bell sound. We can customize this further. Let's just go through the buttons here. You have the play style. Now this is really cool. I can set up for the different types of drumsticks that I use, the different where I hit on the drum. Like for instance, let's say on the snare drum, I have my left over here and my right over here. So when I hit on this snare, as you can see, I'm just hitting using a keyboard, so it's not going to do too much on that. But we can bring that on a little bit. You see that circle get a little bit smaller? That's the area that we use for our drum. And of course we can go nylon tip. We can have a little bit of different sound there. We can change the arena area for that. And we can do the snare drum, we can do the toms the same way. We can bring I like to usually hit from down towards the middle there. And then of course the bass drum, kick. We can change the beater here. Let's say if we don't want felt, we want plastic, we want a little tacky sound. We can bring that in. We want a little wood sound for even more tack. We can do heel up, heel down. We can make all the changes there, but we'll just stick with here. We can change our room, so we're in a large studio. Let's go into a mid studio. We can go to a garage. We can go to a booth. We can go to cathedral. And with that, we can change that all from here. Bring that down. Bring it up. Or more and less. So you get the idea from there. We got the mixer here, which is pretty straightforward. Do you want less snare? Then we bring that snare down. Bring it down. And then, of course, ultimately the main mix is right here. We can put in effects. Like, for instance, let's say with this one, we want to put in, let's do a crusher on this tom. And we can edit that. So you can see how that changes a little bit. Bring in a little bit more. We can change the cutoff. Went the wrong way. So less ring, more ring, more ring. So you get the idea. And then when we're ready, we can just say, okay, I don't want that on anymore, so I'll just turn that off. And there we go. We can add. This is just a regular mixer, so it adds everything: cymbals, toms, and cowbell, and what other instruments you have there. Next, we have grooves. This is all predefined grooves, so we'll just do Ace 102 really quick. And so you get the idea on that, and you can change that up. And these are the grooves that you'll basically drag and drop into your DAW. So let's say you just want a straight up beat, you can just drag it into the DAW. I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. And then of course we have mapping. Now this is very important because not all MIDI devices are set up perfectly. So like for instance, I'm gonna grab a drumstick and I'm gonna hit the bass drum. with on my DTX. Now I'm seeing that registered at the C1 level. I can go over here to kick and I say, but I want this to be something else. So first of all, I'm going to map it. So I hit this button right here and then I map it for the pad. And so basically I clicked on here where you see the little MIDI, and then I hit the pad and now it's mapped for that. And then I can change that. Let's bring it up a little bit. We'll say yes. Now it's not registering as anything, so we can bring it back down. There we go. Now in this interface, we can do a lot of different changes. Like we can do a velocity curve, basically drag and drop. And then we can save this or remap it. We can bring in more drums. There's the other bass drum. So with kick 2, we don't have anything assigned. We can assign it there. I'll say yes. There we go. And with that, we bring this in. So now you see, if we go back to customize, we have this drum right here. There's also a way to bring in the drums over here, and we can change this out. So let's see, we want that as the Blue Oyster one. It's the edit kit. Now you're seeing all the drums, all the cymbals with that. So we can change this out. We can bring in this China. We can bring in this crash, a little splash. And now we've got a bigger drum kit that we can use, and we just basically have to go into the mapping and map those. So we'll go like that, and we'll go. You get the idea. So we can bring in a very big kit for whatever style you have. Now, going back to the customize, we can do a lot more with the customization. That is over at the edit element. Now, this is where you can really have some fun with this. You can tell it what type of edges you have on your bass drum. You can tell it the diameter of the bass drum, the depth of the bass drum. Let's see, it can go from 12 inches to 24 inches. We got a diameter of 17 inches for a smaller or a really big drum. We can tell it what type of heads we want. We want a clear or coated head, or do we want what do we want for the resonant head? Do we want more volume on there for a resonant? Do we want dampening on there for our resonant head? Do we want to tune it a little bit to give it that poing sound? Or just reset it back to default. On the edges of the shell, they're usually got a small bevel to them. It's less wood touching the drum head for a better sound. So you can change those. We can go sharp. We can go point. Or rounded. And they all add different sounds to the drum there. So we can totally customize that. We can switch it up. Let's go to the snare drum, and we'll do edit element of the snare drum. With this, once again, we can change the heads. We can get a nice coated head, and different sets will give you different options. The type of snare. Do you want a large snare or a medium snare? Do you want a shell of diameter, a bigger shell with a bigger depth, or a smaller depth? And all these, you get the idea. So there's full customization as to what you're doing with this drum set, and you can really just sit there and fine tune the sounds of each drum. So there's a lot of different sounds in here. We haven't even gotten into the best parts, and that is putting it into your DAW-based program. So, but first of all, like I said, everything right now we've been going through here. So as you can see, I have the DTX Multi-12 here from Yamaha, and I have it set up for MIDI, so I can use it. So we have a couple different ways you can do that, especially if you have an older drum module and you want some better sounds to it. You can bring those in using this program. Now let's bring it into a DAW system, and like I said, we're going to use GarageBand. We're going to try and keep it as simple as possible. So we're going to close this out. And we're going to go into GarageBand. We're going to say, this says a new thing, software instrument. We're going to go drum kit. And we'll just say, let's do Bluebird. But we're going to change that up here. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go down here. And we're going to see the thing that says plugins. And this will be like this when you start out. Do the drop down, hit the drum kit, and then you'll see Moto Drum in the list. Or it might say IK Multimedia sometimes. So either way. You'll go into Moto Drum and you'll hit stereo, and it loads the plugins, and then the Moto Drum shows back up. And we're using the drum, and we can change that up. We'll go to the Babinga. So we can go in here. Let's bring this down a little bit. We got the metronome ready to go. Let's record something really quick. And with that, we'll bring it's all in here. So we're going to hit this. Oh, let's take that metronome out. So now. There you go. And of course, with this, you can go into the MIDI patterns, and you can change the velocities if you don't like the way that that you hit the drum or anything like that. And really, depending on what module you use, they can register velocity. So it can register a light hit or a heavy hit, or maybe even a drum roll or things like that. And you might have to go in and do some tweaking into your MIDI editor to get the sound you want. Maybe you're doing like little flams and things like that. You'll have to make the adjustments because not everything. It won't understand everything, and that's any program. So you'll have to go into the MIDI editor and make some adjustments here and there. So expect that to happen. It's not going to be 100% perfect. But the cool thing about this now is I can go in here, and with this drum beat that I do, and I'm going to loop this drum beat. Now I'm going to go to Rock Custom, and I've completely changed my drum set. Go to Jazzy. And once again, you get the idea of how that all works, because they're MIDI hits. They're not, you could put a piano to this. You could put a saxophone to this. It'll sound weird, but you can still do it and have the sound. But bringing in the Moto Drum, it'll give you past the drum sets that something like GarageBand or Reaper or Ableton Live can offer, and give you different options so you can really tune it in. Now, you can also, like I said, you can also set it up onto the DTX. I have my Roland TD50 downstairs, and I'm still doing a little bit of tweaking on it. Like I said, never perfect, but you get it as close as possible so you can do some multi-track recording, and then you can bring in those sounds into whatever recordings you're doing. Now, the one other thing I didn't show you is that groove style. We'll go back over there. So with the same groove, we can sit here and we can just bring this up. It's basically a little drag and drop. And it's asking if we import the tempo information. We don't want to import the tempo. So now we can bring that right there and zoom that like that. And now we've got a pattern that works a little bit better because it's already been done and been cultured out and set up for all the hits and all the velocities in the right spot. So there you go. You get the idea from that. So that is Moto Drum in nutshell as best as we can in what we do. We're doing at least 20 minutes here. Thank you guys for sticking around with me on this. We got a lot of great stuff here. If you want to check out more, I'll have the links in the show notes that you can get yourself your Moto drum. And of course, if you go over to geekazine.com, you can get the Moto drum information there as well. So you have been watching. We've been talking about the Moto drum modeling. Really quick, what do I think about it? It is, like I said at the beginning, I was happy with the interface, but when importing MIDI devices into it, I had a hard time. There was a big set of latency, and this was on the Mac and the PC as well. That has been fixed with the newest version, and of course, as they continue, there'll be newer versions and updates coming through, and probably even more cool stuff that you can use to bring your drums into your music and make the sounds that you want to. That's it for this video. What do you think? Do you use Moto Drum? Do you have another program that you use that you really like? Let me know. Of course, check out all my other reviews of IK multimedia software and hardware. YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and that little bell notification to let you know when the next video comes in. We do a lot of tech, consumer tech, a lot of music tech, and a whole bunch more, and some geekery too. So Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and drum on. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we've got another unboxing. We're going to unbox the iAdapt 6-in-1 multi-port USB-C hub from Canex. Canex being a company that does a lot more than just USB hubs. They do chargers, they do cables, and everything else. We're on the website page right here over at canex.com, Kanex.com, and as you can see, you can get a whole bunch of cool stuff, including ports that do more than just 6 ports, keyboards, we got cables, it looks like, we got in-ear headphones, and docking stations for your iPad. But this is the one we're going to look at right here. This is the iAdapt 6-in-1 multi-port USB-C hub plus Ethernet. Let's go ahead and give this thing an unbox right now. So we can lift it up. First of all, just want to let you know it does USB-C. It has the 61 and 87 watt charging option. It does HDMI and 4K, and it does USB 3.0, 2 of those. So, and we'll look at that more. So let's go ahead and open this up. We're going to bring this up and just lift up the thing. We can see from the top here, it basically says what we've got. As you can see, it's a 2 plug port. So you'll either have your MacBook with 2 USB-C plugs or a PC that also has a dual USB-C right on the side there. So we're going to open this up right here, and you can see it right here. We're just going to get into it really quick. Let's rip it. Yeah, that's how we do it. We're going to rip it. There. Now you know it's been opened. All right. So there it is. I don't see any instructions or anything other than that in there. We have the device right here, and I believe it can go on either side of the MacBook. We're going to put it on this side of the MacBook so you can see it. But what we have here, let's bring it up here. Let's zoom in a little bit on the camera, and as you can see, we've got USB-C right here. We've got HDMI port right here. 2 USB-A 3.0s right there. Over here we have the card reader. We've got a micro SD and an SD card reader. Over here we flip that up like that, and we have the Ethernet. It's not showing, and I know that the light, it just I need some light over here, but anyway, let's do this. Hold on. Ask and I shall receive. Here's some light. So this is the Ethernet right here. We're going to bring that up, as you can see, and that's where you can plug in your Ethernet jack if you want to. Bring it back down. We have the dual USB-C plugins right here, and once again the SD card right there. And then we'll take a look at this side again. I got the USB-C, the USB-A. This is also for charging, and then the HDMI port right there. So with that said and that done, we just basically plug it right in. Got to zoom it back out so you can see it plugged in. There we go. We plug it right into the port right there. As you can see, it lines right up. And when you're ready to go, you can you just call up your laptop and log in and go from there. You can also do it on the other side. As you can see, just plug it right in. And as you can see, it's pretty slimline. So if you're on travel, you're not sitting there wondering what's going on with your, the cables everywhere and just trying to figure out, just doing cable management all over the place. So it's kind of small and easy to install, just like that. And when you're ready to go, you turn it on. I'm not sure how powered my MacBook is because I haven't used it in a while. But yeah, it looks pretty good from there. And when I want to read, let's just get a card here. I think I have an SD card close by. There we go. We will put it in. I'm going to have to log into my computer. So we'll put in that SD card here. So let's do that. Let's do that. All right, there we go. So now we're logged into the PC, and I put the card in, and it should show up here in a second. There it is right there. Let's see, they'll bring this down. Maybe you can see that from there. If not, we'll just raise this up just a touch. And we'll zoom it in. And as you can see right there, that basically says right here where it says Untitled, there's the card. It's one of my video cards, so it connected up and it looked right away. So that's pretty much it for that. That was that's the Canex 6-in-1 USB port, USB-C hub for your multi-port. Simple unboxing right there. I hope you enjoyed it. It is about it's under $100 is my understanding. I think it's $99.99. I'll have a link in the show notes so you can get to it, so you can unbox. We'll be doing a lot more unboxings just like this. You have a product that you want me to unbox, let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. We'll put this down. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out for another unboxing, and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to be taking a look at a couple of these. We're going to unbox them. These are the EasyViz cameras. Next on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. How you doing? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Putting a Geek. You got me, and we got my socials, which are showing up right about here. That's how you can get a hold of me many different ways. Geekazine@gmail.com, of course, and we will go from there. We've got a couple products. First of all, I'm just going to kind of close this out so we don't have too much replication here. We're live and we're ready to go. So we're going to be talking about these two products right here. The first one is the EasyViz, and we're going to switch over to this PTZ camera so you can see it. We've got the EasyViz C1C home camera. As you can see, it's totally open, or not opened at all. So we got that, and then of course we've got the EasyViz C6CN. This is a PT camera. Not PTZ. PTZ is point tilt zoom. This is just point tilt, so PT camera, and they're both at 1080p, and they both work. I've used EasyViz. In fact, I remember catching EasyViz at CES a couple years ago, and that's when I first got my first two products. I just realized I had the camera. I thought I had the camera sitting right here, and I have a home security camera that's running. That's now a couple years old, and it does great. In fact, it watches my front door. So what we're going to do is we're going to unbox these two. We're going to set it up, and then I'm going to show you how it sets up onto the phone as much as possible, and go from there. First of all, let's take a look at these right now. We'll start with this one. This is the C6CN 1080p indoor pan tilt Wi-Fi security, 360 degrees. So these are both enabled for your Alexa device. It's got auto motion tracking notifications. It's got panoramic photo navigation, full duplex two-way audio, and a subscription-free storage, which means you can basically put a card into there, and it'll store the audio easily off of that. So that's pretty cool. The other product we've got right here is the C1C. This is a more stationary camera, and you use this maybe pointing towards a door, maybe pointing towards yourself. I don't know. It does full 1080p, and it is also, let's see what else we got here. You can get a 720p and a 1080p version. We're talking like both of these products are around $60. So they do a great job. This one does do smart motion detection, full duplex two-way audio, so you can converse with somebody. I've done this on these cameras when I'm away and need to have conversation with the wife or something like that. I'll make sure that she's aware that that's going to happen, and then we'll have that conversation. And of course, it is also subscription-free video storage. Now, the one thing about these cameras, just so you know, first of all, these cameras, they were supplied to me by EasyViz. I have gotten no sponsorship dollars other than that for this. This is just basically a product to review, and all my review products, basically my review policies are there, and it basically says I review the product. All opinions are of my own, no editing ability on your side, and no keyword tagging or anything like that. And yeah, we do an honest review, the best honest review as possible. This is going to be partially unboxing, and of course, since I really haven't used these too much, it's going to be what we first experienced type review, and some people will have some more in-depth reviews as they go. So those are the two cameras. So let's get started. We're going to move this one out of the way, first of all, and then we're going to switch over here. We are going to take one of my favorite tools in the whole wide world. It is the world's smallest screwdriver. And what we're going to do is we're going to use that to open up the box. I usually like to find a seam. I'd be very careful to not jam it in my fingers, and then just kind of break open the seam here. It's just easy to do it that way. And then let's peel it. Let's see, how does this open? Bottom, we got a top. So it looks like a flap. There it is right there. Go in here, and the first thing it says is, "Oh, thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your EasyViz product. We enjoy the fact that you're using our product. Thank you, thank you, thank you." I'm just elaborating on the thank yous right there, but you get the idea. So it's a nice little card saying, here's how you can find us on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. EasyViz Life. I also use EasyViz_global because they do more than just home security cameras. The first thing I had was a 4K action camera from them. So, all right, first box right here. I don't know what's in this one. Looks like nope, it's the accessories. The accoutrement, as they say in France. And my French friends are just cringing right now. So we're going to open this up somehow. Little rip action. Got a rip. All right, what do we got here? This looks like a sticker, basically, so it sticks to the surface, so you can stick your camera to that. But I'm not 100%. This is the first time I'm looking at it. We've got a US plug, and of course, If you're in the UK, you get a UK plug. If you're in Asia, you get an Asian style plug. Whatever, however, we got the USB cable. Looks like we've got a micro USB cable in here. No USB-C yet. We've got a plate. And then it looks like we got another sticker surface here. So and that's pretty much it. Let's throw that out of the way, and that's the first box. Put that out of the way. The second box is right here, and it looks like we got a camera. So we'll pull that open, and there's the bottom. So we'll flip it around, and then we'll pull it open. There's the top, and there we are. We got the camera right there. Very straightforward. Get this out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. So now we've got the film that we got to take off. Ready? Here we go. There we go. Film is off. So let's zoom in a little bit more and let's take a look at what we got right here. So with the camera, and let me just hit this button so it doesn't unfocus. This is the camera right here. It looks like we have I'm guessing that's the microphone right there. So for the two-way communication. On the side here, this is where the SD card goes. And I'm guessing it's going to be an SD card up to 128, micro SD card, excuse me. Down here, we have the micro USB cable where you can put it in. And of course, the power button, power probably reset as well down here. And that's it. As you can see, you can definitely point this in a different way. This kind of reminds me of those chairs that, you know, from the 70s. They could half eggshell chairs that you could kind of lounge into. And some now podcasters have these chairs that you can use for more solitude, which I've sat in before. So what this looks like to be is a plate, and it's got some indentions, but they didn't give you screws for it. So you would basically screw it to the surface like this, and then probably just sticker the bottom here and then place it right there. Oh, magnetic. Oh, it's a strong magnet. So yep, there we go. So never mind. But you could probably stick this to a surface using these stick pads, is my guess. And we're not going to use them. So, but what we are going to do is we're going to plug it in and we're going to see how it works. Plugged it in, turned it on, looks pretty good from there. Next up, what we do is we find the app, and I want to make sure there are instructions here, which I should pull out, with a quick start guide right here. And with this, I'm guessing that this has got the, yeah, it's got the serial number, it's got the all the stuff on here in the instructions, and it's going to tell us what app it's using. I'm guessing it's going to be the same app as before, my EasyViz app. So what we'll do is, oh, all right. So now we'll call up there's the EasyViz app, which is right here, which I'm assuming is going to be that. We are going to add one, and by the way, here's my front door cam. And let's see how we can add one. We'll hit the add button. And it says scan QR code, and that's there's a QR code on the bottom here. There we go. And there it found the device. Okay, and so the device is powered. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. There we go. So it says that the device is powered on, and there it is. So we'll hit and okay. So I checked that. Yeah, I have it powered on. So I'll hit next. Power on the device and wait till it starts up completing. And that's basically this flashing blue light. I don't know if you can see that or not. But then I say, yes, it is flashing. We'll hit next. And then it's creating the connection. It might ask me for my Wi-Fi information. And now it says it's configuring. And it says Wi-Fi connected. And
platform registration successful.
There we go. Yay! We've got.
Configuration complete.
So there we are. Wow, this thing really wants to talk to me. Should we have a conversation? Now we can hook this up to our Alexas, and that's through the EasyViz app. And I believe you have to turn on the device here. So We're viewing the device, and the Cloud Play will view the device here. So now, as you can see, it says I got a free trial. I'm not going to do that though. So we have my front door, and now we have this one right here that shows me, and it's got the sound on. So we got the settings. We can turn the audio on, and we can turn the audio off. Let's see what else we got. We got status lights. I usually turn status lights off. IR lights, it depends on where I set this up. If I want the infrared on or off. Alarm notifications we're disabling for now. Time zone is correct. Daylight savings time. Date format. Wi-Fi is my Wi-Fi. Cloud storage is normal. We can change that to subscribe for recording. And then once I put in a card in, it's going to record for the length of the card and then just overlap the card. That's that one. Good, we got that all connected. Now let's move on and let's switch over to this one. Let's go ahead and we're going to set this to the side. And we are now going to unbox this one right here, the C6CN. And let's take our world's smallest screwdriver and let's open this puppy up. Are you ready? It's the same box. Now I got two of them. No, I don't. But anyway, okay, so this has got a box within a box. We'll set this over here, put that down there. We'll open this up this way. There we go. I'll show you this view. Inside here, there's the camera. Inside here is the camera. Now this is a little bit more delicate, so because this does move, this will turn this way, and then up and down. Let's pull that out. Got more stuff. We got that same thank you card in the box. We've got the same quick start guide, and it's probably got a different QR code on there, of course. And then we'll bring this down, and we'll set that to the side. We'll even set that out of the way. And in here is, of course, pretty much almost the same things that I'm guessing. Yeah. So this is a mounting guide. So if you're putting it on a ceiling or something like that, you can stick this on and then drill the holes and then put the camera on later. It does have some mounting screws and anchors to that. That's awesome. And this looks like a wall mount, so it looks like it goes in. Yeah, it goes in and clicks, kind of like your smoke alarm, to get it on and off. And then we've got a plug, which I might have to use because I used up all the USB ports with that last one. And then there's one more thing in here. It's kind of stuck back there. Out with you. Oh, okay. There you go. That's the cord. So on the back, it's a little bit different construction, but as you know, that's what you need so you can get in there. So basically, this is what it looks like. It looks like a little dome, looks like a little robot's head, and it'll turn this way and up and down. Got the small little microphone up front. We've got an Ethernet in the back and a micro USB. Yeah, it does do 2.4 gigahertz, and of course, it looks like you can connect this up via Ethernet cable. And this is the cool thing about these is you can use these in many different places, from the roof to the well, not really the roof because these are all indoor, but the hallways, the basement. It's got a little red light down here, and then we'll go back to our app. I'm hearing something. A lot of these, yeah, it's starting. As you can see, it's starting to move here. So it takes a couple minutes to boot up, and now it's checking its turnability. So there it goes. It does a half turn and then comes back here. And now
use EasyViz app for device Wi-Fi configuration.
So now we're going to go in here and we're going to hit the plus button again. And then the QR code. And once again, we're using the QR code from the device, not from what you see on the thing. And it called that up pretty quick. So it's blue flashing light. We'll say yes. And then the indicator flashes blue. We'll say next. And then off screen, so I can put in my Wi-Fi password, and it says, hey, we want to join the network. Yes, join that puppy up. And we'll set that like that. And now we're on the 2.4 gigahertz network. So it should connect up fine at this point.
Wi-Fi connected.
There we go. See that's how easy it should be.
Platform registration successful.
There we go. Yeah.
Configuration complete.
There we go.
Welcome to EasyBit.
There we go. We have the camera. And we can say, let's view the device. And that's this device right here. And we can do the adjustment on the PTZ. And I'm not sure, let's just do pan. There we go. So now we have the pan tilt option. So now we can move this over the other way. And move it up. And there I am. Yay! Well, that's privacy mode. So with that, now I have completely, I can't see anything. So it's going to turn off the sleep mode. There we go. And then put me right back into frame. That's pretty sweet. You can take a snapshot or record, but unless it's capturing from on the phone. When I hit these, that captures from the phone onto the phone. So we can take a 360 picture. Now it's going through the motions. So basically it takes a picture till it's covered the 360. There we go. This one right here, that is the C6CN camera. I'm going to set that there. So somebody's asking in the chat if the USB, the micro USB is what it is. And yeah, you get it with a plug. Must have missed that. You get it with the plug, or you can plug it right into a USB thing, and it controls via the app fairly easily. As you can see, I've got my outdoor camera, and then these two cameras are set up just on there, ready to go. So these are the cameras right here. So now you can choose which camera you want. Do you want the still camera? There I am right there. That's this camera right here. Do I want to do a little PTZ action, which is this camera right here? And as you can see, that I have a pretty good network in here, so it's passing by really quick. So I like the response time on here. Of course, once I put in a card, I'll be able to test the functionality of things like capturing events and things like that. So where was the device version is here? Let's see, maybe there might be an update. Yeah, there is an upgrade here. So we'll do a quick upgrade, and while that's upgrading, we'll switch over to the other one. So it's pretty much the same type of information here in the settings. The only difference is this one has a little bit extra functionality with the PT and the ability to take a 360 photo. All right, somebody is asking me in the chat, 1080p, yes, 1080p. Can you switch back and forth? Yeah, I do not see anything that says that I can go from 1080p to 720p and back. So you'll want to make sure that your network can handle that. And keep in mind, when you start putting more cameras onto your network, that can take up some of the bandwidth. Now, this is just recording via the card. So every time I access the app, that's when it's starting to talk over the network. If I plug this in and set this up for a security box, the security box will be recording the events. But the cameras do, a lot of these security cameras do have emergency functionality. When you turn that on, if it starts seeing alerts, it can tell you where to go, it might even text you and say, hey, there's a security alert going on right now. And if that's the case, then it does need to talk over the network. So the more cameras you have on the network, the more chance that the security cameras could bog down your network. What I always recommend when it comes to security cameras is to actually get another router. If you don't have a router that can handle multiple Wi-Fi zones, then you can basically get yourself another Wi-Fi router, and you plug it into your router, and then you can configure that for all your security cameras, so that Wi-Fi router is doing nothing but talking back and forth between your security cameras. Somebody did ask earlier if there was a way to connect this up so I can see it onto a TV. I know that there's a way through, there used to be a way through RTSP. So inside the app, we're in the app a little bit more. We have an album area, which shows some of the stuff that I've already recorded, and that's on the other one. We can share some stuff out. So if you got friends or family that you want them to look on the device from time to time, you can do that. We've got security set up, functions settings, so go with security, so we can do Face ID login if we wanted to. Function, that's for the app, by the way, so you don't have to put in a password every time. Device auto upgrade, and we have that disabled. Wi-Fi configuration. We can change the Wi-Fi on this if we want to. AP mode configuration, so I'm guessing that you scan in a QR code and that'll take you through another one. The LAN live view, which you can scan your network and see what's going on there. I'm not going to do that. IFTTT, if this then that, it's a great service. So okay, when you get an email, your EasyViz camera, so it senses motion, it'll email you. It will turn on sleep mode when I arrive home. So if you have, let's say you have a camera in the bedroom, which a lot of people don't, but let's say you did. You had to have it for security, or maybe to watch to make sure that when the dogs get up on the bed, which one's ripping up the pillow. I don't know. Then you can use that ability to sleep mode. So when you come home, it just instantly goes into sleep mode, and then turns back into active mode when you leave. So we can hit continue, and I think, yeah, it's gonna connect up to your Amazon. You'll need to put in your email. Oh, that's signing into okay, that's signing into if this then that. That's why that didn't work. So that's it right there. This is the regular C1C, and then of course you have the pan tilt option, which is the C6CN. Both have the ability to record up to 1080p, and you can put it in multiple places, infrared lighting in there. So far looking pretty good. We'll put some SD cards in there and put them into probably one in the studio and one in a spot in the house, so I can check to see what's going on as I go. But that's pretty much it. What are your questions? Do you have any questions? Remember, you can always go over and check with me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek, all my socials right there. So you can contact me there, or geekazine@gmail.com. If you have technical issues, I highly suggest that you talk to EasyViz on those technical issues first. I am not a technical support agent there. I do not work for EasyViz. Therefore, I don't know all the nuances for this, but I know what EasyViz cameras can do, so I'm expecting the same functionality to that, but you just watch my Twitter feed, and if I see any problems, I'll let you know there, and just ask me, hey, how's that EasyViz camera treating you? All right, well, once again, I'd like to thank the folks over at EasyViz for these device reviews, so I can show you how this works, how to set these up. We've got a lot more products that we're going to do, and I'm going to talk about on the live channel. Of course, Geekazine.com is where I do all my blogging from, and we can go from there. So until next time, you guys geek out. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Thank you for coming to my press conference. I'd like to talk a little bit about fears and travel restrictions, because, you know, hey, we've got some travel restrictions here on Geekazine.com. Today we're going to talk about podium mics for conference calls. Basically, you're probably going to have to worry a little bit about what's going to happen with your job, and some of you do a lot of travel. I do a lot of travel when it comes to going places and meeting people, because that's what I do. That's how it works. But with a lot of conferences canceling and a lot of companies now putting on what are called travel restrictions, so you are very restricted in your travel for your job, to make sure that you stay safe and the company can make sure that you're safe and everything like that. So what they're doing is now we're looking into more video conferencing. And so some of you which rely on face-to-face. Now we're going to have to find this new reality of conference calling. And maybe your computer is not set up for it. Maybe you have an older computer. Maybe, oh, I'll try and do some phone conferences using just, you know, the speakers and the microphone and all that. And that doesn't work. Doesn't work. So basically, we're going to, in this little review, we're going to do a couple videos here. The first one is about microphones, podium microphones. These are simple microphones. Two of them are USB, one is XLR. And the idea is to show you having a external microphone source, what that can do when you're doing a lot of phone calls, a lot of conference calls as you're going. Now, the one thing I like about podium microphones as opposed to those big old microphones you see podcasters use, like on the stands and stuff like that, is just basically the fact that they're very slimline and they look kind of decent when you're in front of a camera, because they're just so small and they show that there's a microphone there, but it doesn't have to be empowering the whole view. So you can see my face, you can see the microphone, and when you go face to face with somebody, there's no microphone involved there. If there is, you know, it's so small, you just don't see it. So that's the same idea. So you can look at a camera and look at the person you're talking to. They can see you as close to eye as possible, and you can speak clearly, and they can understand you. Now, these microphones aren't going to be the best microphones in the world, but they're affordable, and that's the key right there. Now, what we've got three microphones. Let me show you the three microphones. Two of them are USB based, and one of them is XLR based. XLR, of course, being like like a regular microphone here. Whoops, wrong one. Let's do that. There we go. Being like a regular microphone that you would hook to a mixing board through an XLR cable, so you can control it through the mixer. Now, I've had this one for about a year and a half. And I use it from time to time when I don't want to put on the headset mic and just get some information out there. These two I just picked up on Amazon, and I do want to tell you that first of all, with my review process, all of these microphones I purchased with my own money. If you have any questions, I want to know more about that, go over to geekazine.com/review, and I'll lay out all the rules and regulations, what I do for reviews. So no money has come through. All opinions are of Geekazine as always. So we're going to start with the pile since I do know it best, and we are talking through it. And of course, we will talk through the other microphones as well. The key of this is that we're going to try and keep it as clean as possible, which means no post-processing. Right now, this microphone is set up for post-processing. There's not much you can do with a mixer because you'll have to set the gain and you'll have to set the levels. But once you do that, you can control compression, you can control gating and stuff like that. And right now, that's all set up right now. So I'm going to turn that off in a second here and show you how this sounds without gating. And I'm tapping on the table and I'm getting kind of close so you can hear the plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. You hear the pops. You know, that's not much you can do on certain microphones. You just have to figure out how to deal with it. That's why a lot of people have windscreens. And two of these have windscreens for it. The third one here, yeah, this third one doesn't come with a windscreen that I saw in the box, but you can easily get some sort of windscreen if it becomes a problem. Now, a lot of you are just going to be doing conference calls. It's still important to be able to have your voice heard and reduce the room echo. And that's a key right there. Now, my room here has a little bit of sound control to it, so it doesn't echo like, you know, a lot of rooms that you would get into, a conference room or something like that. But you definitely want to put that into consideration when you are choosing your microphone. So we're going to just test the three and go from there, show you the features and everything like that. Like I said, we're going to start with the Pile. This is the Pile PD Mic C5. And you can get it on Pile's website, or we do have I'll have a link to Amazon there. It is basically a wired XLR microphone, podium microphone. that does require a mixer with phantom power to use. But if you have all that already set up, it's not a big deal. There is a 9-volt battery that you can put in there, but with the phantom power, you don't need to worry about that. So let's see what we got. We got the PD mic C5, and it's got I had the range right here, which is something like 20 hertz to 14 kilohertz. No, 40 hertz. There we go. 40 hertz to 16 kilohertz with a 200 ohm output impedance and a sensitivity of minus 40 dB to 2 dB. Now, you might not know all that information, what that information means. It just means the range. So this microphone is not great if you're miking it up on a bass drum for something with a low sound to it. But higher end voices, female voices, will work really well on a microphone like this because it gets up to about 16 kilohertz. So it's got a decent range for vocals, and that's the key right there. 40 hertz to 16 kilohertz. Perfect right there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the compression, the EQ, and the gate, and you're going to hear this in its raw state. So let's do that right now. All right, there we go. So now I've killed the EQ, I've killed the compression. I'll do a Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers and Sally sells seashells by the seashore, so you hear what this microphone sounds like as we go. So I'm going to turn those back on as we move to the other microphones. Now keep in mind, this is the only microphone that has any type of effects set to it, simply because of the fact this is what I normally use, and I've already had it set up that way for a very long time. The one thing I do like about this microphone is Pile's support. Now, this is not the first one I had in the line. The first one I had actually died, and so I called up their support. They have 1-year support on it. They sent me another one without question. And they basically said, well, keep the other one. I threw it away because it was broken anyway. But the support they got within 30 days, I got a replacement microphone. So that's pretty cool on there. The price on this is about $33. And of course, that depends on when you purchase the microphone. It could go up, it could go down, you don't know. But the idea is that this is the microphone right here that will hook up to a mixing board. So if you don't have a mixing board with phantom power, you'll need to add that, and of course figuring out how to bring it into the computer. So that's the Pile PD Mic C5. Let's move on from there. Let's go over to the CM Tech. That's the one over here, the smallest one. We're going to move this slightly over. Hopefully you don't hear that too much. All three of these microphones will have noise, so if you tap the table and things like that, it's going to pick it up. But there are ways around that. You can put these microphones onto like a towel or something like that, maybe a small box, raise it up so it reduces that type of noise. But the cool thing is, and things that people don't realize, is when they're talking on a laptop microphone, they start typing on the keyboard, and all of a sudden everybody else hears that in abundance, and it's just annoying. The other thing, of course, is echo, and that's because the microphone is so close to the speakers and you're not wearing headphones, then all of a sudden you have this feedback, and everybody hates that feedback. But the originator doesn't hear that feedback a lot of the time, so therefore they don't know how to fix it. And then somebody's saying somebody's microphone is going crazy, and then they spend 5 minutes trying to get that figured out. And so that's one of the great reasons of having an external microphone. And a podium microphone, you can be a little bit freer, so you can sit back a little bit or come closer to the microphone if they can't hear you, and really express your ideas and things like that. So going to the CM Tech, we're also going to move this microphone over. CM Tech, we'll go over to the PTZ. This is the CM Tech right here. It's not on yet. Some of the key features right here is it does have a mute button up here. It is USB based, so that means that it's you can just plug it right into your laptop and go from there. And it does have some electronics in there to do a little bit of noise cancellation, to do a little bit of control. And the other thing is it's got a fully adjustable gooseneck arm. So you can bring it up to you, you can lift it up a little bit, get it away from you, bring it back if you need to, and then go from there. This is the smallest of the 3 microphones, although these two are pretty comparable in size. So it's tall enough to get as close to your mouth as possible, but it's small enough where you could actually put it into a bag. Now, I'm going to flip over to the CM Tech, so this might be a little pop here. And now, oh yeah, you can hear you. Why? I should probably mute that. Now, you are hearing it from the CM Tech microphone. As you can see, when you're talking, the light is blinking right there, the green light. Now, the mute button's up here, so if I hit the mute button, this will turn red, and then you won't hear my voice. I'll count to 10. 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. Simple enough, right? So you can see that it's plugged in with these nice blue lights. So if you don't have the lights on full, if you're not doing a video conference call or a podcast for that matter, then you know that this is on. Of course, you know that it's working because of the green light. And then if you're in mute, this turns just like that. Now, a little bit of tapping on the table so you can hear that. A little bit of plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. And that's pretty much it. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Now, once again, this is without any extra setup or anything like that. You can get some apps depending on if you're using a Mac, if you're using a PC. Some of these microphones, I haven't tested them up. Hooking them up to iPads or iPhones or anything like that, but they might be able to work through those devices. You can test that out on your own. But these are microphones that will work great for the Mac or PC, and go from there. And then, of course, you can get apps that can control the sound a little bit more if you need that control. And that is right there. This one, the flexible gooseneck, 360 adjustable. And you're still hearing it from the microphone from CM Tech. All right, let's move on from here. We are going to flip back here to the main one, which is the pile. There we go. Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, there we are. So now we're going to move this microphone out of the way, and we're going to flip it over to this microphone, which is the Fifine, F-I-F-I-N-E. Podium microphone. Now, keep in mind, some of these, I found these on Amazon. They've got some interesting names to them. All 3 of these have their own company web pages to them, and I found them on those as opposed to an Amazon page, as you're seeing right now. So when I go to search for lower end microphones like this one, I try to see if they have a website, and that's very important because there's some companies that will buy stock of a certain device, and then they'll slap their name on it, and then they'll send it out and saying that's theirs. They still do that here, but at least they have some sort of accountability, some sort of way to get a hold of them. And these companies do more than just this microphone. Like, for instance, as you can see with the Fifine, they have wireless systems, they have USB microphones, they have recording and video conferencing, gaming stuff, live performance stuff through that. Going back to the CM Tech, they have desktop microphones, gaming microphones, vocal microphones. So they have, and of course, Pile does a lot of audio visual, not only podium microphones, but wireless microphones, but speaker systems, mixing consoles, and all that other good stuff. So with this, that was the kind of the criteria on getting these microphones. Now we've got the Fifine, and let's take a look. This is one I'm impressed because it's got one other feature that the others don't have, and that can really help, and that is it's got a volume feature. Now with the Pile, you don't need to have a volume feature because that's what the mixing board is for, to improve the sound by pumping up the volume a little bit more. With the Fifine, this is a USB microphone, so the volume is right here. Of course, it's got the mute button, just like with the other one. And then it's got what's called a double gooseneck. So there's a small gooseneck down here to bring it up and down here, and then an upper gooseneck to tilt it like that. So we'll get close to the voice. We'll come back to here. And now we're going to switch over to the Fifine microphone. And I got the volume down to nothing. And I'm going to go all the way up to 100% and then back down. So stick with me for a second here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's get it at a decent level here so we're not blowing out your ears from the other ones. It had the mute on when I started, so let's turn the mute. Let's do the mute again. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. So it's got the ability to mute the microphone. It's got the ability to change the level, so you can go into like a Skype or something like that, and you can adjust the level right from there, and then you'll have a microphone ready to go. So the Fifine microphone, it's actually the smallest of the three, although with the gooseneck, that doesn't make it the most portable. The CM Tech one can be moved around. As you can see, I can adjust it, so I could put it into a bag, but this one will basically lay down and then back up. So this might be perfect for not as much travel as, you know, something that you have on your desktop ready to do any type of talking that you go. This one, like I said, you could put it in a bag. This one I believe is also working for gamers, and it's got a cool look to it for your gaming, your vlogging experience on whatever, Twitch and things like that, and go from there. So this is the Fifine. Once again, no extra stuff to it. It's what you're hearing is what I'm saying. Let's do a little tapping. So you hear that. And then, of course, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Now, with that said, these are the three microphones. I'm going to switch back to the pile here for a second. All right, we are back to this microphone. So I don't know how these sounded because I wasn't listening to it as I was speaking. So these might go completely crazy. These might go not too bad. I'll talk about it in the show notes, how I felt that they sounded. And then, but you've got a good idea of how they sound for a voice like mine. If you've got a voice similar to mine, then it's perfect. If you decide that, you know, if you have something on your voice that's higher or a voice that's lower, then you might want to check out the different specs of each of these microphones. But these are the microphones that really work, and they'll just connect up. If you got a Windows or a Mac machine, there shouldn't be a problem in them connecting up. They both connected up to both Windows and Mac easily. All three of them, technically. So it's not a problem on that. Of course, if you have a Mac and you got a newer Mac, you'll have to get the USB to USB-C connector. But once you get it connected up, there is no problem with using these microphones in any situation. So these are three of many you'll definitely find on Amazon. In fact, if I go to Amazon right now and go podium microphone, you're going to get a ton of options here. And we'll go like right here. Everything from microphones like these are really cool microphones from Neat. I interviewed them at CES a few years ago, but then you get into some of these other podium microphones. They'll have 3.5mm jacks. If you've got a laptop that has a 3.5mm jack, make sure it's not a triple pole, you know, like an Apple headphone 3-pole type thing, because the microphone might not work correct if this is only a 2-pole 3.5mm jack, or what's called a TRRS 3.5. But as you can see, here's the pile right here. There's more slimline ones in XLR, in USB. Of course, if you need a USB, just add USB to the mix there, and go from there. There's also area mics, like for instance, this Audio-Technica Pro 44 cardioid boundary microphone. I've got one of these, and these are nice too because it's also XLR. But basically, you'll definitely want to have a towel or something to put on there. But then you can put it right on the desktop, and then you could talk, and nobody sees a microphone in your frame, but they can still hear you. So that's nice. And they have USB versions of that microphone as well. So as you can see, there are many different options, starting at around $12, $13 all the way up. And then of course, if you do have the standard podcast microphones, you can definitely use them if that's what works best for you. So that's it. That's our gamut. That's what we're looking at when it comes to podium microphones for conference calls. What do you think? What do you use? Let me know. You can tweet me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com, all that other good stuff. It's right here as we talk about that. Definitely want to hear your thoughts on what you're going to use for microphones. If you have to do more conference calls, if you have any questions on that, I'm actually going to be putting out a video on some strategies to make yourself more presentable inside of a conference call, especially if you're doing podcasting and you want to get yourself in front of that webcam on the top of your laptop. You can definitely do that and a whole bunch more. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys have a great day. Geek out, and we will see you next time. Take care. The new iPad Air is same as the old iPad Air, except with a new chip and, oh yeah, a fingerprint sensor. Last week's Apple announcement gave us a new watch with fitness and health apps. I talked about it on last week's episode in the first focus. Now let's tackle the second part of that announcement, the iPad Air Generation 4, the 12th iPad in the 10-inch series, not counting the Mini or the iPad Pro, both the 12 and 10.5-inch models, and the 24th iPad offering, which does include the Mini and the Pro models. Okay, I suppose if you talk about it with the memory and the Wi-Fi models, this is something like the 96th or 100th iPad. And we're not talking about color cases at all or anything. And yes, I'm not counting the Newton. Nonetheless, the iPad Air 4th generation will be out in October of 2020 with a 10.9-inch display, liquid retina IPS screen, and a resolution of 2360 by 1640. This will give you the best experience an iPad has ever offered. That is until the new iPad Pro comes along. It's only a matter of time. The Air has the new A14 Bionic chip, which I'm unofficially and tributely calling the Steve Austin series. That is the Lee Major version, by the way. When Mark Wahlberg finally dons that red jumpsuit, then we can talk about it. By the way, let me know if you're excited to see a Mark Wahlberg Bionic Man in the comments below. The chip's ARM V8 instruction set includes machine learning control, 16-core neural engines, secure enclave, and 64-bit architecture. This CPU is still a 6-core processor, but is only 5 nanometers in size. That's 2 nanometers smaller than the A13. Now, to put it in perspective, the A4 chip, which was in the iPad 1, was about 45 nanometers. It's 1/9 the size. And no, I don't know the chip size of the Newton. There are 11,800 million transistors in this chip, and then you can get email, you can read your Facebook, you can do your Twitter, you can take your selfies, your TikTok, if that's still a thing in about a month, play games, and cry when you broke your screen and forgot to get Apple Care. Other features will include a 12-megapixel wide camera with an f-stop of 1.8, illumination sensor, 5-element lens, geotagging, panoramas up to 63 megapixels, stabilization, and a whole bunch more. You'll be able to record your 4K 60 frames a second videos of those kids running around the floor or whatever you're going to do, but make sure you have enough disk space to save all of those files, because it's going to fill up really quick. I don't even think a Newton can record or even save a 480p video file in its memory. If you're looking for ultra-wide camera options, well, you're kind of out of luck. This is a feature only the iPhone 11 and iPad Pro have. Let me know if an ultra-wide camera is important in your iPad purchase. Do it in comments below. 7-megapixel selfie camera, which allows for 1080p 60 frames a second. Dual microphones for your control and call, zoom, and, well, I guess that's pretty much it, right? The new addition, actually something people have not only missed, but also have complained about in this new age of face masks. By the way, how do you like this mask? How about this one? Okay, yeah, it doesn't have the mouth guard, so I got one more for you. How about this one? Let me know in the comments, yay or nay. We need a Touch ID more than ever. Now, Apple has put this on the top of the iPad with the button, the power button, which is great because they can seal it all in one area. Only issue is if you use a case for weather protection, you'll need to get one of those with a flap over it that covers over the button. The Air is not water resistant, and there is no Face ID for this model. 802.11ax or Wi-Fi 6 with 2.4 and 5 gigahertz bands and Bluetooth 5.0 technology will be available on this version of Air. This will allow for that second generation Apple Pencil. Cellular models will have gigabit class LTE, which means when 5G comes calling, you'll have some nice speeds to surf on. With the Newton, you did have the 14.4 baud PCIe modem. That's pretty cool. Last big update is USB-C. Now, they haven't said what version of USB-C they're going to put in the Air just yet. We're guessing it's going to be the USB-C 3.1 Gen 2, which will have data transfer of up to 10 gigabits per second, just like with the iPad Pro. However, you can just as easily put in a USB-C 3.1 Gen 1, which only has 5 gigabits per second transfer, or even a USB 2.0, which makes the transfer rate no faster than the lightning cable that I currently have on my iPad. There is one other possibility, which might be the reason why they didn't say what the speed was, and that is if they're working on getting USB 3.2 inside. Now that's 20 gigabits per second, which opens up a whole bunch of possibilities for audio, video capture, docking stations, and all other devices that can connect up to the iPad. It's really all about keeping that price low so they can make money off of the device, because, you know, face it, people are going to buy this iPad. Speaking of which, the price starts at $599, which is what we normally see for this version of iPad. 5 different colors available: gray, silver, rose gold, green, and blue. By the way, the 2020 iPad did come out already, the step down. It's relatively cheaper at $329. It doesn't have a lot of the features that the Air does. It still has the lightning cable. And, well, technically the Air will become next year's iPad model, is my guess right there. So here are my thoughts on getting that Generation 4 iPad Air. I'm personally going to do the update this year because my iPad is actually the iPad Pro 10.5. It needs to be replaced, or more to the point, downscaled. The fingerprint reader means a more secure iPad. The A14 chip will mean gaming and video will work just awesome. No LiDAR, which Apple teased at, no ProMotion, no flash on the camera, and no U1 chip, which I find a little bit interesting. Now, in the previous episode of The Focus, I noted that the U1 option is in the watch for better AirDrop transfers, overcoming Bluetooth issues or wireless connectivity issues. The only other device that has the U1 in it is the iPhone 11. In all, it'll be a good iPad upgrade if you don't want a Pro model and your previous model is a few years old. That or gaming graphics on this Air will look really nice. Now, rumors believe that the Air will be announced on October 13th and possibly coming out on the 19th with the Pro model. Okay. Rumors speculate that the Air will come out around October 13th, which of course is in line with the event for the new iPhone. Since we have a few seconds, let's talk about this new iPhone. I won't say much about the next iPhone, which is tentatively called iPhone 12. Just remember, it's not the 12th generation iPhone. There's still a chance it could be called iPhone 11 SSSSSSSXXXXXXXXXX Max. Since the iPhone gets its own event, I would say it's probably going to be the iPhone 12. Rumored 4 models, including a 6.7-inch OLED 5G 12 Pro max. The Newton had around a 4.5 inch screen, by the way. My guesses for the new iPhone will include the camera, which will give you more options than your DSLR might have, with flashes and face lock, maybe even a finger unlock on the button as well. It'll have the same A14 Bionic chip as the Air, along with all the features you could find in the iPhone 11 or the iPad Pro, just not an iPad Pro. If the iPhone 12 has a USB-C 3.2 inside, you could start seeing an all-in-one dock and lots of videos on how you can replace all your computers and devices just for your phone, just as long as it stays underneath the $1,200 mark, right? We'll have to wait and see on that, but in the meantime, are you going to get the Air? Or did you get to watch? Or are you going to get the iPhone 12? Let me know by commenting down below. And that is the focus for this week. Next week, we will be back with another focus, and we'll take a look at some of the mobile technology out there as we go. Of course, please go ahead and subscribe, like, comment, and ring that bell so you know when the next video comes out. Geekazine does a lot of reviews and interviews and a whole bunch more. If you got an idea for the focus, please let me know. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today, I'm going to take a look at something here that I've been doing a little bit of searching on because I always search and look for Geekazine. I think it's a very important part when you're building a brand to make sure that nobody else is building their brand around your brand. So I conduct regular searches for my name. Now, the cool thing about Geekazine is it's easy to search for because not too many other people use Geekazine because why? It's a unique name. And when you build a website, a lot of people say, try and stay away from the unique names. Have something that's solid, even if it's like 2 or 3 words, like the big trees or something like that, because then it's more easily searchable. But the fact that my brand pretty much created its own little corner on the internet, it's been nice and great to search for, because then I can find myself. Like, for instance, if I search for Jeffrey Powers, I get a swimmer, I get a lawyer, I get a French horn player, I get, and of course I get myself. But as you can see, the water's a little bit murky in specific search results. However, when I search for Geekazine, it's pretty much bare. I mean, you get the random stuff, and I definitely see websites out there that have used Geekazine's content, and that's the best part, is they're using the content, and I love that. But when they use the content incorrectly and they fake things, I have a problem with, and that's what I ran against. So what I did was I did a search, and I didn't use Google, or I didn't use Bing. I didn't use those. I used a search engine that's a little bit more open, and well, open's probably not the best word. A little bit different, and it's called Yandex. And it's a simple web search. They've got mail, they've got maps, they've got video and stuff like that. They're also in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Turkey. You get the idea. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do a search of Geekazine and see what shows up here as opposed to something like Google. Because you got to remember that sometimes when you get bad sites, Google decides, okay, we're gonna knock that out. And so it doesn't show in their search results, and rightfully so. But in this case, I want to see those sites. I want to see this content. And I also create Google alerts for myself. So when new content shows up, it'll pop onto Google alerts. And I've seen these things before. And a lot of times, you know, they're fly by night. They come and they go. And it's not a big deal. But this one doesn't seem to be come and go here. So I did search, as you can see. And it's got, you know, Geekazine's the first top result, which should be geekazine.com, and then my YouTube page, which makes perfect sense. And then so they show some of the images that you can get from Yandex, which is the same images you can see on Google or Bing. Perfect, no problems. My Facebook page, my Twitter profile, Soundboard. I must have signed up for Soundboard at one time. It looks on the up and up, so no problems there. my Twitch channel. See, and then of course some of the videos that they've indexed on Yandex. So that's all well and good. We get to about the third page. We're going to skip the second page. We get to the third page, and this is where we're going to see some really interesting things. And we start with this thing, uaclips.com, and I don't know if I have that first. I don't think I have that. Yeah, it's not up there first. This is there was one before this over on trvid.com. That was it. But you see AZ clip, you see LV clip. In fact, you're going to see a lot of them that are even going to be something clip, like DE clip. I think that's for Denmark clip, or vid, something xvid, or something like that. So, but it's very, you know, it's either vid or clip is in the names here. So, all right. So we go to some of these sites, and as you can see, we'll see some of the videos that I do. But you're going to see something a little bit more than that. And we'll go to this first one here. Let's bring it up here. And as you can see, this one is the trvid.com. And as you can see on the top here, it kind of looks like my YouTube channel, but it's not my YouTube channel. In fact, here, let me just show, did I pull up my, yeah, I didn't pull up my YouTube channel. Let me do that really quick. So let's just give you the reference here. So we'll go to youtube.com/user/Geekazine, which is the official name for it. But anyway, so as you can see, there it is. And I've got TubeBuddy on here, so you're going to see a little bit different. And then, of course, is me signed in. So let's do it from an incognito window over here. So we'll bring that in, and I'll bring that up, and I'll bring this over here, and then we'll bring this over here. So now this is what you guys see. The subscribe button, and you hit subscribe, you have to sign in. The videos, the home button will let you see that I have a live video going on now. But as you can see, my videos are going up here. Now, let's go back over to here. You can see my videos. In fact, you're seeing the latest video. Now, that was 3 days ago that I posted this video, configuring a Stream Deck for Wirecast. But as you can see up here, it has my description. In fact, if you go over here, and I think it's in the About area, there's that description right here. And of course, it's all set up so people can index me, find me, and go from there. So it's all set up like this is Geekazine. Now, here's some of the big differences. And this one right here, there's no sidebar on this one, but we'll show you some sidebars in a second. And of course, they have a unique logo here, which is great, but everything else, if you want to subscribe, this abone of, which is technically subscribe, let's try on slate. Yep, see, subscribe. You hit that button and it just says subscribed. You remember what happened when we did it on the other one? It basically said, hey, you got to sign in first to subscribe. So, but everything here, it'll say that I have 1,812 videos, which is probably right. I got 1,812 public videos, 6,100,000 views, which is probably right. And then looks like 100 comments, but I don't know if that's right or not, because I have a lot more than 100. So as you can see, it's pretty much trying to duplicate, and even down here, it's even pulling the comments from my site. It's weird. And sometimes they'll link, sometimes it depends on the site. Sometimes they will link, sometimes they don't. This one doesn't seem to link. But as you can see, looks like last 50, 60 videos I did are all here. And if you click on them, they're going to take you to a page that looks like a YouTube page. And we're just we'll bring down the volume here really quick. But anyway, it looks like my page. The only thing, this is interesting. Right down here, right here, it has my old Geekazine logo, not my new one that you saw on the previous page. But as you can see, they've got their own ads. Finding single girls and new diabetes leaves doctors speechless. But down here, this is where I have the problems here. First of all, the description exactly the same, except they're not linked. So I have down here, check out the gear I use over at geekazine.com/about or /gears-i-use. They can't click on there to get there. Whereas on my channel, you can click on that to find out the gear that I use to create these videos. The other thing is this one right here. This one has an interesting sidebar. So this is the Pilus. Let's translate that. We can share it, and it's going to share to trvid.com. It's not going to share to YouTube. And of course, the comments, and they got the share link. It's got a download option. It can download HD 720. Now, you can get a third-party piece of software to download your videos. I've done it before, especially when you can only download 720 videos on YouTube, and I have 4K videos, and I need to pull that one back down. So I'll use that to pull it back down. But this one, it will download, and it looks like, I think this one was in, let's see, the settings. Where'd the settings go? Oh, do that again. Settings, quality. It's not going to show me. But anyway, I believe this one is in at least 1080p. I don't go under 1080p, so this has got to be what they can pull out here. And then they have this ad here, so this looks like a watch list of some sort, or a remember to play. And then of course, there's no log on here. Up here we can favor the video, we can watch later, we can post, we can put the My Place subscriptions and trends. Now we'll hit trends, and that goes to trend videos. So not my video right here. So as you can see, it looks exactly like my video, my channel. The only saving grace to this is the fact if I click on the YouTube right there on the video itself, it'll actually take me to my YouTube channel. And as you can see with my YouTube channel, we'll show more. There's all those links I was talking about. So if you want to find out the gear, you click on there, and that goes to geekazine.com/about/the gear I use, which I need to update. So as you can see, that's doing exactly what it needs to do. So that's the only saving grace, is you can then get to YouTube and then continue on with the videos. But in this case, you're watching videos and it's looking like this is my channel. And then it's taking likes and comments, because you can, in some of these, you can actually sign in. And then when you sign in, you're allowed to comment, you're allowed to like. And all of a sudden, those likes, those comments, they don't show up on YouTube. They show up on their site. So now I have no idea. They might be talking about things. Somebody might be asking questions about this video. I have no way to answer them because they're commenting over there. Some of them have a Facebook Connect. So you'll get somewhere they're connected to Facebook, and those comments are somewhere on Facebook. And in a couple of those cases, I haven't found out where the page is, because it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't link to the page, which is really weird. So, so there's different ways that they can create the comments, bring the comments over, and stuff like that. It's really weird. But the thing about this is this one right here, I'm showing you this one first because this doesn't look like the other ones that I've run across. So this was the trvid.com. Very unique. Now let's get to something that looks a little bit more like YouTube, and that's this one right here. And that's uaclips.us. And in fact, if you go over here, you go to azclips.us, lvclip, declips, the xvid. You see that? So, and as you can see, my banners, this banner, I put this banner up 2-3 days ago. Actually, I updated it to put in a little bit more on the graphics. And I think I did that yesterday. As you can see, it's up there. In fact, I see anything about 12 hours. There's a 12-hour delay on that. And here, let me show you. This is the perfect example to show you. We'll go over it. This is NBC Nightly News, and we'll refresh it just in case they added anything new. And as you can see, their latest video is this one. These two right here. Swimmer Lewis Pugh to take frigid Antarctica plunge, and the NBC Nightly News for January 1st. Now we'll go over here. And as you can see with the videos, there 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, this Antarctic plunge was posted, and it's already been ripped and moved over here. And if you go over here, we'll click on both of them. And think about this. This is the other thing is this is in incognito mode. So we're going to get ads on this. But we're not going to get ads on this because it's an embedded video. Now, embedded videos do have ads to them. And that's good. But for somehow they're finding a way to forego the ads. And I'm not sure how that happens. There's probably some sort of programming trick you can do to make sure that the ads don't play on here. I know at one point there were some embed videos where it wouldn't play ads at all. But in this case, none of these channels, none of these websites play ads. So now, if you're using this for your ad revenue, you're getting the views. You're not going to get the subscribers. You're not going to get the likes. And you're definitely not going to get the ad revenue because it's not showing up here. For some reason, they can block these ads. And it looks exactly the same. And this is, once again, this is not just Geekazine. This is everything. This is, like I said, this is NBC Nightly News. We find the most recent. We'll go here, and we'll go to this drop down, and we'll go to, I believe this is trending. It's in Russian. So let's just translate it really quick. And they have it as popular. So that's their popular videos right now. So we'll go to YouTube and we'll go to trending. And as you can see, there's a little bit difference between them. But 2 days ago, these videos came up 2 days ago. And even the live channels, Geekazine goes, we're live 24/7 over at youtube.com/Geekazine. So you can watch all the same live channels there. And once again, if you click on any of these live channels, hopefully we're not going to click on anything questionable. It goes straight into the video, and you can get to YouTube by clicking on YouTube, and it'll switch you back over there. And there's ads playing. So as you can see, you lose on that, and then they gain because they've got their Russian princesses that you can click on. There's probably more ads down here. I won't get into too much, but doesn't this look exactly like a YouTube experience? Not a totally, but it's definitely got something close to it. In fact, let's go to live stuff. There's a live link here. They've just, in the last couple of weeks, they've just changed this interface. So, of course, you'll see this looks more like the older interface of YouTube. And then they switched this stuff around a little bit. So I don't think we're going to find the exact same video that we do here. Let's just see if we can find something close. I don't think we can. Okay, we won't get into it too much. But as you can see, anything live that's on YouTube is on here. Now let's move on. Let's keep going here because once again, here's the other thing. Let's go to one of these videos. This is on the xvid.us. And we'll pause it. No ads. All links. Here's another thing that I want to show you. When Geekazine shows up here, it is linked, but it will link back to the xvid, UA clips, FR clips, whatever the websites are. None of my links work. They pull my comments. Those don't even link back. And in fact, they're even doing the verified marks too. So it looks exactly like a YouTube page. But here's another difference. And this is not the replay here. Maybe this one doesn't have it. If I hit subscribe, as you can see, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. If I hit the link here, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. I can add to my playlist or watch later. I can share it. And this one just does the embed or share. But they're all links to xvid. They're not your links. Now is one, I want to show you one that does this, and maybe they took it off, but even 24 hours ago, they had this. Here we go. Let's hit that translate button. Download this video right here. You click on that, You got an MP4, you got a WebM, you got an MP4. Medium, I'm guessing, is 480, but the most you can do is 720. So now somebody can natively download your videos and then put them wherever they feel is necessary. And that's a problem right there. I know, like I said, I know that there's third-party programs that allow you to download your YouTube videos, but to have it right here, and in fact, if I click on it, it's gonna download it. I'd have to right click. In this case, I'd have to right click and say save as, but I can now download and save that file. And that's not right. It's absolutely not right. And whereas I got 85 views on here, if I go to YouTube, I got 85 views. But I don't see, I think what they do is they find out how many views I have here, and then they port it over. But then when you watch it, those views aren't going back to YouTube. Well, in that case, they are going back to YouTube, but I bet you that they're even counting in there. They got a way to count them. And when you like, those likes aren't going back to YouTube. They're staying right here. Any comments, they're probably not going back to YouTube. They're staying right there at DE Clips, at LV Clip, at AZ Clip, at UA Clips. I don't have a problem with a website pulling my embed videos. And in all reality, I even don't have a problem with the ads not playing on the embed videos. But when they rip the channel completely word for word, making it look like a YouTube channel, in fact, even with, it looks like the YouTube logo up on the top corner. The only difference is instead of saying YouTube, it says UA Clips. To have that look exactly like the channel is just, it's amazing. And so what I've done is I've talked to YouTube about this, and I've asked them, what do we do? What can we do to stop this? And they said, well, you can do a copyright infringements post one. And I said, well, that really doesn't make sense because they're not infringing on my copyright for the video, but they are infringing on the text. Because text, that's technically plagiarism right there. Because they're taking word for their website. And they're not attributing back to Geekazine in the way that I feel that they should. And then I talked to them and they said, well, that's not really copyright infringement on your part. And they said, yeah, you're probably right. So now what do we do at this point? How can we make sure that these websites aren't pulling ad revenue and off of your videos, off of my content? In fact, I go on there, you look and you'll see lots of content creators, even the tech savvy ones. I bet you if I go here and I go, let's do this. Let's go Marcus Bromley. There. And wait for it. Look at that. Well, there's Marcus Brownlee channel. He's got 10 million followers. MKBHD, 10 million followers. And so when this, like for instance, this one 3 days ago about 2020 tech he's ready for, 2 million views already. 2 million views. And from that, how many views are coming from here, and how many people are using this as a YouTube channel to pull their information, and how many get to forego the advertisements. So I click on the YouTube part and I'll most likely get, well, maybe I didn't get an ad. Maybe this one doesn't have ads to it, which is surprising because I would figure that there'd be some sort of ads on it. This might be a sponsored video, so that might be the reason why. But as with any other video, the ads have less of a chance of showing on the embed video, and I have yet to see an ad pop up in any of these websites. So they must be doing something to make sure that those ads aren't playing at all, which is wrong, completely wrong. So What do you guys think about this? I know for a lot of you that just watch YouTube videos, you're like going, oh, great, now I'm going to go over to this site because now I can watch these videos. Got to remember that there might also be some tracking stuff on here. And if they ask, because just like regular websites, you know, the top pop-up that says, hey, we use this tracking thing. You want to be informed when new videos showed up, just hit the allow button. You shouldn't do it. Hit the block button and just move on, because now they can communicate with you to keep you coming back to this channel instead of to YouTube. And that is the key right there. And for me, I have, like I said, I have a problem with this simply because of the fact that I'm a content creator. I'm making nickels and dimes. That's how I make my revenue. I have multiple revenue models, including affiliate links, including extra work that keep my business alive. But a chunk of it is AdSense. And AdSense does pay for a few of my bills during the month. And even if it's 1/10 of the traffic that comes through each of those websites, well, maybe not 1/10, but let's say 1/10 as a whole from all of those websites, because it looks like it's from the exact same creator. And in fact, it even comes down to, and I haven't showed you this part yet, and that's down on the bottom here. And that's the bottom, which still looks like YouTube stuff. They have their links, which I have to translate once again. Whoops. Hit the wrong button. Let's translate it. They have info, conditions, piracy, help, and contacts. If you go to info, it'll give you the information of what UA clips. It says that copyright UA clips, and of course this will say copyright AZ clip, and this will say copyright LV clip. You get the idea. And in Russian, so I got to translate again. Conditions takes us to a terms of service page. Privacy takes us to a privacy page. Help. Let's see if we can just click on help before it goes. You know it does. Oh, there it is right there. So let's go to help. I think that was this one. Translate it again. Help. Seems to be going to the same page. Let's back up. Probably just a small glitch on their part. I don't really care. I'll go over here. Translate. Help. Oh, okay. So the help page, it's just a dead link. We'll go to communication. This is the exact same one you'll see on all these pages. Communication, you can put in your name, your email. The CAPTCHA, they don't have the right certificate, so the CAPTCHA doesn't work on here. So your message probably goes absolutely nowhere. But once again, this is all stuff you can do. And then, of course, right here, you click on that blue button up on top. You can sign in with your Google account. I wouldn't do that. But, that's up to you, however you want to do it. But as you can see, this looks pretty darn close like a YouTube channel. Live channels, content only a few hours old as new. We got to figure out a way to stop this, because this is not right. And that's why I'm showing this, because I did a search to see if anybody else was talking about this. I found nothing. I don't know why. This is a problem. This needs to be taken care of. If anything, once again, I don't mind if they take the video and embed it. And if ads don't play, that's fine. But if I have a description and you use that description word for word, and there's links there, those links better be coming back to geekazine.com. Those links better be going back to the area that I want them to go to. And I definitely don't want that download button on any of these sites to download my videos. Not that I don't want you to have the free videos, but I don't want to lose money, because some people are going to download them, they're going to upload them somewhere else. And then we got to go chasing down for copyright. That's always a fun thing to do. We won't get into that here. But bottom line, you can see what I'm talking about. This is wrong in so many levels, but I don't know what to do.
And just the amazing fact that it looks exactly like my channel, and I click on the links. Now here, okay, so it shows my old logo and not the new one. So that's the old one down here. Me looking to the left, and then this one with the Geekazine logo. That's the difference. So anyway, tell me what you think. You think we need to deal with this, or is this something that's like, okay, maybe this is free advertising, go for it. Let me know. Comment down below. I need your comments. Go ahead, like this. Don't like this on those sites because I'll never see it. And then let me know what you think here. And of course, you can subscribe over on youtube.com/Geekazine. Hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. So it goes to YouTube, doesn't go to those other sites. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. I hope this has opened your eyes to doing searches on your content to make sure that your content isn't being monetized by somebody else. I hope this opened your eyes on that. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we are taking a look at the KimaFun wireless headsets. They got several of them that you can get right here, right now. 2.4 gigahertz wireless headset for doing videos like this, maybe doing speeches, maybe doing teleconferences wireless, and a whole bunch more. We're going to talk about that next on Geek Tech Talk Live with me, Jeffrey Powers. In French, oui. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put Any Geeky Got Me, and we are here talking about this little product right here. Follow me on the socials right there. I'm on all of them as Geekazine. First of all, I want to let you guys know that I do review products, and I did get this product for review. They have no say in what I say and how I say it. All opinions are of my own. You go over to geekazine.com for more information, and we'll go from there. Let's check this out really quick. This is the KimaFun wireless microphone. So it's a headset microphone, and I asked them, they have several different ones. In fact, if we go over to the page here, there we are, you can see all the different ones, from wireless headsets to lavalier mics to a lot more. There's even a handheld unit. There's a karaoke unit. There's a this one right here. I think this goes onto a flute. So you got a lot of instruments. There's a saxophone one. Let's go to the second page here. There's guitar, and yeah, they got a few different ones. But this is the one we're talking about right here. It's got the headset, it's got the lavalier, and it attaches to this this dongle looking thing. So I'm guessing that I'll be able to actually connect up other things, maybe even put in instruments to it. I don't know. Let's see what we've got on the box. They showed a lot of the boxes here. 2.4 gigahertz wireless, so it's got it runs on a wireless spectrum. So just watch to see what type of wireless spectrum you have running through the area that you're going to use this on, because you could possibly get some interference if there's a lot of devices running 2.4 gigahertz, and that's lower than what it used to be. So this is basically the unit that's a cable, USB cable to charge it, and it does a charge time of 3 to 4 hours with a use time of 6 to 8 hours, and it's a USB micro. And what does that mean? That means that it's the type of USB cable that you would use to connect up to, and that's included with this this device. So without further ado, let's do this. Let's open this box up and start testing it. So we got the KimaFun right here. We're gonna open it up. It's gonna be pretty straightforward on the connection here. All right, here we go. So we opened it up. And to begin with, we get a little card right here that basically says, "Dear customer, thanks for the purchase of the KimaFun product. We strive to endure blah, blah, blah. If you have any problems, this is the email address you should contact. Thank you very much, blah, blah, blah." Little instruction manual, and probably multiple languages. It's looking, right now, it's looking English. So we're just going to look through it really quick. Yeah, it's exactly what we just saw on the Amazon page. Everything right there. How to place the lavalier mic as opposed to the headset mic. I'm wondering if it uses the same microphone and the headset's just a casing for that same microphone. But we'll see. We'll find out in a second here. We can do it with smartphone and tablet, and we can do it with desktop and laptop with the included cables. Frequency band, 2400 to 2483 megahertz. So that's not too bad. Pairing method it'll pair automatically. Charging time is 3 to 4 hours. Transmitter working time is about 6 to 8 hours. Receiver continuous working time is about 10 to 12 hours. So it also tells me that capsule dimension, it's a unidirectional condenser microphone. So it will pick up a lot of the area. And it's unidirectional, which means that it will try to cancel anything coming out that way. Its frequency response is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, so it's a pretty good range. We'll test that out and see how that works. The impedance is 680 ohms, and it's about 1.5 volts. Maximum input sound level is 120 decibels. You don't need it louder than that. So that's basically the instruction manual. Let's push this up just a skosh so you can see things better. All right, so we got a couple in this bag right here. We've got a couple foams, and it looks like we've got a jack to plug in. Next up, this is, I believe it might be the lavalier. Yeah, it looks like the lavalier. So yeah, these are two separate items, and that's pretty cool because let's say you're running the headset and the cable's starting, it's an older unit and the cable's starting to go. You can switch to the lav and continue on. It's pretty big and it's got a nice little clip on there. So can't wait to give that a try. And then what do we got next? Let's pull out the other cables. This is the adapter cable they were talking about, and this is for an iPhone or any other phone that does 3-pole items. So that's basically the stereo. So one of these is the headset and the other one is the microphone. Next up, this is a clip of some sort. I've seen a little bit on it, but I'm not sure. I think this looks like a belt clip. So I'm guessing that so one of these items fits on the belt clip. I'm guessing the receiver to the headphones or headset. And then let's pull this out. We've got the headset right here. That looks pretty nice. It's got a little gooseneck right there and very adjustable for that, but definitely fits on the head. Now I've got my other headset on, so let's see how well we can knock this around. And then this is a little gooseneck, so you can bring it like that. So you can have some conversation and they can hear you. Definitely. So that's that. Let's take this off for now. We'll put it back on later. Let's go back here. Next up in the box, we have another cable. This looks like the USB micro cable, and this looks like a split cable. So what this means is when you charge the units, you'll charge it using the same cable, and that does change the charge time. So if you need to charge faster, you might want to get separate cables for that. I'm not a big fan of these split cables and usually just throw them out because you never know what damage they can do to any device at all. All right, we have two units here that send the receiver and the capture device. This is the receiver. This is what you'll plug into your phone or your PC or anything like that. It's got a regular stereo input, and that other plug will shows you that you can plug that in into a mixer or something like that, and it'll give you the 1/4-inch jack here. Unbalanced this is called balanced, and the other one's called unbalanced, that single one. So there's a little bit of plastic on here, so let's take back the film. We all like to take back the film. There we go. On the side we have the USB cable and then an on-off switch. So, and I don't know if this is powered at all. We do have a blue light flashing right here. That's gonna, I don't know, I think it's looking for its pair. So we're gonna leave that, we're gonna set that to the side. We're gonna zoom back out. Let's pull out the last piece, I believe, off of this whole thing. And this is what you would have on your person. So this is the unit that sends the signal, the audio, to the laptop or the phone or something like that. As you can see, it's got the 8-inch jack input, which is a screw input. That's cool. So it doesn't unplug. You'll have to screw it down to keep it going. Just like with this headset, that's how that works. And the same thing on the side. We've got the charge and then the power on. And then I'm assuming, and once I have a feeling once I turn this on, these are going to pair together and those blue lights are going to stop blinking. Just like that, they stop blinking. So I don't know how much battery life is on these, so hopefully there's enough to do a couple examples and go from there. But you get the idea, and then towards the end we'll try and hook it up to the computer to see how that sounds. But right now that is the KimaFun. It connected fairly quick, so and it'll be interesting. What I'm going to do is I think once I turn this off, that'll start flashing. Yeah, I'll start blinking. So I'm going to turn this back on. I'm going to do a quick walk to the other side. We'll see if that starts blinking. I won't be able to tell as I'm walking away, and we'll do this so you don't see the green screen on there. So I'm going to walk out, and I'm going to close a couple doors, and then you're going to see with this first door, it might just start blinking. No, it's still doing good, so we'll keep going. It says about 100 feet. And now I'm going out to the garage. I'm going to open up another door. I'm going to close that door. There we go. Now you probably see some blinking. You might even hear some static on my end. So, 2 rooms to connect. That's not too bad. You definitely, and that, like I said, even my headset probably went in and out for a second there as I closed doors, walking from part 1 to place 1 to place 2, because like this one did. That was my indicator. It was when this started blinking. I'm assuming that this started blinking as well. So right there, that's the KimaFun headset, and it's connected. It looks pretty connected. So now, what the next step is to actually just try it out. Anyway, let's go back over here. So as you can see, it's a plug with a twist on it with a little threaded nut on it. So we'll push that in, and then we'll turn this down to lock it in place. There we go. And now what I'll do is first of all, I'll see if there's a way to test if there's any lights that come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll come really close to the microphone. So no, I don't see any indicator or anything like that. I'm going to take this, and the belt clip we can just basically clip to the unit. Plug it right there. And now we can put it onto our belt. If you got a belt. If you don't got a belt, then you can't put it on a belt. Simple as that. It's a little tough, but there we go. There it goes. And it might not be totally on, so it might snap off for a second there, but we'll figure it out. Now, another thing is you shouldn't put a microphone on top of a microphone, because that might cause some different issues. But that looks pretty good. So how do I look? Do I look like some infographics salesman type thing? I don't know. Which microphone do you like better? Do you like this microphone, the bigger and more noticeable, or the smaller one and less noticeable? Let me know. Let me know. So, all right. Any questions? We don't have any questions yet, so let's continue on. We're going to start with the iPhone. I got my iPhone 7 here. And of course, with your iPhone, you need to have the lightning splitter. So I got that. And then we need this cable right here, which is basically what determines your microphone from your headphones. So you can plug in a set of headphones. And all these have these little plastic caps on it. That's just protective. So you could probably just throw those away. But if you want to keep them, that's fine. That's up to you. So let's see. We have one that's going to say microphone and one that's going to say headset. There we go. So we're going to plug this into the microphone side. And this one doesn't have a screw, although the receiving unit has a screw down, this cable does not have that. So not a big deal. it was pretty solid when I clicked it in there. So let's get it on the iPhone. We'll plug it in. And there it is right there. So we'll hit the home button. It's going to ask for my passcode. You can't see my passcode. There we go. And we'll bring it in here. And what we're going to do is, I guess we'll just come up into the voice memos. And then we're going to record something. So let's go ahead and do it. Everything is on. We got blue lights right here. Blue lights, whoops. Blue lights are showing. Blue lights. You can see it on the table too. So here we go. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. So that's not too bad. It's definitely got a different sound than what I have on this microphone. I think I hear a little crackling. I'm not sure if it's recording this or not. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and I'm going to hit the record button, and then I'm going to set it underneath the desk like I normally do. And I'll go, Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to follow. All right, so is it coming from the microphone or is it coming from the phone? So let's find out here. Button. And then I'm going to set it underneath the desk like I normally do. And I'll go, Mary had a little lamb. As you can tell, what I just did there is as I was saying that, I was putting it under the desk. If this would have been from this microphone, you would have heard it actually lose sound and sound a lot more muffled. But that's coming straight from this headset. I'm not sure how great that is, how not so great that is, because there are absolutely, I'll leave that unplugged. There are absolutely no controls for this. I can't turn up a gain or anything like that. It's very automatic for connecting to a phone. So now what we're going to do is we're going to connect it up. I'm going to connect it up, see if I can connect it up to my PC, and hopefully we don't kill everything doing that. So let's do that. I'm calling an audible because I can use one of these other adapters. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this 1/4-inch adapter, and Michael's going mixer would be best, and so that's what we're going to do. We're going to plug this in. It looks like you turn the whole unit. It's not independent from the plug there, but that's once it's turned in, it's in there. So now, like I said, this is not meant for guitar. This is meant for microphone, but we could probably try and plug in an instrument or something like that. But it probably will cause issue. So let me turn on we'll plug it in, and I want to hear it before I come over there. My headset's over here. I was using it for something else. Ha! Gotta love it. This is gonna be mono, because I have my headset in the other thing. So let's get this down to 0. Or if it clicks, there we go. So now I'm going to turn down this microphone, and hopefully I don't think you'll be able to hear the other one. So this microphone should be down. I'm going to even mute it. I should have just muted it. There, I muted that microphone, and now you should be hearing from the other microphone. And you might be hearing from one side. Let me make sure that it's running in stereo. That's the streaming program that I'm using. I just need to change the properties on that. Oh, no, you should be hearing it from the center. So now I am running from this microphone. It's got absolutely no effects, no compression, no room noise cancellation on it or anything like that. So I just want to hear it from here. Yeah, Michael's saying no loss in quality. It's actually sounds pretty decent for that. And as you can see from my headset microphone to the actual microphone, there's a difference. But I can even pull this in a little bit more, and I just might have to turn down at the mixer. So we won't do that too much. But let's do this. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to have some lunch. I don't know. Anyway, I was going to try and say something funny, but I guess I don't say stuff that's funny. I don't know. So anyway, so that's the sound of the microphone. It sounds pretty good. And as Michael's noticing that there's no loss in quality, it does have, like I said, it does have the range of 20 hertz to 220 kilohertz. So, you know, I could literally put this on the bass drum of my drum set and get a bass sound off of it, or the high end hi-hat or cymbal, and it should be able to register that. So I'm not saying that you should use these microphones for miking up your drums, but you could in a pinch. And that's not too bad. One more time. There we go. Put that in. There we go. So now the high end, this is the high end all the way down. Let's go all the way up. That's the high end with a little bit of hiss, a little bit of room noise, as they call it. And then back down to unity. I'll bring that there. So that's the sounds from the mixer there. And come back. Say hi. Hello. How you doing? What'd you think? Yeah, he's a little bit of, just a little bit of low end, which makes it, it brought out the low presence in your voice. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, that is basically the mix of all three. So I guess with a little bit of tweaking, I could really mix this up. Now let's pull out the lavalier, and I will turn off the sound when I flip it. All right, so now we should be back. Yeah, I heard when I unplugged it from the dongle here, I heard through my headphones way over there the click. So I'm glad that I unplugged it so you could hear it from there. So, but this is how the lav looks, and I probably would put it underneath my shirt and then attach this to the belt pack. I wouldn't be surprised if you could get other microphones for it, so you could technically have a real high-end microphone that, you know, for like my Sony the headset microphone that I have right now. In fact, let's do that. Let's have some fun. We are now on this headset mic with the Kimafun. And you can get a skin-colored lavalier headset microphone that is one of the units that you can get with Kimafun. But this is the headset that I have right here. Please don't ask what it is, because I don't remember. It was it's a few years old. So, but this is what it sounds like with that. Let's take off all the extra effects again. So now you're just hearing straight from the microphone right here. All right, so this is the Kimafun headset. You can get it. It's on Amazon right now. Here's the link to it. About $56 for this one, but of course they have other versions of it as well, including a skin-colored headset at $59, and then just the lavalier at $59. This actually is less price for this dual headset. So, and from what we saw and heard, it sounded pretty decent. So I like that. Richard Martinez goes, hello, what are the uses for this type of headset? Well, it's really simple. It's whatever you need the headset to do. If you're doing a vlog and you want to hook it up to your phone, you can do that. I showed you how to do that. If you are doing a presentation on Zoom and want a wireless headset mic, you could probably do that. You might need to get a couple adapters so everything plugs in properly. If you want, I suppose you could hook it up. Well, I have it hooked up to a mixing board, so you could use it, I suppose, for your vocals if you wanted. I probably wouldn't use it for singing, but hey, each their own, I suppose. If you want to, there's a lot of different reasons to have this headset microphone, and it does a pretty good job in that. I'd love to. Maybe I should probably get behind my drum set in a little bit, and just kind of see how well the microphone reflects off anything, any extra noise. That is, and that will always be the Kimafun wireless headset. It's about $56 to $59, depending on which version you get. And you can get them for microphones. You can get them for instruments. You can get them for whatever. It's got a good range to it. Sounded pretty good from what I heard. So it would probably be good in the pinch type microphone for anybody that has to have, doing something professionally. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. If you want to
contact me. Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in Geek. Go over to geekazine.com, definitely, and we'll talk about it. We're on all the socials, and yeah, we'll go from there. So you've been watching another fun episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you guys coming on. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Richard, for doing that. And until next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're going to be talking with Amy Corbett, who is the Brickmaster and of course the LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. We're going to talk about the show LEGO Masters. We're going to be talking about LEGO brick building, and I'm going to show her some of my creations. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. All right, we got a special guest on right now. We've got Amy Corbett. She is the Brickmaster, and she's a LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
In my new home office.
I like your home office. It's got a lot of LEGO to it.
It does have a little bit of LEGO. I've got my Brickhead collection, where is it on display up here, and my minifigures. There's little sprinklings of LEGO all over my house.
So give us the full rundown of who you are, what you do at LEGO.
Yeah, so of course, most of you know me as a judge on LEGO Masters, but my day job is actually a senior design manager at the LEGO Group, where I run a team of designers to create new toys and product experiences, most often for kids, using the LEGO brick as our creative medium, of course.
It's also for adults as well. As I've gotten into my LEGO thing, as you can see on my table here, I got a few little Legos. I've been doing these Lego builds. Thank you. I've been doing these Lego builds, and I've been doing them in real time, which means that when I publish it on YouTube, it's published brick by brick by brick. I don't do any editing unless there's like a big pause where I had to go to the bathroom or something like that. But everything, so they can actually follow along with me. And so these are the two that I've done so far: the Starfighter X-wing and the dinosaur one. And of course, my latest one is going to be this. Got the right. There we go. And that is the Harry Potter's.
Love it. Some great set choices there.
So, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the show, and then we'll talk a little bit about building Legos a little more. The show, it's all done, it's all ready. So we'll see a finale and no issues on any type of post production or anything like that. Correct?
No, we're all good to go. You will get a semi-final this week and a grand finale next week, so no worries there.
And of course, we've been watching the show religiously, and can't wait for the last two shows. So, what can you tell us so far? Well, I know you can't tell us what happened at the end. We'll just have to wait and find out. But filming the show, how challenging was that?
Oh, big question. I think for me personally, it was being a judge on a show like LEGO Masters was a much bigger challenge than I ever thought it would be. When you sit at home on the sofa and you're watching judges on different reality shows, it seems really easy. But when you're actually there, seeing the builds live, seeing the passion and energy that all of the teams put into what they're making, then it's much tougher to make the decisions, and it comes down to the tiny little details on the day of who does best in every challenge. So I think being a judge was really difficult because the builders exceeded our expectations every time with the builds they created.
Yeah, I've been amazed at what the builders are doing. Especially, I've been more amazed at the fact of how they've grown. The first couple episodes, somebody like Tyler and Amy were kind of not in sync, and then they grew, and now they are who they are.
I think that was one of the most amazing things for me to see as a judge and as a coach on the show, because of course we also checked in with the teams all the time and gave them tips and tricks and pushed them to how they could be better builders. And the growth that some of the teams have shown in the competition is absolutely incredible. I think we're so proud of how they all grew every week and what they accomplished.
Yeah, when they're doing these builds, do they have like a day to prepare? Are you telling them, okay, this week we're doing this type of build, or is it just like the next day they're right back into it?
That would be really nice, wouldn't it, for them? But no, it was back-to-back challenges and building. And they didn't have any pre-warning or preparation. So when you see them being told this week's challenge is build the story created by these kids, that was when they found out. And then the same goes with the twist. There was no pre-preparation. So the speed at which they came up with ideas every time always amazed me, because they of course had to think of what they were going to build before they could start with the bricks.
So what happens to these Lego creations after? Are they, well, of course, what was it, week 2 they all got destroyed, but are they going to be displayed anywhere that you know of?
We had 3.5 million bricks there all the time for the builders to use, but of course they use a lot of bricks in every creation, and every Lego brick is designed to be in lots and lots of wonderful builds. So we reuse the bricks as much as possible. So after every challenge, we take amazing photographs, we film all the builds, and then actually there's a team that take them apart, so we can reuse the bricks to make even more wonderful creations. There's a few key builds that maybe have been saved. I don't know, maybe there's a chance sometime in the future that they will be displayed. I can't really give you any details of that.
I would guess that the winning build would probably stay constructed and use that, but we don't know. That's my assumption, but we'll leave it at that. Out of all the advice that you've given the contestants, what's the best advice that you felt that you gave to them, or if you haven't gotten that far yet, any advice to any type of future Lego builders?
That's a tough question. I think for the builders on the show, one of the best pieces of advice was to plan out what they were going to build before they started, because it would really help them to focus and to know each other as a team. And I think exactly like you said with some of the teams in the beginning, they weren't working in sync. And then as soon as they worked out how to work together and saw the strengths in each other and how they could best support each other, they made truly amazing things. So I think if you're building with someone, it's really great to know each other and your building styles. If you want to get better at building at home, I think just build as much as you can. Yeah. Set yourself little challenges to build as many bugs as you can in 10 minutes, to replicate your house, to make different details, things that you wouldn't naturally make, and push yourself. And the more hands-on you are with the bricks, the better you will get.
Now, they had, when they were building, they had tablets, which they were drawing on. Is there a specific program that they're using to build their creations with?
They were just using them often as a sketch pad to sketch out the idea. So it wasn't a specific Lego program they were using. It was what was available on the Microsoft Surface is what they were using.
Oh, okay. How about you? When you say, okay, we need to make this design, whether it be something from a franchise creation or a movie or something like that, or something that's kind of on the top of your head, how do you go about the process in putting that together? Yeah,
I think every Lego designer is different. I very much like to think through the idea, sketch out a little bit of how I think the layout and the composition is going to be, and then I move quite quickly into the bricks. And I'm very much hands-on with the bricks rather than computer programs. So I love to grab first some of the bricks that I think will inspire me the most. So the little details actually that I say I really want to focus in here, the colors that I want to use, and make a little color palette of how I'm going to balance the colors. And then I quite often build in white or gray first, actually, to get the silhouette down before I start moving into the color and details. But of course, our teams did not have the luxury of making a trial run before they went into the big build. So they had to make a lot of these decisions really quickly and just go for it. Yeah.
Just amazing stuff there. So a little bit more about how you guys put together your Lego creations. How long does it take to put something together, have it ready, and then have it out for the masses to use?
So we have in the Lego offices, we have different phases of how we work. We have a time where we work very blue sky, it's open ideas, anything is possible. And then we make some decisions on what are we actually going to make, and we build it, put it into production, get it ready to go into the boxes. So all in all, it takes a bit over a year, around a year and a half usually, from first ideas until the products are actually in the box and on the shelf and you can buy them at home. So there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of different people, work going into the building instructions and how you'll actually create them yourself at home, and all the material you get in the box.
I'm assuming you have like groups come in and build Legos and they figure out what's working, what's not, correct?
Yes, so we are very hands-on with the builds. We have kids in with play sessions where they will see what's fun, what features they like, what's missing, what characters or colors they prefer. Can they actually build this model that we've designed for a 6-year-old, or is it way too difficult? And likewise with the adults, we test a lot as well. So we aim to have every single Lego product on the shelf go through the hands of someone to play with.
I know that if you ever need anybody, I'm right here ready to build Legos if you want.
That's great. We'll remember that.
All right. So before we go, just really quick. So I'm doing these real-time builds, brick by brick. You can watch them on YouTube. And I'm also on Amazon and Amazon Live Creator. Is there any suggestions that you have for me? Because what I do in my organization, I don't know if you've seen any of my videos, but what I do in my organization is I organize by color first. To put all the bricks together. But is there anything that you can think of that could help me move it along so I'm not taking too long I'm not being too fast for some of these people?
I like to start by organizing by color, taking all the bigger pieces aside, and I always keep the bags of small pieces separately because finding the small pieces amongst everything else is extremely difficult. So for me, that's the best way of sorting. What other tips? Always be thinking one step ahead in the building instructions. I think as you're putting the brick down, move on to the next step. That can keep you building quite fast. And yeah, that's my best tips, I guess, for building. The more you build, the more you follow the instructions. I guarantee the faster you will get. You should see me and Jamie following instructions. It's very fast.
Well, if you ever want to come on and build Legos with me, you're more than welcome to. So
yeah, maybe I can do that sometime.
Really quick, one last question. What's it like to work with Batman, Will Arnett?
As you can imagine, it is extremely fun. He never switches off, constantly joking. So Jamie and I were always laughing on set. And I think their dad jokes were rubbing off on us by the end. At least I know I started telling dad jokes by the end of it. But really, he was great. I think he was such a good balance to me and Jamie when sometimes we had to be critical as judges. That Will could come in with his positive energy. He was a cheerleader for the teams, and he could build them back up again and remind them that, this was just a learning experience for them, that they were going to get better and that they were all great and deserved to be there. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think he makes all of you make this show so much different than any other reality TV show that's been out there because you have a little bit more fun with it. I mean, it's just all the jokes, all the back and forth, the working with people, the fact, saying, okay, it's time for a commercial. As you know, that's what's going to happen, and just put it together. And of course, from some of the scenes we saw on the B-roll there, you got your Princess Leia look coming on in this next episode. Right?
I do have the Princess Leia look coming on in the next episode. That's a little bit of a surprise. I don't think there's been very much about it so far, but it was really fun little nod to that classic Star Wars look that I had throughout the episodes. And I definitely preferred that look than the Emmett outfit that I was in episode 5, I think it was. The Leia one was a lot more fun.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting outfit. There, so, but I can't wait for the I'm a big fan of Star Wars, of course, being a geek. So I can't wait for the Star Wars episode to air, and then I can't wait for the finals. Jennifer and I will be sitting, watching, and waiting. So,
Amy, thank you very much for your time.
No, thanks for having me. It's been great fun.
All right. Well, there you go. Check it out. Lego Masters on Fox. Of course, if you're watching after the fact, you could probably get it on any of the streaming services, including the Fox streaming service, and be able to watch it from there. I'll just say bye.
Bye.
Hey, don't forget to follow me on the socials. Follow me, subscribe to my content wherever you follow me. And of course, like, I'd appreciate that. Give the love. And we'll go from there. We'll make more interviews just like this one. Can't wait for Lego Masters to come out, and can't wait for that finale. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. Welcome to Geekazine's Virtual Conference Coverage 2020. Today we have Stephen Tellamy. He's from EditShare, and we're going to be talking about, these times, these unprecedented times, as the commercials say. And he's got some great information with his company, EditShare. So let's bring you in. How you doing, Stephen?
I'm doing very well. Well, as you say, within these weird times that we're in, doing good.
All right, and of course, you're with EditShare. Why don't you tell people about what EditShare is all about?
Yeah, so EditShare, we kind of do, I guess, 2.5 things. Our predominant business is around video production storage, so high-speed scale-out storage that you can do all of your video editing, your post-production needs on it. We also have media asset management in our Flow product, and the half a thing is also what we would say is APIs. So we're very much about being an open ecosystem that allow people to plug in to our systems, to extend our storage platform, to extend our media asset management platform, and sort of glue those things together. So those are all of our kind of main points, and I think we can talk a bit about how those we're using each of those things within this kind of time where people are working from home and trying to produce their content from weird remote production environments that they've not had to work in before.
Absolutely. Like the production that's going on behind you. Are those shoes and a microphone? What's that?
Yes, this is my home studio. So I actually also, as well as being CTO here at EditShare, I'm also a media composer. So I write music for film and stuff. The shoes are actually our swag. So we should get you some actually. The little ones. Normally we'd walk around the trade shows with them. So NAB we would have had them out then. But of course we're all a bit virtual on that kind of sense. So
yeah, absolutely. So all right, well, let's get into a little bit about EditShare and what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think something that's very exciting that we've just launched is our EFSV product. And this is an entire cloud-based product that allows you to get working remotely, or actually as your mainline work very, very quickly. So we've been working on cloud environments for quite some time to extend beyond what we've been providing on-prem. So on-prem you can buy our physical storage, our media asset management, and the EFSV product allows you to extend that into a cloud environment. And we've done that to allow people to very quickly spin up an instance in the cloud. We've been partnering with a number of people in the ecosystem, so people like Adobe, AWS, and we've built up our whole ecosystem so you can do all of your editing in a cloud environment.
Okay, and what type of requirements do you need for one of these systems?
So the requirements are you basically would access the system using a technology called Teradigi. So they're a remote desktop technology. It gives you very high bandwidth, low latency editing experience. And so when you're using that experience, it just feels like it's a local environment. You're connecting to a remote desktop, a Windows workstation that's running in that cloud environment. It's got all the GPU power. So all of those requirements are taken care for. You can actually be running on a very very low specification machine locally, because you're connecting to something very powerful in the cloud with, GPU, CPU, memory, and that's where you'd run your editing software like Adobe Premiere, or you could be running DaVinci Resolve, or you could be running Avid Media Composer. You can be running those on that remote desktop. And so locally, your resources are not too bad, actually. You do need some bandwidth, of course, to run that. Connection into the cloud, so you need the back and forth to have that really nice responsive thing. But other than that, it's pretty lightweight, and that's, I think, is a really good value, because it means that wherever you are, if you've just had to sort of you've had to leave your current production facilities, you're working from home, you don't have the specs of laptops or environments locally, you can very easily unlock that power in the cloud.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bandwidth, and that's probably the key, because something like that I would use while I'm on the road, and in something like a Las Vegas setting, I'm getting video done. I want to get it up there so I can get it edited by a crew, or by myself for that matter. And would something like a Las Vegas hotel setting be a good situation for that?
Potentially, yeah. I think it really depends on the kind of workflow that you want to do, and that's why we've got some really good flexibility in the end-to-end system. Getting your material first into the cloud is one part of it. So you can use some technologies such as Expedat or Aspira, these types of technologies, and so we've pre-integrated some of those solutions. It means that you've just been walking around the Strip in Vegas, you've got some footage, you need to get it into the cloud very quickly, then you can just use those technologies to maximize whatever bandwidth you actually have in your hotel room, right? So if you've got a large amount of bandwidth, great, it's going to get up there very, very quickly. So using those types of tools gets your media into the cloud very quick. Once it's up in the cloud, we can scan it with our asset manager, and that will then generate it will generate the proxy resolution versions of those. So then there'll be a lower resolution proxy that's actually very accessible and very easy. So actually, if you didn't have the connection to run a Teradici's, I think Teradici's sweet spot is around 20 megabits per second. Okay. That gives you a very good, very responsive feeling like you're editing locally. If you don't have that kind of bandwidth, instead you could switch to using our Flow Story product, and that seamlessly switches to using the proxy version of the media, which is much lower resolution, but still very usable. You can still edit with it, and then once you've got some availability to get back to a higher bandwidth, you can then switch back to the high resolution material to do your finishing up and your conforming, those kind of things. So those are, in terms of those requirements, we've got some good flexibility between whether you're going to run something at a low resolution and then finish it in high resolution, or you do the whole thing in the high resolution.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've heard that if your hotel room doesn't work in Las Vegas, you can jump on a bus and be able to work from there in high speed. So,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Absolutely. Now you have a few companies working on that. You have a map here that you're going to be showing me, right? What's this?
Yeah. Let me talk about this. So this is a scenario that we put together with Amazon Prime Video. So they're one of our customers who helped us put together this end-to-end solution along with AWS. So in this scenario, we had the Monte Carlo ATP tournament, and that was being sent back to London to a production facility where Amazon Prime Video were streaming it out live to their customers. But at the same time, we were capturing that live feed and uplinking it to the data centers in Virginia. So that's the AWS data centers. That's where we hosted our EFS, so our edit share file system, all virtualized in that cloud. And you had remote editors who were in LA in this case, using that Teradici technology we talked about to access that content in the cloud. So they were using virtual workstations. They were editing using Adobe Premiere on a Windows desktop that actually was in the cloud. It was connected to our high-speed storage. And then when they were done with their editing in LA, they could use our Airflow tool. So Airflow is a web-based review and approve tool. It uses some of those proxy files we were talking about earlier. Okay. So when they finish their edit, they can upload it to that Airflow environment, and then somebody back in the London production center can say, yep, that looks good, or please change this shot or tighten that sequence or use something else. So they can put commentary into that Airflow workflow tool and review it. And so all of these pieces actually are bits that people can use. So you might need the accelerated transfer that we talked about, uploading your content with Expedite. You have the remote desktops and those types of technologies. And I think the other really important part to emphasize here is you need a very high performance storage layer. So we sit on top of Amazon's own storage layer, which is called EBS. We put our virtualized file system on top of that. And what it does is it allows that to span many virtual machines and scale out to, many terabytes, even up to petabytes of storage, but all of that being at very, very high throughput, because when you're doing a video edit, it's not just the quality of the remote desktop experience that's going to be valuable. It's also going to be the speed to which you can stream that video from the storage layer. And so we've optimized that to work really, really very well in a cloud environment.
Yeah, because there's many different factors that you have to worry about from one end to the other. So it's called the EFSV. Was that correct?
That's right, EFSV. Yep, it's up there on our website now. We've just relaunched our website. We're very excited about it. And so in the product section there's an EFSV page that talks all about the solution. I've also got a little bit of it running locally on my machine. If you'd like to take a little look at the experience.
Absolutely. Let's do that really quick. We'll flip over to this page while you switch around screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the page that he's talking about where the EFSV lives. And you can experience that, check that out from there. So, all right, let's see. So we go over here.
So what I'm going to show you, this is going to be proof that, because it's quite difficult to show you that we're in remote desktop environments because it looks like local. I'm using a Mac here. I'm connecting to this NLE instance here, a virtual instance that's running here in the AWS cloud. So that's what I'm going to be connecting to. So when I switch screens here, now I'm looking at a desktop. It's a Windows desktop, right? Okay. So this is the remote desktop experience that's running in a cloud environment. So this is actually running in an AWS data center. I'm connecting to it with Teradicci, and I've got Adobe Premiere here up and running. You can see I've got something and I'm midway through editing, and I've got the full editing experience here. So I've got the ability to stream this, and the quality is really good in terms of, I'm not sure how well it comes across on Skype.
You're seeing this, so go ahead and run that video again. Think about this. It's not only going to the AWS server and coming back to him and wherever the server is for that, whether it be United States or London or whatnot, then it's coming through to me, which I'm then recording it, and it looks, maybe a little bit of frame rate issues, but it looks really nice from here.
Yeah, it's really, really very powerful. And for me, it looks, perfect, in terms of this. And so this is actually running in the Ireland data center. And this is the value of the, cloud environment, is I can put the same solution in Virginia, in Ireland. I can put it, around the globe in different data centers. We've stood this up in Sydney. We've stood this up in Japan. So wherever in the world people are working, we can deploy this same solution so they get that really low latency response. But also, as you say, I'm able to share a screen with you. You're able to see these things, and we can also stream things to each other using NDI and some of those other plugins. So the responsiveness of this product is quite astonishing, and that was really the experience that we've got when we've been putting this into people's hands. We've made it very easy for people to get on board and spin up both a proof of concept system, so they can just go and try their workflow. And we one of our US customers, he just basically said it's like he couldn't believe how good it was. He could do exactly the same workflow that he would normally be able to do in his production suite. In fact, he had multiple monitors set up in his rig at home, and he was able to split the Teradicci remote desktop across all of those screens. So really amazing, that you can do all of that from a cloud-powered system.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about, I'm assuming this is all going to be scalable, so there's probably no one set price, one introductory type situation here.
Sure, yeah. So we can the price can go from one point to another. So in terms of our kind of cloud offering, it starts at around $480 per month, plus then the AWS cost. If you combine the two, it comes to about $750 per month, and that gives you a starting system. But you can then obviously scale that up. So, depending on how much footage you want to be putting, how much editing, how many workstations you want to be running as well. So the great thing about a cloud environment is you can just spin them up and use them as you need them. So if you've just got an editor who needs to start working on a system, and they just need to do 2 hours of editing and then they're done, you can just spin up the workstation for that period of time and then shut it down, and you stop paying for it, which is a really good, powerful way of cost saving. So there's a lot of cost savings things you can do in terms of the overall system to give you a real flexibility of tailoring the system to the way you would like it to work. Wouldn't mind talking to you a little bit about our Flow product as well, because our Flow product is our media asset manager, and that Media Asset Manager is really helpful in terms of these remote production types of scenarios. And so I'm just going to switch screens as well, just to show you a little bit of what I was talking about, our Airflow, but I'll also talk a little bit about some integration we did with Zoom, which is really cool. So this is our web browser. So this was what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about Amazon Prime. They were using this online review and approve. And what I've got here is various clips that I've got imported into our asset manager, and I can see a whole bunch of information, metadata about it. I can preview this media in that proxy format, so it's not in the high resolution format, but in a lower resolution. So this is me now accessing this locally on my workstation, using this tool. So it's very easy for remote production types of scenarios. I can be doing an edit in high resolution somewhere, somebody else where can be accessing the proxy versions of those and viewing all the clips and editing them and putting in markers. So you can see I can put in range markers, I can select stuff. So helping that editor out, choosing the sequences from all of the rushes that have come in, they can use this tool very, very quickly, and then they can then switch to either continue to use our edit share products, or they could switch to bringing that into Adobe Premiere or into DaVinci Resolve or into Media Composer. They can switch between those kind of environments. And something that I was playing around with, because a lot of us are using these virtual desktop and virtual sharing things, was, what ways could we actually ingest media from those? So we use Zoom a lot. Here at Edit Share, we're doing lots of conferences, calls, lots of meetings, lots of knowledge sharing, been loads of great stuff that we've been doing. And we've been doing these external webinars also using Zoom features. And so I was kind of curious, well, could we make it seamless and easy for people just to go and select the content from Zoom and import it? So actually what I was showing on the screen there actually was all content that I've imported from Zoom using this ingest tool. So you can come in, you can pick all of the recordings that you've got in your account, pick which ones you want to ingest into our Flow tool, and then in the background it ingests all the media, it tags it up, and then it's all available for you to tag up, to use, and you can see all of that data here from Zoom. And then I can switch to an editing tool. So I've got this Flow Story, which is using the proxy-based workflows, and I can take all these things. So these are, all sorts of Zoom recordings that I'm skimming through. I've maybe brought in some clips, like some, nice intro clips, and then switching into, showing the Amazon console, and then other footage. So I can edit together all of these webinars into something that's a shorter version. And we're finding a lot of our partners are wanting to do this. They want a version of it, but they only want 10 minutes from the middle of the webinar where we were talking about some particular topic, or they want to translate it into their local language and just show bits of it. So providing people these tools, and what I'm doing, this was this proxy workflow I talked about earlier, where I'm pulling all of this directly from the cloud. So all this material is still in the cloud, but I'm working with it locally through those proxy resolutions. So this is a really cool thing about Flow, is it gives you a lot of flexibility, and because of giving that flexibility to people, we've made the Flow product free of charge until July 1st. So for people who want to be, working from home or having that flexibility of remote productions, Flow is a very, very powerful tool. And with those API integrations, the Zoom one was an example. We took the Zoom API and our APIs, combined them together, and you've got a lot of flexibility. We've got API integrations with AI services, so they can do translation and transcription and object detection. So if you're looking for a cut or a scene that has got a bicycle in it, we can have already pre-index that, and you can go and find those in the Media Asset Manager. So there's a lot of power in that tool, and we're really pleased to be able to offer it for free during the this time when people are trying to adapt to a different way of working.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's all amazing, and we could probably go on a lot longer on this, and I'd love to have you take my video and edit it down, but that's going to have to be on me, but that's okay. Stephen, thank you very much for your time. Editshare.com is where people can go to find out a little bit more about that. So thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
That's another company from the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020 at Geekazine. Since I can't go to the conferences, I'm going to have the vendors come to me. If you're a vendor, if you've got a product that you want to show off, if you've got a service that you want to talk about, let me know. Tweet me over at Geekazine Think Magazine, put in the geek, and let's get on air and talk about it for Geekazine. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and hit that bell notification to let you know when the next video comes out. For the Virtual Conference Coverage 2020, Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out. All right, let's talk about music. Let's talk about bringing in music into your live streams, and let's talk about music that you can use without somebody coming up to you and say, hey, I want some money for that. You're using my song. What you're hearing right now is a song I actually created on my iPad. Whenever I fly, I like to pull it, and I have the phone or the iPad available. I pull it out and I tinker on it. I get ideas, and then of course as a musician, I use those ideas when I create songs. Now, not everybody's a musician, and that's okay. There are still ways you can do it without having to worry about, well, how do I do fourths and fifths and major sevenths and blah, blah, blah. Like, for instance, I could bring in a hip-hop beat. And I can use this beat, and I can actually control it if I want to by little bits and pieces. So you get an idea that there's change to it. And then, of course, I can stop it altogether. So there are different ways to do this. And once again, these ways so far, there have been no copyright to it. Nobody's going to come to you and say, hey, you got a copyright strike because you're using our music. Hey, it's just not going to happen. And if it does happen, you can say, no, this is my original music. So go away. Now, keep in mind, you can't just take like a Billie Eilish song and then create it using one of these programs and then think that you can use that. It's got to be your own creation. I'm going to show you 3 ways you can do it. And even if you're not a musician, these ways will help. But there's many other ways. Now, first of all, before that, we'll talk about some other ways that you can get music in. But keep in mind, if you're using it for live streaming, if you're using it for anything beyond YouTube, especially if your videos all of a sudden show up on TV or show up on Hulu or something like that, then the music, then you face a different type of copyright. Because and this is what I use. I use a program. Let me call it up here really quick. It's called Epidemic. Yeah, there it is. Epidemic Sound. I had to think about that for a second. So this is basically some software that you can use and you can sign up as a YouTuber, and it'll give you music to put in your soundtracks. And a lot of the videos that I put up on YouTube, up on Facebook, will have Epidemic Sound in it. Because I just don't want to deal with it. And it's never going to get past YouTube. And if it did get past YouTube, I'm going to have to take those tracks out or relicense them. But, it's like $15 a month, and I can, if I need a country two-step, or if I need a ballad, or if I need something rocking and rolling, I've got all that music at my fingertips because I've done this. I've tried to get royalty-free music, and without a company like this behind it, it gets tougher. In fact, there is a video out there that I had music in that is commercial-free. They're not, they're not looking for money, but somebody on YouTube found a way to actually create the license for it. And so every time I'll get dinged not a copyright strike from YouTube, but I'll get dinged. I'll get a message from YouTube saying I can't monetize the video because this music is not mine and I don't have permission to use it. Well, the person that put the copyright claim together also doesn't have the permission to use it. So I don't know. I'm working with YouTube on that, but this is a great way to make sure that I always have music at the ready and use it for. And once you put it into a YouTube video, let's say you cancel Epidemic Sound, and they're not going to come back after you because you used it. You bought it for that time period that you used it. Now, if you use that song after that, and you don't have a license set up, yeah, you're going to get dinged for it. But anyway, that's one. There's several different other ones. Video Blocks also does that with story blocks and audio blocks, because then you add video and you add audio and you add pictures and stuff like that. So if you need something more than that, and of course, even on Wirecast, we have the ability to bring in the stock photo. With that is actually video blocks that they're using it from, they're licensing from. So you can bring in audio, you can bring in video. But once again, if you do something more than just your YouTube videos and your YouTube live streams, you might get some emails, you might get some issues and somebody asking for money. So with that said, let's talk about these 3 ways that I'm going to show you. And one's a hardware solution, 2 are software solutions. And the first one's super easy. If you've got a MacBook, this is the easiest way to do it. That's it, right here. Let me show you. This is it. This is GarageBand. It's a fairly straightforward program to use. And the cool thing about this is you can use your iPhone to create the music and then bring it over to the iPad, to the MacBook, or the iMac, or whatever you're using. You can mix it down to an MP3 file if you're using Wirecast or whatever streaming system on a PC or a different type of machine. But right now I have it to go 16 bars and then loop. So it's just playing the same 16 bars again and again. And with this, I can change it up a little bit. Like, for instance, I can take out the piano. I can take out the guitar. And some extra drums, and then house drums. Or I can bring them back all in. I can say, yeah, I just want the house drums. Or I want this, which is just basically accent drums. You get it, maybe some grand piano. I don't know how well you can hear that. But you get the idea, is that you can bring it in. Let's just bring up the volume just a little bit. So now, like I said, let's just do the main line. Take out the metronome. A little bit of acoustic guitar. So, and with the acoustic guitar, like I said, this acoustic line is actually fairly easy to run on iPad and iPhone because you don't have to figure out all the notes. You can figure out a strum pattern and then just hit chords as you're going. So if you have a basic understanding of music and you know how to do a C, F, G, you could create some stuff and have some fun with it. So if you're a little creative, that's one way to do that. So that is just GarageBand. And here, let me show you really quick. Let's just let's go over here. We'll go over here. There we go. So we're going to create a new file. And yeah, let's not save this. We'll bring in an empty project. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to say add a drummer, create. There, you've just created your first thing. There's Maurice. And what's cool about this is I can sit there, I can change how he plays, louder, more complex. I want more of the hi-hat. I want shakers instead of a hi-hat. I want some percussion in there. Add some fills. Or I don't like this. Let's go to Boutique 808. There we go. Let's do some electro bump. And I can create. I have plugins that I can bring those in to add to this sound. Let's go back. Let's go to Big Room. Let's go to Dez. Let's change him up. Change up our drummer. Go back to Big Room. There we go. So you get the idea there. It's lots of different ways that you can bring in. You can bring in a drummer and you can bring in a sound. If you just want a drummer, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is by going over to. Let me bring it up here. Another program that I use is called Band in a Box. This is going to cost a little bit more, but it's got some great features to it. And right now I've got a song in here, and these are just the bass songs that you can load up, and you can use them. They're copyright free, and then I can change things a little bit if I wanted to. Like for instance, we'll just go to the basic song here. Nice little slow classic rock. I got an echo. I shouldn't have an echo. That's weird. Hold on a second. There. Okay, there we go. I had a button on. So anyway, the idea, yeah, as you can see, now I can talk and I have this music playing behind me, and this is actually absolutely copyright free. And if I wanted to, I can say, okay, I want this to be an F instead of an G. So now it's gonna sound a little weird, but because I didn't think about it too much, but that's not too bad. And then I can bring this to G, and then now I've got a different song if I wanted to. It's, as you can see, fairly straightforward. And to create the styles, you can go from the list, and you can use the base list, or you can buy whatever add-ons they have, because you can get tons of more songs if you need something a little bit more specific to what you're doing. But as you can see, it's there you are. You've now got a song. You've got music behind you that you're not going to get in trouble for using because of the fact that it's copyright free. And what's cool about this is you can use this for things like when you're planning to do a live stream and you have to go silent. Let's say you're doing overhead cameras just showing the crowd or something like that. You can have this music playing in the background. I've done this several times for events. So they have something audio based to listen to while they're waiting for the stream to come back up. It's pretty cool. So we have that option. Let's bring that down. Let's stop that. And there's a third option. Now this is a pretty cool option. And what's really cool about this is you can also create your own beats and stuff like that. It's mostly drums, but you can actually put in other instruments if you put some thought into it. And it's this thing right here. And why didn't that switch over? Let's do that. Did it not? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Let's move it over then. Hold on a second. Oh, stop being difficult. There we are. This is the Beat Buddy. This is a product I got about a year ago, and I've done some stuff on this before. And this is really cool because with this, you can just put some straight up drum beats down. Now here's how it sounds. Let me switch over here. Is it ready? Okay. So now if I hit this button, it's doing a straight up hip hop beat. And I got that running in the background. So now I can talk. I got this hip hop beat going on, and I can alter it a little bit. Let's say I'm going to go from one segment to the other. I'll just hold it, press it down. Now I've got a little bit of skip in there, a little bit of feel like it's not just going to be a straight beat through the whole thing. I can do multiple fills, and then I can go to a different type of beat, and then when I'm done, I'll just double click on it, and I'll do an outro fill, and it's done. I can go in here, I can go down to hip hop 2, and I can change the volume, I can change the tempo. Oops. Oh, that's the drum set, I'm sorry. Tempo is over here. I can slow it down. And then when I'm done, I just stop it. And once again, this is also, you get some basic drum beats in here. You can add your own. There is an online community that does a lot of cool stuff, like you can do funk and drum and bass. You can create your own. If you know MIDI, you can. They have a program that you load up, and you can change all the MIDI on there. But you can also bring in stuff that you're working on. Whoops. Like, let's see if I can find it. Maybe I don't have it on this one. Got metronomes, voice beatbox, voice world. Nope, I didn't bring it in, but there's some premium demos here. Let's see. Here's a Phil Collins demo. So you get the idea. So now I can control it with the drums and have a little bit of fun with that, and go from there, because I can control it, and it's a foot pedal, so I could actually have it at my feet, controlling it. Bring in Phil Collins sound, bring it down a little bit. So now you got some background drums while we're talking here, and hey, that's pretty sweet. And it adds to the audio and video that you do. Now, for music, it's best to have what's called a ducker. So when you talk, it lowers the music down to a certain point. But Wirecast doesn't have a ducker type situation in there. A compressor works sometimes as a ducker, but it is not a ducker. And just so you know, so that of course a compressor is in there, and you can set it up as another track. So when you record, you can actually have this music on a separate track, on track 2, and your vocals on a track 1. So if it just doesn't work, you can just take it out and then set it up and mix it down and get rid of the track, or bring the track in separately, and then do what you need to do in a post editor or anything like that. Or when you're live streaming, you have no music in the background, but if you're recording, you can put the music in the background. So lots of different ways to do it, but as you can see, that is the easiest. Those are the 3 things that you can do to bring it in. One's free. If you've got a Mac, if you've got an iOS product, you've got GarageBand, so use it. One, and then the other 2 you do have to pay. I think this is this pedal is something like $200, $250. There are other pedals out there, just like the Beat Buddy, that also do drum and bass sounds. And they're meant, so when I'm playing guitar, I can put a drum beat behind it. And there's other ways to do it. There's other programs, MIDI programs that you can use to create music. And all of these ways, you just pay the fee, how much it costs for the program. And then the music that you create is what you use. And it doesn't have to be complex. In fact, you can also work with some of your buddies, and maybe your buddy's like, "Oh yeah, I got that program. I got 5 songs that I wrote here. I'll give them to you. You can use them on your show." And the next thing you know, you got music for your show, and you got it from your buddies. So I went a little bit long on that, but you get the idea. Is these are 3 great ways for you to create music and put it in as your back live stream, and have a little bit more as you're going from there. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and I am at a conference. Yes, I am. I'm here at this very generic conference, and I'm talking about different things that you can do in your teleconference and having fun with it. And welcome to another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. That is me. How you doing? So we're here at this conference, and we're having a lot of fun. And wait a minute. Let's do this. Boom. Hi, how's it going? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in Geek. There's the socials right there. And today we're going to be taking a look at a piece of software that lets you do this. Hi, I'm at a conference and I'm talking, and all of a sudden I'm floating this way. Wait, what? Something's wrong. Okay, I'm back. This is called Character Animator, and yeah, what I have set up was my first ever puppet, and it's not perfect. But I'm going to show you some puppets that you can use. There's ways you can create your own puppets and do a lot more, and you can have a lot of fun with it. For those of you that are doing online conferences, teleconferencing calls and stuff like that through whatever software that you use, you can take this software and you can use this inside as long as it accepts the video in through Adobe. You can go and follow me. You don't need to do it, but if you want to check out when I have more, because I have a lot of cool stuff, you should check out the Lego builds that are over here on the Amazon Live channel. You should check out the technology that I review. And then, of course, all of these Adobe how-tos are definitely going to be part of this whole thing. Now, first of all, I want to let you know, I did get a product. Adobe did get me a copy of the software to review and use, but all opinions are of my own. You can go over to my review page to find out more. And I've played with this software for a few years now. And now that we're in this area of everybody's doing online meetings, they're doing weird things for these online meetings. I've heard of stories of people that are they're starting with the backgrounds. The backgrounds were super easy. They don't need the green screen, what's called chroma key, and they can put in a background as long as they're well lit. It does pretty good. You get a nice picture of San Francisco or Bridge of the Enterprise or whatnot. You get all these options. But what if you could take it one step further? What if you can take it to a cartoon level? And that's where this program comes in. It's called Character Animator by Adobe. It's part of the Adobe Creative Cloud, and which comes in. It's just amazing how many pieces you get with the Creative Cloud for around $52 a month or $600 a year. You get Photoshop, you get Premiere Pro, you get Rush, you get AI, you get 100 gigabytes of storage. You get all of it here, and just tons of programs. And I've showed you the programs. If you saw my previous videos, I showed you how I use Premiere Pro in creating my videos. I showed you how to use Photoshop in creating my thumbnails. And now I'm going to show you how to impress your friends on your online conferences with this piece of software that does come with the Adobe Creative Cloud. Now let's pull up my Creative Cloud here really quick. So this is the Creative Cloud right here, and it comes with all of these. These are the ones that are installed on my PC and Mac. You also have mobile devices, and you also have web devices. So if you go to the mobile device, you can do Photoshop on your mobile device. You can do Premiere Rush, you've got Fresco, you've got Illustrator Draw. So you can get Spark Video. You can create compelling videos in minutes. I should probably use Spark Video. I don't use Spark Video on my phone. And just a whole bunch of cool stuff. You have web enabled apps as well, like Mixamo, which is a 3D modeling software. Adobe Color, you got Spark, which creates graphics mobily. So you can go up there and then create your graphics and then put it down. Because there's a lot of times where I'm not by my computer, and something like that would really, really help me, whether it be on mobile or desktop or web. So, but these are the programs that I have installed. These are the programs I don't have installed. So as you can see, Dreamweaver makes web pages.
Dimension is 3D design. Lightroom does photo touch editing. Animate you can do something similar to Character Animator, and it's very possible the Character Animator and Animate will eventually merge together. I wouldn't be surprised on that, but for right now, these are two separate programs. Prelude is metadata ingest with Fuse, which is it's a beta. And you can get beta software and play with the beta software for 3D characters in Photoshop projects. So, and I'll have to show you how to do some Photoshop 3D creations, because I've made some logos already in 3D, and you can do a lot more with that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So, but anyway, we're talking about Character Animator, and let's just go to Character Animator's webpage here. Let's go back here. So this is basically it. This allows you to create characters, or what they call puppets. And what and you can actually create yourself as a puppet, like I did right there. That was a very crude version of me. I made a later version, but I just don't know what happened to it. And I had to reload my PC, so I probably wiped it out in that. But, you know, a lot of people have been using Character Animator. In fact, at the beginning, while it was still in beta mode, CBS was using this on Stephen Colbert's show to make President Trump. And that's the program that they used, this one right here, to make that character. And he was sitting on the chair, and it's easy to do. You can bring it in. I could actually have my character standing right here. I've got him in a background right now. It's a conference background, but you can do a whole bunch more with that. And I'll show you how that all works as we go. So, and if you have any questions, feel free. There's a comment section right over here. Go ahead and ask questions, then I'll try and answer them as best as possible. Let's see, we also have, if we go to the page, there's like puppets and puppets galore. And I know that you can also get puppets. If you just don't want to spend the time to figure out how the puppet's created, you can actually have people make puppets for you. And you could also go and get pre-made puppets if you want to do like a simple video on how to do something, you know, like a little professor with a little yardstick or something like that. And then you have all that going. And you can bring it in scenes. You can actually even make a whole 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour, 20-hour video using Character Animator. And so you bring your creations out. It depends on how you really want to use it. Like I said, I've been using it on and off for the last couple of years now. It's amazing. And now with all these conferences, I used it today in a social teleconference call where, you know, everybody, they're checking up on your well-being. We got a VIP section that, you know, meets every now and then, and with the VIPs, we sit there and say hi. So I came in as a unicorn in that same conference room setting right there, and I just had some fun with it. And you can too. And you don't have to buy a llama to bring to future teleconference calls. You can make the llama and show it right there. So let's get into this. Let's take a look at Adobe Character Animator version 2020, and it's right here. And it basically is using my face movements. Now, if you see on the top right-hand corner, you're going to actually see my face, and I'm going to be talking. Now, with this face, you're going to see some red dots around my face. This is the mapping of my face, and this is what makes the Character Animator magic happen, because it uses my face and uses my movements to make movements. Now, this is a very stiff movement of me, and the mouth isn't moving as well as I really wanted to, but newer Character Animators, they'll do that and do that a lot better. And all you have to do is go to the home, and you've got like a whole bunch of characters that you can start with. If you want to be this guy right here, Chad, you want to be a walking walkabout. This just basically walks and talks. That's kind of cool. You got the wizard. You got the Dr. Apple Smith. You got this blue guy. This was the unicorn Stardust that I used. Let's start with Stardust.
And once it loads up, it'll be a lot sooner to switch between the two. So there we are. Here we are. We've got the unicorn, or Stardust, and as you can see, I can move him around pretty good. I can move his hands, but I have to use my mouse to move the hands. And then there's a thing called triggers, which you can set things like you can do keystrokes basically to have the hoofs move up and down, maybe the legs move around. I don't think the legs move on this situation right here, but as you can see, when I'm turning my head, the Stardust turns its head. When I move my eyes, and the eye movement, because I got my glasses on, it's harder for it to see. Now if I take my glasses off, it'll see the movements a little bit better and work from there. But I need my glasses to see, so I'm going to put them on, and so it looks like Stardust is looking up into the distance. If I tip my head back a little bit, it might do that. So there's little nuances that you need to be aware of when you're creating your character. We gotta get up here. We get back to this screen, which is basically exactly what you see right here. It's the same camera I'm using to bring this in. I can choose from any type of camera. It could be a webcam, so I could have it completely separate than this camera right here. But I choose that this camera right now makes life easy. I can turn it off, and now Stardust is just going, "What's going on? Nothing's happening." I can turn it back on, and there I am. If these little red dots you see around my mouth and my face, if they're all out of whack, like let's say they're over here or something like that, then we have this little button right here that says do reset. So basically I got to put myself in the middle of the frame, not talk, and then hit that button. I'm going to do that right now. 3, 2, 1. There. Now it's just reset it. And so with that, you should see me talking. And the scene that you saw me before in the conference room, now you're seeing with the unicorn, with Stardust. And I can move around. I can dance a little bit. I can move my arms and wave my arms. I can do this and this and this. If you notice, they have a really cool option that in some characters it will allow you to elasticize the arms. So if I was to stretch it out like that, it could go all the way to the top right-hand side of the screen. But in this case, these have bones. And with these bones, it allows them to not stretch like that. Anyway, so you have your character right here. And bringing in a character, that was pretty straightforward. Bringing in a background is just as straightforward. You just have to import an image. I imported the image. Did I import the image? Yes, I did. It's called, what did I call it? I call it background. Simple as that. And then you bring it in that timeline. Now, if you've used Premiere Pro or any of these other programs, you've seen this timeline before. It works a little different than with Character Animator than it does through like Premiere Pro or something like that. But you need to get a little used to it, because right now it's a little weird to go back and forth. But once again, you figure it out. So the background, I have it pretty much set up the way I wanted it. It was a conference I took a picture of a couple of years ago. And so I just went into Photoshop. I blurred it out a little bit so it looks so you could see me in the foreground and that in the background. And now I can bring in this guy right here and start him up. Now Stardust is not moving because I do not have Stardust in action. So if I click on Stardust, it's now going to prepare it, and now Stardust is available to talk and move, and just like I'm doing. If you're seeing me in the top corner, I'm going to wave like this. You got a unicorn right here. It's me. I'm a unicorn. I'm Stardust. Yep. You get it. Okay. So, and then of course, once again, I can move the hands and say hi. Now, of course, Stardust is not in a perspective frame with the photo. And I could actually split up this photo so Stardust could be actually on the other side of this table. But I want Stardust in the foreground. So with that, I go over to this right side. And the right side is the puppet trek behaviors. So they have different things. Let's see if you can see that from here. Yeah, you see that at the top, you'll see it says dragger, it says eye gaze, there's face, there's lip sync, and stuff like that. The whole idea is that these are where you can make the changes. And the big one we're going to look at right now is called transform, because I want to scale Stardust bigger. So I'm going to bring him into the foreground. Hello. Back up, back up, back up. Oh, he's upside down. Oh. So this is Stardust. We're going to make him a nice, about there. Now we got to reposition him because he's kind of up there. So let's reposition him. So that's the position Y. Bring him down a little bit, or her down. I don't know. It's up to you what you would call him or her. And then let's scale Stardust back a little bit so we can get the unicorn and the horn and the hands or hooves. So now I got the hooves. I got the hooves right here, and I got the horn up here, and I got the head here, and it's all good. So we got that position, we got that scaled. We can even do a rotate if we want. Now, all of this you can use to create the movie, because you can actually create the scenes inside here. That's what that timeline is for. So in the timeline, all you have to do is hit the record button and talk. So I could hit this record button, and now it's going to record in 3, 2, 1, and it says, "Hello, I'm Stardust. How you doing? I'm here. You're here. We're all here. Yada yada yada. Blah 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 blah. Thank you very much for coming to the show." I'm gonna hit stop so I don't confuse myself on this recording and that recording. But now Stardust has a little scene right here, and you can see that it just populated all here in the take. The camera input, the audio input. I didn't set the audio on here. I don't know what audio input I'm using, so it probably didn't do any audio to this, but if I did, then I hit the playback and I can actually hear what I just said and go from there. So, but that's basically, you can, like I said, you can create scenes, you can make the background move, you can make the foreground move, and how you create your animations. Now, through the magic of third-party protocols, I can actually take this character and bring them to another area. And I do that by using a program called NDI by NewTek. And the idea of NDI tools is it allows you to capture the screen and take it to another computer. Let's say you're on one computer and you're doing a presentation. You use NDI tools that will send the presentation to another computer where you can watch that presentation. You can send it to multiple computers, multiple sources, and all of them can watch that presentation. It's a pretty cool program, absolutely free, and just look for NDI tools and you're good to go. That is what we use because Adobe has adopted NDI tools for this use. So once you install NDI tools, we'll go back up here and we'll go to Edit and we'll go to Preferences. Inside of Preferences, we'll just zoom this over here, we got Live Output. Now, any external cameras options will be in this output. So I can send Stardust to my first monitor, my second monitor, my third monitor, my fourth monitor, or a capture card or anything like that, whatever's set up in there. NDI output is where I'm going, and I hit the setup here, and that's going to take me to the NDI page. That's not what I wanted to do. So let's just bring that back for a second here. So I have that box checked. And when I have that checked, now that can bring this over to the other program. In order to do that, I have to run one of the NDI tools, and the NDI tool is called the virtual input. It's it's on Mac and it's on PC. It's the virtual input, and you just basically have to say, "Hey, I wanted to use the Adobe Character Animator." Simple as that. And then it comes into other programs. And definitely, if your teleconference program allows you to do NDI video in, then you'll be able to do this. You can actually do this in other ways. Like I said, there are other ways to bring that in, and that's using different types of software and hardware. Like, for instance, if I'm using a video capture device like ATEM from Blackmagic, you basically set up a program that will send this video to the ATEM. Or if you got another, many different protocols, internet protocols or wired protocols that you can install. And then once you install the driver or the software, then it'll show up on that list that I showed you a little bit earlier. And with that, you'll be able to create something like Stardust here. Now, maybe you're not into Stardust. Maybe you want something. Maybe you want to do the walkabout. Let's do a walkabout. So now this is the walkabout character. As you can see, that loaded up a lot faster because it was already in my scene area. So I have the robot. I can, if I raise my head and scrunch my head, if I can move it around, I can do that. I can turn. I can go back and forward with this. He can't turn his head, but that's by design. I can't move the hands. I can't do the legs because it's already doing a motion. It's walking. And with that walk, that's all it's doing. It's walking and talking. So I could be a walking and talking encyclopedia. We also got, what else we got? I'm trying, Chloe is the default. You'll see the updated Chloe right there, which will have hand movement. And I don't think she'll have foot movement, but some of them do have the ability to move their feet. So you'll be able to, like for instance, the ninja right here, you'll be able to kick and you'll be able to thrust. Let's bring Ninja into the scene. It's going to take a couple seconds, but once I bring Ninja in, Ninja doesn't have a mouth, but he has mouth movement, or she has mouth movement. We don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but also has the ability to move the hands. Now, so I can move it with my mouse, and as you can see, it's not only moving it, but it's also giving me cartoon motion. So I got that. I got the foot where I can do that, and this has got the elastic, so I can do the. Let's bring that back. And it comes right back. And the same with the hand. I slap you. But there's also a thing called triggers. Oh, where is it? They moved this around a little bit. Here we go. Here's the super kick. Let's replay the super kick. Like that. And there it is. So they've made part of this. They obsolete things every now and then. That's Adobe will to improve things. So anyway, down here we have these replays where we have the side punch. I'm doing the sound effects for that, but you get the idea. The super kick, side punch, and you can record some of these. So if you want to do a hand gesture, you want to do a wave or something like that, then you can record that and create that as a replay. So you can just hit a key, and these are all, they can all be hotkeyed. So you can hit a button, and then all of a sudden I'm punching you, ha ha ha. Now I can take that background and come put that background back in here. Let's put it in. There we go. Now I've got my conference room background and my ninja. Of course, my ninja needs to be rescaled, so I'm going to rescale him or her and bring him or her down. There we go. And now I am ready to kick this conference into high gear. And when I was back here, down here, you see a lot of red dots, and then some of them aren't red. They're kind of blurred out or something like that. So that basically, when the walk was grayed out, and so I couldn't walk. But when I made it happen, and now I start using the left arrow, Ninja starts walking left, right arrow, Ninja starts walking right. And I can change the speed, I can change the step phase. Let's change the step phase a little bit more so you can see it looks a little bit more jumpy. And you get the idea right there. So now I can go, there's one thing called the motion lines, and I can click on that for motion lines. And now I have that. That's the frontal motion lines. We got arm movements, we got head turns. Let's see if we can bring that in. Let's bring that down and see what we got. Okay, this just shows sensitivity for that, and we can change the sensitivity for the head move so it moves a little bit slower or it moves a little bit faster. What else we got? And some of this stuff is just putting together the input of the parts, the moving parts inside the character, the puppet as they called it. So as you can see, I can change the sensitivity on those eyebrow tilts and bring it back to where I need it to go. Same thing with lip sync. Is I can go in there and I can say I want the jaw movement. Oh, I think this is what I was playing with. The jaw movement to be a lot, or a little, I'll bring that back to there. And now it's just regular jaw movement as we go. So now we have our conference ninja ready to attack the men and win the battle. Hata! Now, it's all well and fun and to play with the ninja and play with some of these other characters, but how do you create your own puppets? Well, what you basically have to do is you have to take one of these puppets, and like I said, Chloe is the default puppet. There are two different types of Chloes. There is an Illustrator version, and then there's a Photoshop version. And depending on which version, which program you want to use, you'll want to load up that one. So if we go to, oh, this is still loading, but if we go to Chloe Photoshop, is it this one? Yeah, this one. We're in Chloe Photoshop 2. There's Chloe. Hi, Chloe. How's it going? Her lips aren't moving. Why aren't her lips? She might be. Okay. Chloe might be voice activated. So I got to make sure that I have the right audio. And we'll say, okay. And now look at that, because I'm using my voice, and you can see this up here. Now my voice is what's moving her mouth. And so as you can see, that's got that meter right here. If you're covering your mouth a lot, then this is perfect for, and in fact, let me show you this. So, oh, you can't see it this way. I'll cover my mouth and I can keep talking, and Chloe keeps talking too. Isn't that cool? So now with Chloe, what I can do is I can go in and I can send this to Photoshop, or in this case, Photoshop, or the Illustrator. I can send that version to Illustrator. Okay, so now we can export Puppet. We can edit the original. So we do that. That should open up Photoshop. There we go. And this is going to bring in a layered version of Chloe. Now, Photoshop, if you've got the Adobe Creative Cloud, you get Photoshop with the program. You get Adobe Illustrator as well with the program, so you'll be able to bring in these puppets easily. Hopefully, I'm not maxing my system. There we are. So this is Chloe in the Photoshop format. Now, if we go in, we can take the head and we can move it. See, that's her head. That's one sprite or layer of the character. We can do the same thing with the hand and the arm. Since Chloe's got a little bit of movement in her arms, she's also got the elastic movement, which means that there's an ability, there's a way to bring in what's called bones into your work. So if you wanted this arm to bend at the elbow joint, you can set up bones to make that happen. So, but she's just got basic movements, and I think her arm will bend in the middle as she moves around. It won't bend here because this is just the Photoshop thing. So I could do something like change the nose look a little bit, or change the eyes, or maybe change the color of the shirt. This is the shirt right here. And it's all in layers and set up ready for the character. So that's the first part, is actually going in and actually changing the character. So if you got a good idea, there are some more complex puppets out there. Just look on the internet and you'll be able to find some stuff there. I think there's some free characters, puppets that you can use to bring it in and create your own models. There's online communities out there with puppets that you can go and get. And then of course there are puppets that you'll have to pay for, but then you'll be able to use those puppets in your work, and however you do it. So let's get back here. So we got Chloe. We can, and once again, like I said, the Photoshop or Illustrator, we can make our edits, we can make our changes. When we're done, we simply just save it and close it out. And with that, now Chloe is ready. She's saying, hi, I'm Chloe, I'm Chloe. And as you can see, she doesn't have that elasticity as the ninja does. She does have the ability to do a little bit of aerobic action. And I don't think her feet move. No, her feet don't move. It's just the hands. And in this case, wherever you leave the arm, it's going to stay there. In some other cases, if you move the arm around, it'll come back to an original position. But as for the ninja, when I move his arm like this and I let go, it comes right back down to his side. Now, in here, you have your rig, your record, and your stream. With stream, you have, as you can see, this is more keystroke stuff. So if I hit F, as you can see, the fist just closed. If I hit D, they open up. If I go S, they flip to the side, and then of course A, they're open up. If I hit Q, I turn to one side. W, E, R, and T. So I can really control the body movements if I want to, but then I still have the hand movements. So if I want to create a fist, I'll go F, and then I'll go, why are you punching yourself? Why are you punching yourself? And then it comes back to the position. You can set, of course, in order to do this, you first have to create the hand. So it's not like everyone's going to have an open hand and a fist and a side hand, because some of these things are not even human; they're aliens. And these streams, these options, will do different things. Like maybe they'll spit a bubble out of their mouth, or maybe they'll make the brain bulge out, or something. Like, I don't know, whatever you want to make it do. On the layout side, you can change that. So if I want that to be a G, I'll go over here, and I think I just have to move it. So you can change all of this and set it up for the performance. Now, same thing with the background. Let's go over to the background. In this case, I don't have anything set up for the background, but I could set it up to maybe move around a little bit. We can kind of put them together. So when Ninja moves, the background moves too. But you have that. And you have the rig area. This is where you take your puppet and you make this puppet do what it needs to do. If you look, if you can see, I don't know if, let me see if I, no, it's back to the last frame. But if you can see, the hands are all of the hands here. And all of the faces with all the turns, they're just on layers. On this side, let's see if you can see it from this one. Yeah, on this side, you have all the ways that the ninja can move. So you have the left quarter with the head, and it's highlighting the area of the head when I click on that. And then I'll drop that down, and I can say frontal head, and I can say hair. There's the hair, highlights the hair. And I can make changes to the hair. On the right side here, you have the ability to move things. So we're moving the hair a little bit. Just put that back to where it was. We can change its opacity. So we can have kind of see-through hair. We can rotate the hair. We've got different options here. Down below, we'll collapse layer. We got the layer mesh, and then we have this thing right here, the tags. Now we can play with eyes, and as you can see, there are different types of mouth movements. There's different types of arm movements. All of these dots will allow you to do something. If I want to make the shoulder do something special, like maybe something like this, I can definitely make that happen. I can make the eyes blink a little bit different. I can make the mouth, as long as I have the layers that are meant for that, to do that, and the ability for movement, I can do that. But as you get the idea, it's pretty much up to your imagination what you can do with the character animator to create your whatever. I have a niece that is in art school right now, and she's creating 3D objects. We could bring in one of those objects, set up the layers, and then have some fun with it. And these are the characters that you get with Character Animator. So you can use Chad, you can use Chloe, you can use the Walkabout, you can use Red Monster, you can use Tull, This guy right here. This is what's cool about Thorn is they've now added a background to Thorn. So when he comes up, he's going to have really nice animated background that you can use in your videos if you want to. So you don't have to do any extra stuff. You just bring them in and boom, and there you go. And he's taking a little time to prepare, but he's coming in. There he is. You see, that's a really nice background. So if I go here, now I'm this big monster guy, but as you can see, his hands, he has jointed arms. So they joint at the elbow and they joint at the hand. So he can bring that like that, or bring this down and bring it down to the ground and like be in like a knuckle dragger right there. Pairing scene. There we go. Now as you can see, Heather's got, you know, this is perfect for anybody that wants to do a vlog or something like that. I don't think her hands move. Let's see if she's got any stream options. There are no controls for Heather. So you just basically talk and do that. But I could probably figure out, there's probably a way. Let's go to the rig and see what Heather looks like. So her hands are just there. That's it. So it's basically Heather talking. None of this stuff in the background moves, so I can't move the crystal ball. I can't move anything like that. I'm trying to click on the screen. I don't see anything that's triggering. It would have been nice to have that candle move or something like that. But you could set that up. You could recreate this puppet and then have it so you hit G and all of a sudden the candle flickers. So that's Heather. Let's see what else we got. And once again, you can use these right out of the box. I've never tried this one. Oh, this is the new where you can create a new capture. We're going to capture the facial features. So we're going to start the capture. It asks for a neutral. Adobe Photoshop Lightroom. Woohoo! So there's my character. So we'll hit continue and saying it's now being created. Now it says pick a style, and then we have to adjust the settings. Oh wow! Ooh. Oh, that's freaky. Okay, so I can pick a style right here. So I could do like a little pencil look to me, or let's see that. Yeah, a little artsy stuff. I want a little. It looks like a statue-esque. We got that. We don't have to have a style, but we can do different styles. I could be a bear. Look at that, I'm like Chewbacca. We're going to do Chewbacca right now. And we can change the stylization a little bit more and a little bit less. So, there's my glasses. I want that. And then feature exaggeration. A little more, a little less. Let's stick that in the middle. Cycles, we got resolution at 480 pixels. We can go up to 720 if we want to. And now we're going to hit generate puppet. And in the meantime, these are all the programs that you can get on Adobe Creative Cloud. And let's just go back because we're getting close to the end here as we're waiting for this to finish up. And I think I just did. It's about $52.99 a month, but if you do the yearly subscription, billed yearly, it's all one lump payment of $598.88. And that's actually cheaper, but a monthly subscription is about $79.49. You can make different choices. Plus, you have the student teacher. If you've got a student or teacher credentials, it's about $239. So that helps with being able to learn this stuff. So it's amazing what you can do with all this. So now, ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Hi, I'm me. How you doing? It's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means, but as this program really starts to grow, I wouldn't be surprised if they add more features to it. I think this is, let's turn off the microphone. So now I can just move around. Yeah, you can use the microphone or you can use the camera setup. So, and then of course I can adjust the sensitivity so it doesn't look so jumpy as I speak. But here I am Jeff the Wookiee Bear. I don't know, what do you think? Is it me? Is it this or this? Let me know, and I'll do whatever you want. So, all right. Well, that's gonna do it for this. Let's get back to this guy right here. And that's going to do it for this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. My name is Jeffrey Powers. There we go. Now, so you've been watching another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Tell me what you think. Are you going to use Character Animator? You can bring it right into your teleconference program. I know the popular teleconference programs will allow you to use this to bring it in as your scene. So you can have a lot of fun with it. Like I said, I was playing with it a little bit earlier at a conference, and people were laughing, and it just made the mood a little bit cooler. So let me know what you think. Of course, you can reach me on the socials. I'm everywhere. You can find a social. I'm there. Just Think Magazine, put in Geek, and go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. This has been another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Yeah, so as we finish up this conference call, does anyone have any questions? Brad?
Yeah, can we get better coffee for next time?
Well, since you're at home, I suppose you can kind of get your own. Anyone else? Wizard?
I need more skin cream.
Okay, that's something that's on Amazon, I suppose. Yeah, Stardust, do you have a question? I just want to say that everybody's beautiful. Well, thank you. Fish, you had a question? Bloop. Yeah, we can do that. I think that's it for this call. See you guys next week. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, see ya. Bye.
What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today I'm going to show you a really cool thing that you can do on Facebook. I've talked about 3D photos before, but now we're going to talk about how you can make yourself a custom Facebook 3D photo. You maybe don't have an iPhone or an Android phone that can do all that. Maybe you want to take some of your old photos before this whole depth and 3D photo thing happen, and make them into 3D photos. You can do that. I've even done it with this screen from a screenshot from here, and I'm going to show you how to do it. First of all, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geek. You got me. I am here just for you. Thank you guys very much for coming to the show. I'm adding a little bit of more how-to stuff here, so if there's anything you want me to look at how-to wise in technology, let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Well, this is where it all started. I decided, hey, I'm going to test this out. I knew that there was a way to actually make Facebook photos, but I want to have a little bit of fun with this. So I made my first one, and it just was not that great. But then I made this one right here, and I was really impressed with how this works. Now, this is the Facebook image. As you can see, I'm moving around a little bit. Let's zoom in a little bit. It says how do construction workers party? And if you can look closely, and it says they raise the roof. It's hard to see on here because of the fact that you can see it better on the phone. You can see it better when you're scrolling up and down. But that's the idea. Now, I made this 3D photo the other day. I used an image that I got back when I went to South Korea. That's actually in Seoul Square. They had an inflatable moon, which was really cool.
And then I decided, well, what would happen if I made a 3D photo with that? And this was not in a 3D photo. I don't even think I took it on an iPhone. So I just took the picture and I brought it into Photoshop. Now, you don't have to use Photoshop, but I tried to do it in Paint and it doesn't work that well. In fact, I couldn't figure out how to do it in Paint. So maybe you do, maybe you're the Paint aficionado. If you are, let me know by tweeting me and commenting down below over on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and the bell notification for the next video, of course. I tried to do it. So I ended up doing it in Photoshop, but I also downloaded GIMP and tried it in GIMP. Now, GIMP is an absolutely free software that you can get on the absolutely free interwebs. Well, not absolutely free interwebs, but you get the idea. You can put GIMP onto your computer and you can do this exact same thing. All you need is a program. And if you're on Mac, you have Mac programs, but all you need is a program that can invert image, basically create black and white photos and darken out certain areas and lighten out certain areas and all that stuff. I'm going to show you how to do it in a second here. So I'm going to do it in GIMP. I'm going to do it in Photoshop, and then I'm going to show you how it works. So let's first of all, let's go over to my first thing. We'll go back to the How to Construction Workers Party. This one was actually fairly straightforward. It took a couple times to actually get it to work, but the idea, it's actually really simple. All you have to do is create two files. One is the JPEG of the image, in this case the moon, with the text, How to Construction Workers Party, and they raise the roof. I'll show you how that all works. And then you have to create a second photo, and it kind of looks like a negative of the photo, and it's really not. And here it is right here. So you have the background, you have the mid-row, which is the moon, you have they raise the roof, and they were both they raise the roof right there. That's basically the secondary photo, the depth photo that you create when you create that. Now, I've kept it really simple from here, but it does work from the basic gamut of white to black and grays in between. In fact, if you look at the moon here, you'll notice that it's at a gradient. And the reason why the gradient is to create the depth. If it was all white, it would figure it like a flat object, like a quarter or something like that. And therefore, treat it like a quarter, like a flat object. This has a little bit of roundness to it. So yeah, as you can see, I put a little gradient in there. Now, when you get into shaping stuff like a head or something like that, that changes the gradients just a little bit, and you really got to work on that and play around with that. So your first photo or your first image is basically this one right here, where it shows everything. In fact, I have it right here. Let's bring it up. That's the first photo right there, and that's what you and you get that. You know, I called this construction1.jpg. You can do a JPEG or you can do a PNG. It does not matter. Those are the two main. I don't think you can do bitmaps. Just JPEG and PNG. So How to Construction Workers Party. As you notice, they'll have. You can see they raise the roof on there, and I probably should have made this using the texture of the moon in the text of Raise the Roof, but I decided just to color match it as best as possible so you can see it. Now, and the other thing about both of these with the text is I put a light gradient behind it, basically a drop shadow behind it, so you can kind of see it just as the picture right here. The second photo is right there. As you can see, it's got the moon, it's got they raise the roof, and that's it. And they raise the roof is in just straight up white, because that's going to be what's in the front of the picture. So if you think of it 3D, black is in the back, white is in the front, and gradients go all the way from back to front. So, and you know, as in darker objects to lighter objects to the front. So anyway, that's what we've created right here. Basically, just two images. Now, once again, you got to play with these depending on what you put in for your images. Like if you've got a very busy
type of picture, like let's say a skyline or something like that, you're going to probably do a lot of masking. You're probably going to do a lot of cutting and pasting, creating new layers. Like for instance, if I did a skyline of Madison, I would have the clouds, and that clouded area would probably be all black, and then we'd have the skyline, which would be probably a gray, and in this case, it wouldn't be gradients here and there. It'd just basically be a gray and a black, and that would be the two background and middle ground, creating the layer. And then let's say there's a little ship sailing, because Madison's on two lakes. And our skyline, we can get a really nice shot with a nice lake in front of it. And let's say there's a boat sailing by, and that boat I can cut out and make that object the foreground, the 3D object that moves, and then the lake even be a lighter gradient or a gradient of different grays to bring it forward to the front. So in this case, like I said, the moon, we're just doing a gradient going from the back to the front. And of course, they raise the roof is all in white, and then the background is all in black. Now, with that, those are just the two images. That's it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those two images, and we're going to come into Facebook, and let's just close that. We're going to take both of the images at the same time, and we're just going to drag them over into the post. And what it's going to do is it's going to see this, and I did not tell you how to label these. The first one, it doesn't matter what you label them, as long as the second one, the depth picture, is labeled _depth. So let's say picture is your picture.jpg or picture.png is your file name. The second file, the one with the gradients, has to have picture_depth, picture_depth.jpg or .png. Those two files, and maybe I can show you this a little bit better here. If I do this, because I've already done these, and as you can see, we got construction1.jpg and construction1_depth.jpg. So hopefully you get the idea there. And what that does is it puts the two together to create this. And as you can see, it works really well. You might have some problems with it. You know, it doesn't happen the first time. It took me about 3 or 4 times to actually get this going, but it does work after a while. So, just put it up there. You can actually bring it up into the page, and without posting it, to actually see what it's going to look like when you're done. If you don't like it, you just hit that little X button in the corner and you start over, and you do a little bit of adjustments, and then you bring those back in and then test it out, and whatever. If you like it, then post away and make your post known and go from there. So that is that one. Let's go to the next one here. Next one is my cat, Scotty. I decided to take a nice little image of Scotty. Where? Oh, yeah, that's because I have like that. Okay, there's the image right now. And so basically I took this image and then I cut out Scotty. So there's basically, because we have a lot going on in this picture. There's what we call her kitty condo is around her, a lot of bars around. So got to deal with that, because this actually took about 8 or 9 times before I was actually 3 or 4 times before Facebook said, hey, well, okay, we can put these two together. And then a couple times because the cat and the bars were moving together and it looked weird, and still looks a little bit weird, but I think I got it pretty much matched out from here. So the cat, we got the cat. We're going to have this would be the first image right here that we would save. And then the second image would be this one right here. This kind of looks like a negative. And you basically can just do the Control I or Command I if you're on Mac to
make the image negative looking to it, and then doing a lot of color dodge, and then I changed these to black and white so it doesn't have any colors coming through it. So, and then of course a lot of adjustments, like the little hammock above her head, as you can see, is more of a gray, and it's one solid. We're not worried about the textures in this part of the image. We're just worried about where it's going to get placed, the Z index on the image itself. And of course, as you can see, I did a lot of color dodging, or color burning, excuse me, to bring out the back, and then kind of bring a little bit of the bars into play here. So then I, of course, then brought in Scotty as full white. Scotty is going to be the front focus of this image. So that is the 3 layers of this image right here. And of course, once again, I saved the image as I saved it as Scotty JPEG, and then this image right here got saved as Scotty _ depth.jpg. Now, the end result is fairly straightforward. Let's go back here. We'll just take the 2 files and we'll bring them in. And it can take a little while for this to come together, because Facebook is taking both parts of the photo, stitching it, and then bringing it back to you in a 3D photo. So sometimes, this can take a minute to do, depending on your internet connection, depending on the speed of your computer. You might have to wait a little bit. But once it's done, you'll see what we've got right here. So let's and of course, this one, like I said, it's taking a little bit longer. And there have been times that this Facebook just said, no, we can't put it together. Try again. And they give you all these instructions on how to do it. And so this is the end result. As you can see, the bars are separating, moving around too much. So I would probably have to do a little bit more shading to get that going. But I wanted to definitely get a feeling that there were bars around, so you could see the different textures. So it's not going to be easy in some cases, and if you can get a picture that actually has all the layers put out, and you can make the shades from there, that helps out a lot. So once again, not the greatest photo, but this was not a live photo, one that captures depth, or that's portrait mode. That's it. So we could take the photo and turn it into something really cool. Now, like I said, you don't need to use Photoshop. I did bring in GIMP here, and you'll have to forgive me because I don't know. I haven't used GIMP in a very long time, so it took a little bit of learning curve for me, and I tried to keep it as basic as possible. So once again, what we have are the 3 layers. The first photo is a photo of me, and this is just basically a screenshot of me on my view of my video here. So I took a screenshot of me, and then I cut out my image, and then I basically made it white, and then the background I decided to make it black. So just simple 2 tones there. So this is the depth picture, and I named it jeffgimp.png and jeffgimp _ depth.png. So now we're going to go back into here, and we're going to take these and we're going to bring this in. As you can see, it's accepting the PNG files perfectly, and it's going to do a little bit of processing. Once again, as you can see, it took a little less time because a lot less detail to have to map out there. But the end result is not too bad for the 3D photo. And you can see me moving around. You can see my background. I'm moving the other way. You got a little bit of blur in between the head and the background because it doesn't know what's behind me. And so it can't assume there's the same behind, because that's not the case. So you'll see a little bit of blur, but that's basically with any type of photo like this. And I don't think there's anything you can do unless there's a third layer that they put in that actually you can take a picture of the area and then match what is really behind me. But Facebook's not going to do that just for this simple idea. So that's basically it. We've got 3 photos and we've got a Facebook 3D photo. And it's pretty cool, and I've been doing a lot of posting on there. And the one really cool, the even more really cool thing about that is I can now create some awesome stuff, like I showed you with the construction one. I was pretty impressed with that. Let me pull that back up here. I'll leave this page. So basically, we can have a little bit of fun with this and see what happens. So let's bring that back up. Here we are. So how to construction workers party? They raise the roof. And I'm going to play with this a little bit more with different images, trying to keep the background image as simple as possible. With this moon, it made it great because once again the gradients were there. If you noticed also, when I had the moon, it was never completely white in the middle. It was always a gradient to a slight gray. That way, it doesn't compete too much with the actual text that you are seeing move around when it says they raise the roof. And of course, the how to construction workers party, that worked very. Before this was my first one. My best friend Bob nominated me for the 10-day photo challenge. Day one, I unfriended Bob. Now, as you can see with this one, the front, this is what I'm telling you about the white, is it basically just sticks right to the front of the image and messes with the text and messes with the moon to the point where it just looks a little bit odd when you move around. But once I changed that with the moon, the text all came in line. And I already posted this, so I wasn't going to repost it, but it looks a lot better on the second time around. And then, of course, the third time around being this one. And I think this came out really well. And you can check it out over on my Facebook page. That would be facebook.com/Jeffrey Powers. But you get the idea. And I'll post a couple onto Geekazine, including this one right here that I'm going to be working on very soon. Let's bring this up. I'll show you this one really quick. This is an upcoming video that I had at CES. And it is for the Unreal mixed reality glasses. So I thought, hey, why not make a depth photo out of that, 3D photo out of that, and go from there. So it's going to create it, and there we are. So there is it's going to be the 3D photo that when I post the article, and then I post it on Facebook, you will see this image, which will be the 3D photo moving around. And I think it turned out pretty well. For what I had there. So, and of course, if you go over to geekazine.com, you'll actually see the flat image. They won't have the in-depth movement to it. But you get the idea. You can have a lot of fun with this in many different ways. So let me know what you guys do to create some really awesome content by simply going over to Geekazine. You can find me over at geekazine.com. Think Magazine, put in a geek, you got me. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all these. Geekazine is where you're going to find me. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. And hey, you can also join the Patreon movement. You can also tip me. There's a lot of great ways. It'll show you in the show notes there. Thanks a lot for watching. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out and create more cool Facebook 3D photos. So take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at a very cool product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. It's the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's an amazing thing for some of you musicians, podcasters out there to do 2-channel recording on the fly. And we're going to talk about that next. Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek.
and you got me. And here we are. We're here in Studio B. It's been fun trying to get this all put together. Socials are right here, by the way, if you have any questions. I wanted to get this out to you today so you can see what this is, the iRig Pro Duo. It's an amazing product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. Now, first of all, before we start, I do have to say IK Multimedia gave me product to show off. They have not paid any sponsorship fees or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine, and we do have the review policies over here that you can check out if you have any questions. Technical support, I'll try and help a little bit, but your technical support should be done by IK Multimedia. These guys are awesome. They'll respond to any problem they have. And of course, they have a ton of stuff for the musician, whether you're doing keyboards or you're doing vocals or you're doing guitar. I was introduced to them first of all when I started playing guitar, and they had this app called Amplitude, which allows you to create the perfect pedal board and set up from there. And of course, this works with Amplitude. You can get it for your PC, for your Mac, and just amazing. These interfaces, I've had many different versions of these interfaces, and it's just been amazing. So I'm really excited to unbox the iRig Pro Duo IO and get that going as we go from there. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at some of the specs on the iRig Pro Duo. First of all, it's a mobile 2-channel audio device. It also has MIDI interface, so if you want to connect up that way, you can do so. You can connect to any recorded device. It does have phantom power. It's 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And it costs you only $199. And here it is right here. This is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It is, as you can see, it's got 2 channels in. We've got 2-channel audio and audio adjust as we go. So, and of course, you can start learning your French by saying Interface mobile audio MIDI et tu Kenya. I think that's how you say that. My French friends are probably going, what are you doing, you crazy, crazy person, you. So anyway, we're gonna monitor the chat. If you have any questions, let's go ahead and unbox this thing. There's many different cables in here, and it's important to keep the instructions and keep the cables close by in the box. Let's open up the box here. And this is what I mean. The first thing is you'll get this thing from IK. This is more than an instruction manual. Do not toss this, because it will most likely, as others do, have serial numbers in there, inside here. And I'm not going to show you too much because if I got my serial numbers on here, your registered product information. Now, if you end up uninstalling this and reinstalling this, you want to have this product information close by. Plus, it's all QR coded, so you can just take a picture and download it. And then there's apps that you can download with this. So this is something you've got to keep. Here we go. We've got the iRig Pro right here in the bag. We'll just kind of do that. And there it is right there. Let's take a look at it a little bit more. To start with, we've got 2 dual. They're XLR and 1/4 inch inputs. So if you've got an instrument or you got a microphone, you can plug it into either of those. On the side here, we've got 48 phantom power. We've got a volume control right there. And then we have a left and right out. So you can actually set up 2 monitors to this if you want to. So on the top here, we have a power source, which I think that's sold separately. We have what's technically a breakout cable, but there's going to be several different cables to that. And then we've got the MIDI in and out, and they look like 3.5 inch jacks, but the cables, you'll see them, it'll actually be a conversion cable to MIDI. On the side over here, we've got headphones, volume, and then a direct monitor, which you can turn on and off as you go from there. On the front face, we've got 2 dials to control the volume of each channel. And on the back is a area where you put in 2 AA batteries. In fact, the 2 AA batteries are right here. Let's go ahead and put those in right now.
Now the battery life, my understanding is the battery life is pretty good on these. And of course, the DC power option, positive shield, negative tip, they definitely sell those as they go. So, all right, let's move on. Let's see what else is in this case right here. We got the plastic insert. We got a little box here. We'll just set that here and set that over here. We'll set the important stuff in here. And then we'll open this up. This is where all the cables are. All right, these are the MIDI cables I'm talking about. They look like headphone cables on the first side, but the other side, they have the large MIDI breakout connector. So you basically plug these in, and then of course you plug in your MIDI cables to a keyboard or another device that has MIDI input-output. In individual plastic, the first breakout cable is a lightning cable. Second breakout cable is a USB-C cable. And this, they've had previous versions that had older versions of USB cables, so you could probably even get a 30-pin, but I don't know if you have the old 30-pin iPad. I'm not sure if it'll work or not. You can definitely try it out and see if your older iPads will work for that. This is just a regular USB. This will connect, you can then connect this to a Mac or a PC. These are all the cables right here. Basically, we're not going to be hooking up anything MIDI. What we're going to do is we're going to hook up a guitar and a microphone. And I've got the guitar and microphone over there. And we're going to use the USB breakout cable. So hopefully I'll be hooking it right up into my system here. And then you'll see, we'll move the tables and I'll play one of my original songs. Down here in the breakout cable, you have, it's basically, it looks like an old mouse or a keyboard connector like you have on the back of some computer PCs. So you just have to align it. There you go, simple as that, and then we can hook that up to the PC. On the bottom, like I said, we have the XLR and the 1/4-inch jack input. So we will put the vocals in one. We're plugging in the 1/4-inch jack, and this will go into the guitar. I'm also going to be using the Shure Beta 56A. There's phantom power to this, so if you have a more powerful microphone or a microphone that does use phantom power, you can hook that up, but we're just using a regular dynamic mic in this situation. Now, and of course I showed you the IK Multimedia iRig on its own, but you know, there is a bundle there with microphone if you want to start doing some podcasting. Of course, in this day and age, we're all just trying to figure it all out. I'm gonna move this table, I'm gonna hook this up into the computer, and hopefully we'll get some sound. Hopefully we won't crash the system while we're doing this, and I'll play you a song. Well, it's 4 o'clock, the day's done. It's time to have some beer. Wait for my buddies to get done. Well, look at that, coming over here. We take the same old corner so we can check out all the girls. Dance it to the jukebox and come on up and ask for a whirl. Then we lay our glasses down and we sing. Thank God for happy hour, where we buy drinks all the time. Treat your friends to a couple of brews and head home before the night. Enjoy a story, a song or two before you had to fly. Thank God for the happy hour. If I didn't have that, I think I'd die. Or maybe I'll just play in the background. I can't wait to get this on my iPad to try it out with their software. I can throw it in there, use GarageBand and do some recording, 2-channel. And then I could actually send the gear over to my friend's house and he could record a bass line and do some harmonies. And then send it out to somebody else who could do the drums, or maybe I'll come back and do the drums. I don't know.
and then maybe we'll get guitars in there and keyboards and all that other good stuff. Have people from all around the world create tracks for your songs. That's pretty cool. So anyway, that is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's a nice little product. I'm having fun with it already. I can't wait to get into a recording situation and do a couple songs, and of course do some live streams on there. I can plug it into the iPhone cable and hook it up. I don't need to use my system here. I can just do a straight up guitar and singing and just have some fun. And that's this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. We got a lot more stuff. You got me in the socials. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. And what do you use to do your recording, do your practicing with? Let me know and tweet me over there. We'll talk and go from there. Until next time, you guys geek out. We'll see ya, and let's have some fun playing guitar. We have so many others, so we'll just leave it at that. But I want to get to this Telestrator software now, because this is awesome, and I've been playing with this for a little while, and it's great because I have the ability now to draw on the screen and see what's on the screen. And it's a company that is called Panimation. And the software itself is not that expensive, where you can create your drawings, and you can actually do more than that. You can actually build together different features. Like, for instance, okay, let's say you've pre-recorded some content and you wanted to have a little Telestrator to it. So I could be talking like this, and then all of a sudden a little box draws. Let's say I'm talking about somebody's enterprise IT infrastructure. And then I say, well, it all starts with a server. And then all of a sudden a box draws up here that has a little server, or a picture of a server for that matter. And then lines drawing to that go to the different boxes that go to the computers. And then it draws all up on the screen. And I don't even have a pen in my hand. I'm just doing this. So you can actually record stuff on here and then Telestrate it later, and then break it down and then bring it into your video as a pre-recorded video. So that's an option there. But you can use it as a Telestrator. The whole John Mann, well, you get this person right here, and he's going this way, and that guy's going that way, and we're all going all these ways, and there's a plane behind me. Ho! So that's the type of Telestrator that I want to talk about, because this is if you're doing a lot of live stuff, even pre-recorded stuff, this can help you in many different ways. So let's talk about how we can integrate it into Wirecast. It's actually not that difficult. There's two ways you can do it, and I'll show you one of the two ways. So first of all, this is the Panimation software. The website's called MNDI. So just do Panimation Telestrator and it'll call up there. So you can do a lot with this software. There's two versions of the software, Global Caster Panimation. And as you can see, you can do graphics on this. So I could actually do my lower thirds from this thing too. You have the Panimation software, and then you have Panimation Pro. And for $295, that's not a bad price. Whereas I know the NDI Telestrator from NewTek is $495. So, and that's just the software. It's not the computer. The computer, by the way, the computer I have here is an HP Elite X2. I got this 4 or 5 years ago. This is not a new computer by any means. I got this this machine basically because of the fact, and I had a review up on Geekazine somewhere. I got this and I use this whenever I have presentations. So you have a presenter and you have a bunch of bloggers or something like that around a table. So they would use this as the PowerPoint presentation, because I could take off the keyboard and throw it away or whatever. And it has a Wacom pen. The Wacom pen doesn't have, I don't have the battery. It's like a AAA battery, so the pen's not working right now. But I have my Mix 2 pen, which is also a touch screen pen, and it works perfect. So I can use that, and that's what I've been using today for that. But anyway, this laptop is using a Core M5 processor in it, which is not the latest, and it wasn't the top of the line even back then. This is a mobile processor, the M5 processor. So, and it's on the Sandy Bridge chipset, so it can do a lot that the Core i5 could do at the time. So it has a lot of the functionality. And as you can see, I've got NDI hooked up to it. You're seeing my PTZ camera, which is this camera right here, go to this screen and use it as a screen. I have this set up as the telestrator right now. But if we do close it, let's close it out. And then we go into the Panimation software. You have there's 3 pieces of software that you get: the 1080 window, the 768 window, and then Panimation Monitor 2. That's what you use, is the Panimation Monitor 2. And then I haven't put my license information in here yet. Just got it. And it comes up like this. This is a recording window area. So you can actually use this to record your video. So like right now, if I wanted to record, let's just say I'm doing a how-to video on this, I can use this as that, and I got a recording timeline, which then I can change and I can alter and I can adjust and all that other good stuff. So I'm going to use a telestrator. So I'm going to choose the telestrator option right there, and now I'm in telestrator mode. The cool thing about telestrator mode, where was that? I now close that out. Let's see, need settings. There we go. And we have this thing called workspace properties. And inside workspace properties, I wish I could zoom it in, but it's such a small window, but I can't resize it, unfortunately, on here. I have the ability to go NDI out, so I can send this to Wirecast or whatever live streaming software I use, or I can do NDI in. So where the yellow is what's active. It says NDI with alpha channel, because you need the alpha channel. That's what does the telestration. And then the format, and it's got multiple formats all the way up to 4K. I don't know if I can use 4K on this machine, but it's a Intel Graphics 530 graphics in here. But it does great in bring this out. So I've got this telestrator, which works really, really well. So now I want to bring it into Wirecast. So then let me just show you really quick. So I've set up a couple things. It basically just basically a punch, so it creates a circle around the screen. Now, in all reality, you should technically be seeing a circle right about here, but now we have to set it up so you can see that. And this is how you do that. Let me bring this over. It says 8 NDI outputs and resolutions up to 4K, if you're interested in that. So anyway, here is my setup for Wirecast. Oh, first of all, Mike is going, hi, just joining. Thank you for the review. You bet, Mike. Thanks a lot for being on the show. All right, so there's 2 ways to do this. The one way, I would have to reset up my Wirecast. And as you know, my layer system goes like this. My top layer is always the penultimate overlay graphic. Like, for instance, the Geekazine bug that I'm now turning off and turning on. That is on the penultimate master layer 1, because it needs to be on top of everything. Master layer 2 is usually my graphics. This is the things like my lower thirds and stuff like this that you will see on here. And I also have, I do have here. I could actually put this here, but then I lose all of this stuff, which that shouldn't have popped up. But anyway, the whole point is that that's what that layer has always been. The third layer has always been my camera shots. So there's me up close, my screen, the PTZ, all the shots that I have up here. Fourth layer is always audio, because I've always separated audio from video. I hate cameras camera audio. I don't want it. If I have to have it, I use it. But if I don't, I run everything through one source. And these are all my audio sources. Then the fifth layer, this is always the throwaway layer. So I could utilize this by bringing the fifth master layer and bringing it up, turning it into the third master layer, which would then bring the third to the fourth and the fourth to the fifth, which means I'd have to do a whole bunch of work in my my Stream Deck. So I might just do that if I use this Telestrator software more. But the other way to do it is to create a scene. And I'm not talking about going to a Walmart and starting to yell at the staff or something like that. I'm talking about, and let me turn off my auto live so this doesn't switch over. I'm talking about creating a scene with the master layer on there. So we have my PTZ camera, which is right there. Now I basically just copied that and brought that over. And then in here, I said, okay, add a layer. And now basically it's an NDI layer. And in that NDI layer, I said I want that PC. And on the machine, I have NDI Tools 4.5 installed. And I'm using the scan converter. I think is it the scan converter? I always forget. It's the yellow one. And then I set it to the screen. So now it sends out an NDI signal of the screen. But this also, and I don't even need to do that now I'm thinking about it, because this has NDI inside the software. And so scratch that last part. Inside if you turn on the NDI in here, it will send it out. It'll send the video out to this machine. So now with this setup and everything's active, I just have to go to the scene. And now if I hit that circle stamp and hit here, it's now going to show up with a circle right here that's overlaid. So it's over my hand, as you can see, whereas this one is not. And then I clear it. And now I can do this writing and I can go, I'm talking about this and bringing this over here and la 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 la. And you've now got a telestration right on the screen. Let me switch back so you can see this in its full glory. And we'll just do it like this. There we go. I think I've got this set up right. Let's bring this back to where I need it to. Okay, so now this is on the PTZ screen. Don't watch this screen because this is not going to be perfect. And as you can see, it's doing the inception thing as we're talking. But it's a great way to start. So if you want to draw on it, you can see yourself as you're drawing. I set up another scene. There's no plane behind me now. This is my Telestrator scene. And I can't see it on here because I haven't... Have I? No, I did. I haven't set it up yet. Actually, I have set it up, but I've turned on the NDI. And that's basically going into your output and output, NDI output, and start. Now, in here, let's go back here. We need to go out of the PTZ camera, and we need to, it should show up my Wirecast Live output. It's small, so I'm not hitting the button. There we go. And now, if I switch to this, boom, hello, no plane, remember? Now I have it down here, and you can't. Unfortunately, you can't see it unless I do this. Unless I do the split screen again. But I'm seeing myself not in real time. It's actually a small delay, and I suppose if I had a better graphics processor in here, it would be more real time. So now I can talk about my enterprise computer system, and I can say, okay, so I have. Let me do this. Bring that up. So I have my computer. And it's got my camera that's pointed at me, blah, blah, and that's wired. And then I have a camera in the cloud on my network, basically, that's pointed at me, blah, blah. But then this is going to another computer that's handling another camera, and then it's sending NDI back to this computer. Now, both of these computers are going to my router. There we go. And then that's going to another machine. which is handling all my graphics. And then that's coming back to this machine, like so. It's a little bit delayed. I apologize on that. Once again, I didn't refresh the, let's refresh the NDI on this case. So if this was plugged in as opposed to being wireless, it would do a lot better on the connection for sure. But I also needed to have the mouse plugged in. We did have some small problems at the beginning because I ran the resolution at 1080p on this laptop, but I had it at 125%, and that causes problems. Because any type of software like that will cause problems. It's not just a their panimation software. It's not that. So, but now it's sending NDI source from my Wirecast to this machine, so I can see it on the screen. And let's see, you can see it right now. There it is before it switches over. So I can see myself on that machine, and then I can come back. The best part about the scene, though, as you just saw, I can keep all this scribble up and then switch to another scene, and then you don't see that scribble anymore. I could go to this one, you'll see the scribble, or this one and see the scribble. So I can talk about that and then clean the screen, but bring it back. You can also do it by having this on its own separate layer, master layer. But this would be easier to do if you need to switch between screens. So you could literally have somebody like I don't know, a weatherman or something like that, and maybe on a green screen with the weather behind him, and then he could be drawing. Okay, we've got. Let's clear this out. There we go, and there we go. And he's going, yeah, watch out for those cold fronts. So they're coming this way and this way and this way and this way, and go from there. Oh yeah, that's definitely slowing things down. I got way too much NDI coming through right now. So yeah, I definitely would want to connect this up to the network via Ethernet cable to run a little bit smoother. But anyway, you get the idea. Is now you have the ability to do telestration. Plus, you could do things like replays and stuff like that. So this could capture some replay, and then you could telestrate that replay, send it out back through NDI, and go from there. So there's an option right there. And it's fairly straightforward to set up. Let's just clear that. Fairly straightforward to set up. Just a slight learning curve. Like I said, the screen resolution was the big problem with this right here. But if you got a good laptop, like a Surface Pro or something like that, it'll work perfect. I do have a ZBook over there, which I can definitely hook up to this thing. But I wanted to see if this worked because of the fact that it's just a screen. It can run in tablet mode. I can run it flat. I can plug in the mouse if I want to, but I don't need to anymore. And then just run it this way and see how that works. So now if I run this flat, then unless you're looking at this view right here, you can't see that I have a telestrator. And I could have the telestrator overlaid on here. So at any time, if I need to draw a circle or a square or something like that, I can just do that. Now, I know there's some of you out there that have been looking at this. That's basically a solution where they take a piece of glass and they put it out front, and you take the light markers. The glass has lights all around the edges, which light up that main scene. And then you have to have the proper lighting to do this. And you can't have any text on your shirt to do this, because what happens is it flips the image around, so it looks like you're drawing. So if you in the right direction. So if you write down hello, you actually see hello in that right way. This way, yeah, you do have to look at a screen for a couple seconds, but it's up there and you have it completely telestrated. And you don't have to buy a big piece of glass on wheels or something like that, because I did have a friend that his broke. It shattered in all its glory and beauty. It was a spectacular scene in San Francisco, because they were crossing the street with the telestrator, the glass pane, and it just went boom. It can crack super easy and it can break super easy. And yeah, it wasn't an official one. He actually made it himself. So it is what it is. But and I love this technology. I love this idea, but it's not for everybody. And this is a good alternative because I can take this on the road with me. There we are right here. This is the T1X TWS. And what it is a set of earbuds. Wireless earbuds that is using 1/4-inch dynamic driver. It is Bluetooth, of course. I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5. 24 hours of music, 36 hours of talk time, high sensitivity and easy modes, battery EQ levels and QTA. Yeah, that's pretty much all it says here. So feel. So that's FIIL. Feel. Can you feel these? So that's pretty cool. Let's check this out. Here it is right here. And I might need to get something to open. There's no... Let me open it. We'll film. There we go. All right, perfect. Throw that away. And there we are. We have the feel. Let's get it in focus here. There we go. So this is the feel. Let's see how we open this. It looks like it wants to open that way, but I don't know. Is it on top? There we go. When in doubt, shake it. There we go. So here we pop that open. Oops. Set that to the side. We'll set this to the side too. What do we got here? What popped out is the Art of Audio. Earbuds activation. And they do not make it easy to read. That's what it looks like. So anyway, it's just basically open up the case and charge the batteries and connect to the device and blah, 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 blah. There's an earbud sync option, so do that. So what do we got in here? Well, it looks like we got earbuds and the case. Now, here's the case. We'll pop this out. And it's got a little film on it. And so the film, you'll just slide it out like that. There we go. Throw that away. And then we have the 2 earbuds. Let's pull out the foam. I like to keep this foam because you never know when you use it for something, because it's a nice solid foam. So I can use this for different projects. So even though the box might not stay, the foam will definitely stay. That's a really nice foam. And plus it makes it like a little French face or something like that. Hi, how you doing, folks? I'm the foam. Anyway. Feel. Open it up, and we've got the 2 earbuds. On the earbuds, they have like little handles or something. I'm wondering if you could actually put on a tether hook or something like that. Let me zoom in so you can see that. Like that. So as you can see, there's like a little holder. I'm not sure why I don't see any type of tethers yet, just yet, because we haven't pulled it all out of the box. So anyway, we put that in there, and we put this in there. It doesn't really snap like a AirPods Pro, but that's the case. And as you can see, it's charging already. Let's show you the size. We got an AirPods Pro right here. So this is the size differences. So this is a little bit longer in case, and yeah, definitely thicker. So it won't fit in your pocket as well as an AirPods Pro, but you know, hey, this isn't an AirPods Pro. This is a Feel. And on here, as you can see, we got the indicator, charging indicator lights. On the back, looks like we have USB-C connection for charging. So we'll set that to the side. What else we got in here? Let's zoom back out a little bit. So there we go. Feel, true wireless earbuds. Looks like Oh, wow. They have a little tab on the end so you can pull this thing out. So it gives you all the instructions. This is a better one. I'll probably read from this rather than from that little sheet that was at the top. And in here, looks like we have spare buds. We've got some sort of rubber band. Oh, okay. So that's some sort of ear hook system. So I'm guessing if you put it in the ear, it will hook around. There it is right here. Yeah, it hooks up there, and it's trying to pair up. And do that again. So yeah, that's some sort of tab that'll help keep this in the ear. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know how well it does. We'll have to play with that and go from there. It does make the case a little bit harder to close the case easily, but it does close, and of course it's charging, as you can see here. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and our friends at Munch Packs have decided to send me a Munch Pack. Interesting. What is Munch Pack? They're just basically you can discover new snacks from many different countries and stuff like that. You know, when I've traveled overseas, I've tried a whole bunch of different foods and snacks, and this is going to be no different. Now, I'm not getting paid for this. They just sent me a pack to munch on, and so I thought I'd unbox it and show it to you really quick. So let's do that really quick. So this is the Munch Pack. Let's open it up. It's a simple box. Of course, you can send it as a gift, and you can send it as a, send it to yourself if you're really hungry. You got the Munch Pack right here. Canada, Spain, Philippines, a lot more. Let's see, we've got, this looks like from South Korea. We've got something from Canada. Oh, it says on the bottom, Costa Rica, Spain, many different areas. Did you know that South Korea's national dish is kimchi? And hopefully they don't have well, maybe they will have some kimchi in here. I don't know. So you get the whole Munch Pack, family packs and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. We got a little piece of wax paper here, and this is going to be now showing us everything that we have in our Munch Pack. And we'll start on the top here. Let's take a look here. Chick Chack, everything flavored snacks. We got the guide right here. Oh, that's cool. So let's see, Chick Chack. Chick Chack, there we go. That's from Israel. I've been to Israel before, so I've never had a Chick Chack. So pretty cool. Delicious, crunchy, salty, everything bagel-inspired snacks. So if you're into bagels, the Chick Chack. All right, next up, let's set this over here. We got some Zapp's potato chips. I know I've seen Zapp's before. They are from the United States, so you can get some Zapp's potato chips. Going to South Korea, these are the Crown Shinsang. These look like a honey type potato snack, wheat snacks as they call them. We'll put it right here. And oh, wow, they even send drinks. Here's a nice little Fanta. This looks like it's coming from Japan. This is Fanta Yokin Orange Yogurt. And yes, this is from Japan. Orange yogurt. Crazy. So let's set that over here. What else we got? Watermelon slices from Vidal. Vidal is, let's see, this is from Spain. Spain's always, I've been to Spain a few times, great place. So these are the watermelon slices from Spain. We got some Pepro from Latte. This is Pepro Nude Chocolate. And this is from South Korea. Oh, this is from South Korea. Okay, another South Korean delight right here. Let's set that right there. We got some yummy gummy silly straws, and I think that was right next to it. This is from Turkey, and that looks pretty yummy right there. Lots of sugar here. We got a Nusita Galeta, and the booklet says this is from from Costa Rica. So awesome here. Got a couple more in here.
Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This is called Maichu. I had this from South Korea. I know exactly. Maichu. Whenever I'm in South Korea, I get Maichu. They gave me the apple flavor. I don't think I've ever had the apple flavor. So, and I have never had it in this format. So I'm wondering if this is more gum than anything. Grape is my favorite when it comes to the Maichu. I love the grape, and apple. We'll see how the apple tastes here. Next up, this looks like some sort of candy tape of somewhere. This is the Extreme Fruit Sea Extreme. This comes from Thailand. So pretty cool food from Thailand. And then the last, but certainly not least, is the Double Dutch. It's a stroopwafel. And I'm guessing I know where this is coming from, but let's just double check because you never know. Double Dutch honey vanilla stroopwafel. Oh, no, I didn't know it's from Canada. It's coming from Canada. So, I thought it would be Switzerland or something like that. But this is from Canada. It's honey vanilla. So that is it. That's the munch pack. Let's take the box out and let's set up this candy really quick. So this is all the candy in the munch pack. In the munch pack. Oh, I forgot the Fanta. Got a Fanta. Love the Fanta. That's yogurt. That's crazy. Yogurt. And I know I think I've tasted yogurt drink before, but I can't wait to try this, of course. And this is part 2 where we're going to try. We're going to eat, we're going to have fun, we're going to be yummy and everything. So anyway, Jennifer's right here, so you might see her hand, but she wants to be off camera, and that's fine. So what do you want to try first?
Savory.
Something savory. I'm going to give you the munch pack, so you can read that up. We will start with the Zaps. These are the Zaps right here. They are Evil Eye New Orleans kettle style already. So let's open it up. These might be a little bit spicy.
I'm waiting for you to go.
Okay. All right, here you go. There they are right there. That's the chip. Ready? Cheers. Crunchy. There's no vitamin D, or no, there's 2% of vitamin D in here. 22 milligrams of calcium and a little bit of iron. 320 milligrams of sodium and 2 grams of sugar with 32 grams of carbohydrates. And that was Zapp's potato chips. And there is a post kick coming through.
Yeah. Pretty back of the throat.
Yeah, very much so.
And really not until just now for me.
Yeah. All right, next up, let's do this. This is the Chick Chack, is the name of it, by Oppenheimer. Let's open it up. Little swirly looking items right here. Cheers. That has an interesting taste to it. What do you think?
I like it.
Okay.
It's kind of reminiscent of, they're the big wavy square chips.
Oh, like Sun Chips? Mm-hmm. Well, you're pretty close to spot on because this is made with wheat flour and maltodextrin and palm oil and natural cooking spices flavor enhancement. And that's Chick Chack. Where is this Chick Chack from?
It's from Israel.
Israel, that's right.
And it's a bagel and everything bagel inspired snack.
Mm.
So there's probably a bit of rye to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have the Chick Chacks.
Mm-hmm.
Take a small sip of water.
That'll be good with some yogurt.
Oh.
Like when we were in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, if we're going to do yogurt, then we're going to do the Fanta.
Yogurt flavored Fanta.
Yes. Can you guess where this is from?
Is it Korean?
No.
No. Is that Japan?
Yeah. All right, so this is from Japan. Ooh, a little pop. I'll let you have for a sip.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It's like a cream flavored soda, maybe?
Like with a hint of grapefruit. There's something tangy and a little citrusy that goes beyond a cream soda.
Water, high fructose starch syrup, sugar, dextrohydrogenone, lactic acid, carbonated acid, potassium, sucralose, and ascorbic acid. Lyokin, orange, is like orange, not orange.
I don't know if it's Iokin or Lyokin because it's written both ways.
Oh, okay. It's probably a very loose translation, though. We could do watermelon slices from Vidal. Let's do that. There we go.
Yours makes. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, looks more like it looks like a watermelon right there. So
kind of.
Cheers. Kind of a reverse watermelon now I'm thinking about it. Wow, that's very chewy. It's like I'm chewing into rubber because you can't really bite into it that much, but it's got a sour flavor coming out of it.
Watermelon sours are the one candy I used to love to get when we would go to the candy store.
Oh, really?
When I was little.
Okay, well, this one's yours too. 20 milligrams of sodium, 22 grams of sugar, and 30 grams of carbohydrates. So, no vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. Yeah, very firm.
Some people like.
Firm, yeah. Well, this is from, where did it say it's from?
Oh.
It says it's from New York, New York. Oh, there it is. I'll let you look it up.
No, you can.
Spain.
From Spain.
Yes. I don't know what part of Spain, though. I don't remember seeing this while I was in Spain.
These marvelous sugar-coated gummy watermelon slices look and taste surprisingly just like the real thing. These sweet gummies will be sure to satisfy your sweet tooth. Spain. I definitely think there's a sourness to them.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't really say on here.
Yes.
And again, I like watermelon sours. I prefer that to just straight watermelon.
Okay.
It's just really firm.
Yeah, very firm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. What shall we try next?
Something salty.
Salty. So we're going to go back to South Korea. And I don't know if I had these while I was in South Korea. Can you read this? Jennifer's been working on her Korean.
I'm just looking to see if it's written in a better font anywhere.
Yeah. That's the problem with some of the Korean food is they create this really outrageous looking font, and so sometimes it kind of looks odd. All right, well, it looks like a little guy right there, and then another dude right there, and I know that this works as in consonant, vowel, consonant.
Mos mar le noon.
Okay.
Which doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's okay. You did a good job. You tried. You can do better than I can. So
that's debatable.
And on the top here, I can tell you that this in small print right here is called Crown because it's the name of the company who makes these. You can definitely smell it. There it is right there. Interesting. It's very barrelish. So here we go. Ready? It's pretty good.
Light, airy, crispy.
Yeah.
It's Korean. I'm guessing it's rice based.
Yeah.
Sweet and peppery. Black pepper.
Do you taste black pepper?
I don't know what I'm getting at the end. I
I'm
think
not-
it's not sweet.
I'm not getting black pepper. Interesting.
Oh, these crunchy wheat snacks with sesame seed specks are a sweet dream.
Okay.
With their rich sweet flavor and delicious crunch in every bite, they remind us of churros.
Yes, they do remind me of a churro. Now that you said that.
Okay.
I was trying to think, did it taste like a cereal? Did it taste like what did it taste like? But yeah, churro, that's spot on. I think that's spot on. All right.
So much of their stuff.
You want to go back sweet or you want to stay on the salty side? Let's go sweet. Yummy gummy. Yummy, yummy gummy in my tummy, tummy, tummy. We got multiple colors, blue, green, red, blue, yellow. So I have it's multi-fruit here. So let's open it up. Do you prefer a color?
As a general rule, red.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's a package within a package. Just do that. There is one red in here. Here it is right here. So they look like those pool noodles. Yeah. So I'll let you pick the red.
We can split it.
I don't care. Yeah, okay, let's split it. This is interesting. This is like a part red, part purple. I wonder if it's, well, I don't know what country it's from. No, I'll do the blue. And it looks like there's like a white core in the middle of that. So, you ready? Oh, you okay. So here we go. Wow, that's tough to bite into as well.
Mm. I thought that was a lot easier than the other gummy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
the Nuts gummy almost. I wouldn't be surprised if the white core were marshmallow texture-wise.
that's probably true. It's either strawberry or raspberry.
Okay.
Those are the two reds on here. Is
I
my
guess
guess.
strawberry because raspberry would be traditionally blue.
Yeah. No vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. But 21 grams of sugars and 27 grams of carbohydrates, 3 milligrams of sodium. It is egg-free and fish-free.
It's from Turkey.
From Turkey. It's peanut-free, totally not allergy-free, shellfish-free, sesame-free. So, and they had just like a little label on the back here with all of the what it's free of. So that might be a label that they have to put on their bags there. So not too bad. That was yummy gummy. All right, let's go to Pepero chocolate sticks, and I'll give you a clue. I've had these before.
So was Lottie British?
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
South Korean.
Oh. Okay.
But I think there is a Lottie in. No, Lottie is the grocery stores in South Korea.
That's where I know the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we've visited the well, they're not really grocery stores. They're like a full service department, grocery and stuff like that. So.
Thank you.
These are the Pepero choco-filled chocolate. I see we're having fun. Oh. You don't like these. And there's a reason why.
Why?
Because the outer shell is the outer shell is pretzel.
Yeah. Thank God it's not salted, but
Yeah.
it's still pretzel.
All right, let's have a little bit of yogurt. You want some yogurt?
Mm.
No? 4 more items here. Let's go back. Let's go to this one. Nusita Galeta. They look like some sort of cookie. And it looks like they're going to have a fruit or a chocolate flavor. I can open them. Here we go.
Ooh, okay. So do you want the fruit one or are these these are like Neapolitan. So they're the cookie with some sort of red filling in the middle.
With a face.
The little face. It looks like at first it looks like a Ninja Turtle face.
Is it a dinosaur?
I don't know. There we go. Right there. And oh, there's on the vanilla side. There's one too. So, cheers. Need some milk, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes like a cookie with vanilla and chocolate. Can't taste the center, can you? Wow. There's not much in there. Just like a light smattering.
Half stuff instead of double stuff.
Yeah. Not bad.
Very dry. Crumbly.
I'm wondering if this is not flour based.
Very dunkable.
Yeah. Wheat flour, yeah.
I'm from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Nice.
Vanilla and chocolate cookie sandwich. A delicious strawberry cream.
All right. That leaves 3 items. One we've had already.
Is that our favorite?
That's yeah. So let's go with this. This is like a blue tape. It's called Fruit C Extreme Z. So this is perfect for Sesame Street because it's got 2 letters in it. No numbers though. There we go. I got it. She's smiling over here. There we go. It's a fruit tape.
Can I blue?
It'll probably make your tongue blue. What?
Do you think it will?
Probably. Well, not this small amount, but if you eat the whole thing, I bet you it'll be blue. Once again, a tougher texture.
Still softer than that.
Yeah, still softer than the watermelons, yeah. I'm guessing it's a blue raspberry.
Sour.
Yeah, with a post-sour taste to it. You're getting more sour than I am, apparently. Okay, we'll try a little bit more. Yeah, I'm seeing blue on your tongue.
Okay. Great.
Oh yeah, there's a sour. So not your favorite? No? Okay.
It's from Thailand.
Thailand. Nice.
It's kosher. Blue raspberry. Give your taste buds a delicious sweet and sour kick.
12 grams of sugar, 18 grams of carbs, 10 milligrams of sodium, 1 gram of fat. And yeah, it does say on this label, it says kosher parv, special production. So
I learned something new today. I didn't realize that there was a kosher need in Thailand.
I guess, yeah. All right, let's go to the stroopwafel. Where do you guess that's from?
I'm sorry, what?
Where are you guessing this is from?
I don't know where stroopwafel is from.
Okay.
I just know that I like them over my tea.
There we go. Double Dutch, honey vanilla. You want a whole one or a part one?
Can we just split one?
Yeah, sure.
Or just...
Okay, there is only one. I thought there were 2. There we go.
I like stroopwafel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I definitely notice the honey tones.
Yeah.
So I think if you like stroopwafel if you like your coffee or tea with honey, you're gonna prefer it to a caramel flavor.
Yeah, that's true. We're just enjoying the stroop. What was the first time you had a stroopwafel?
You brought one home for me. Probably the first time you traveled internationally.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going through Amsterdam, and they had stroopwafels there.
Was that your first Barcelona trip?
Yes. So many years ago. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the first year that I don't travel outside the country.
You don't know that. Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. So, all right. Double Dutch. Where are you guessing that this is from? I know the answer already.
Does it say on the side?
Yeah. No, I read it before.
Canada.
Yeah.
Do they do a lot of honey in Canada?
Well, yeah. I would. Oh, honey. Yeah, I suppose they do a lot of syrup. I don't know. I would guess so. That's probably not natural honey. It's probably
No, it's
real honey.
I don't know. It doesn't say real honey, but
I'm guessing that's not real honey. What do we got? 10 grams of sugar, 23 grams of carbohydrates, 75 milligrams of sodium, and 6 grams of total fat, including 3 grams of saturated. All right, that leaves one item left, and this is my chew.
Mm-hmm.
I can recognize that. My chew. It's like Pikachu, except mine. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to be. Usually, I've gotten these we've had them in chiclet form, and then individual wrappers. So I don't know if this is going to be like a stick form, or if this is just going to be like a Pez dispenser looking thing, or whatnot. So we'll open it up like I would some gum or something like that.
right now you look like Charlie.
Charlie. Oh, I get the golden ticket. Oh, okay. There's a little. It looked like I technically did it right. There looks like. There we go. A little foil rip open cord thing. So individually wrapper in a wrapper. This is the apple version. And like I said before, I love the grape version. They also have the cherry version, and maybe I have had apple. So I remember the yellow. So there's apple's your favorite? Oh, sweet. Well, this is yours. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
That's yours.
It's like Laffy Taffy,
Mm-hmm.
but with the texture of a Fannie Mae caramel. Like
Really?
there's just something lighter, and once it warms up to mouth feel or mouth temperature, the mouth feels amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like any of the flavors, the apple's my favorite. But
Yeah.
I just love the chewiness of it, the firmness, but
Can't tell you the ingredients on this, but there's a lot of sugar and a lot of carbohydrates. Munch Pack is all about. Boom, and that's the Munch Pack box. And those are all the foods right there. Let's go right here, minus the 2 that Jennifer's got over there. So interesting. If you've gotten a Munch Pack, let me know, and let's compare our munches and go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here and tasting it with me. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Check everything out. I know this is not a normal video that I do. We use lots of tech stuff, but you know, we're having a little geekiness here, and I do want to thank the folks over at Munch Pack for making the Munch Pack. I'll put a little smiley face on me.
it's a nicely curated collection.
Very, very much so. And there's more than one pack, so they can get another
Is that
pack.
why this brochure's so darn big?
I think so. No, I think you'll get a different brochure with your other Munch Packs.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. I'll have to check it out as we go. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching. If you have any questions on this, feel free to ask me. I don't know how to answer them, but we're gonna munch some more. So you guys geek out on whatever you're doing geek-wise, and take care.
What up, my geeks? Here we are. We've got this thing from Singular Sound. It's the Beat Buddy. We're gonna rock now. You're gonna see, and I'm just not a good beatbox rapper there. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, and we are looking at the Beat Buddy by Singular Sound. This is a Geekazine review, of course, of the Beat Buddy, which is a drummer in a pedal.
They have a few of those out there, and I saw this at NAMM last year. Of course, this has been out for a few years. They have a few different versions of the product, and pretty impressed on what you can do with this little pedal right here. Getting back and forth with sounds and with buttons and stuff like that. And of course, Singular Sound, they sent me the Beat Buddy to review. I got a product to review, but of course, all opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out more about that. All right, so this is the Beat Buddy. You're hearing it in the background. Let's get over there. This is the Beat Buddy right here. It is a pedal that you use, that you cook up in your guitar chain or vocal chain or solo, just like I have this. And you can use this to create drum beats, whether it beatbox, whether it be a rock beat, a jazz beat, or whatnot. The pedal is what you get alone. Of course, they also have the Beat Buddy foot switch, which adds extra options to your beats and stuff like that. Let's get this turn this off for a second. Let's take a look at this thing really quick. So what it is a simple pedal that you can do different beats on. Let's zoom in on this this pedal really quick, and we'll show you everything that it's got. First of all, it's got a really nice LCD display right at the front that's going to tell you everything that you need, what you have on your Beat Buddy, what drum beat is playing right now, what kind of drum set you have, your volume, your beats per minute. We have the volume right here, which turns that up and down. We've got the drum set, so we can actually change the drum set. We can do, we got a voice, but we could actually change that to Latin, and then all of a sudden beatbox with Latin. You get the idea there. So we have the drum set, and of course we have the tempo, so you can change the tempo from there. Let's bring the volume back up to a good sound. There we go. And as you can see, I'm pressing this pedal to get this intro started and outro started. We've got 4 buttons right here that will get us into the interface that'll tell us which drum set or whatnot we're into. On the back here, we have the SD card. This is where all the drums and all the beats are stored. If you don't have the SD card in here, you got no sound, and that's simple as that. So it does run on power. It does not run on batteries, unfortunately, so you will need a 9-volt power supply. But if you put this into your pedal board, you'll have that with your USB connection. We'll talk about that in a minute with the software. Over here, let's just unplug the drums here for a couple seconds here. We have a MIDI sync, which is this cable that you get. It's a small mini cable to 2 regular MIDI hookups, so you can actually connect it up to a keyboard. You can connect it up to drum pads or anything like that, any type of MIDI device that you have. So you can add to the button system. So if you want to start, if you're a drummer and you want to start by hitting a pad or something like that, you can do that. They also have the MIDI Maestro, so you can you'll have multiple buttons from there. We have 2 output systems, so you can go straight into a board and then to your guitar amp, or maybe your guitar amp and another amp for the drums. I don't know. We got a headphone jack, so you can hear the drums straight up for practice if you wanted to. Over here, we'll unplug this for a second. We have a headphone volume, which also controls the main volume. So you have to watch if you got this volume and this volume going, you might have to do some adjustments to get sound out. We have 2 inputs, a mono input and of course a stereo input, and then the foot switch, which I just had plugged in. So we'll plug that back in. So now we have the Beat Buddy ready to go. And like I said, we can put the guitar, and I'll show you some. I'll play a couple songs in a few minutes here, showing you all the things that you can do. All right, let's look at some of the beats that you have from the card. And you can also get another card which has a lot more beats to it. And there's a whole group, a community that are making songs, making beats, because you can use a MIDI editor to create songs and put this in here. So what you have is an intro and an outro,
you have the main beat. You could have multiple beat variations for each song. So if you've got a very complex song that goes from 4/4 to 5/4, if you've got a song that does a hand percussion to a drum set to a drum set with cymbals to a drum set with all crash cymbals in the sound, you can do a lot. It'll also have some transitions in there. So, and of course there'll be a few different transitions, so it doesn't sound the same do 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 type sound every time you want to transition or put in a drum fill. So lots of cool stuff here. So let's go in here. Oh, and the middle button right here is also the ability to tap the tempo. So if you don't know the exact tempo, you can tap it to get there. So we go in here, and so we hit the left button to get into the menu. We'll hit the right button to get to the main folder. So left and right, and then we can go up in the different folders, or in this case, genres. So we can start with blues. We hit here, and we got blues 1. We bring it in. You're going to see if it needs to load the drum set, you'll see a blue line come through here. But in this case, it's still got the Latin drum set, so we're gonna go back to the blues. We'll go rock drum set. Now see, it's bringing that blue line, saying that it's loading the drum set. So we got to wait for that to come in, so we get all the sounds. And these are all actual wave sounds. All the drums, from the snare to the bass to the cymbals, and so you can actually put in wave sounds yourself of your drum kit, or your drummer's drum kit, or whatnot, to give it that more authentic sound. And so they have this. We have it now set up for Blues 1. Now I'm going to hit the button, and it will go through an intro. And as you can see, it's keeping time. We've got a good tempo. Let's bring it up a little bit to about 110. Here we go. So we got a good beat going. And if I want to do a transition, I hold it down. And that will transition to, and I hear a cymbal, ride cymbal, rather than just the hi-hat. Now, if you just do a click, it'll do a drum fill, and it'll choose between the different drum fills. So I'll do it again. And there's a third one. And they're not all the same. And as you can see, when I hit the drum fill, it started the fill at that point. So you have to be a little bit careful if you're trying to preempt the fill. But you get the idea. You can start the fill on 1, or you can start the fill on 4. And go from there. Now the pedal adds extra sounds. This one will pause the sound. And this one will give you a cymbal, or whatever you designate it to be. In this case, it's a cymbal. I know that gets a little annoying, but the whole point is that you can then make it sound a little bit more like this, not coming as a pedal for rock. Now, to end it, you just basically double tap it. So as you can see with the original card, you get a whole bunch of stuff, but you can create your own drum beats as you go. And I know you can't see that right now, but you can create your drum beats as you go. And that's basically by connecting in the MIDI cable. We'll connect the MIDI cable really quick. And it says USB device connected. I'm showing as a USB drive on my computer. And this is what we see. First of all, I want to show you the page here really quick. This is the Beat Buddy page, of course, over at singularsound.com. The price is $299.97. That's not without the foot pedal. The foot pedal costs a little bit more, but it's well worth it. Some of the extra stuff, the foot pedal, $49.97, 2-button foot pedal. I've tried to do other button foot pedals, and they don't work. You got to have the Beat Buddy Singular Sound foot switch with that. They also have the MIDI sync cable if you decide to hook it up into your keyboard or whatnot. All right, so this is the interface that you have when you connect it up to the Beat Buddy. As you can see, you have an intro and an outro right here, which you can create, or you can bring in in this case, the blues fill. You have the blues beats straight eighths, and you can hear it by hitting the play button here. Or you can use the button up here to get, you know, the Beat Buddy like it's an actual Beat Buddy. All right. We have different types of song shuffles that you can go through, and you can rearrange this by simply moving things over back and forth. It's very intuitive area here. We have the transition fills right here, and we have the accent hit right here. So if you don't want a cymbal on that foot switch, you can change that to a cowbell or a claves or something else, and go from there. You can add multiple sections. So all we have to do is hit the add button right here. As you can see, another section, another section, another section, another section, another section. We keep going. If we try to save it at this point, it's going to say, hey, you don't have anything in these sections, so we're not going to save it. So let's just delete these sections out. Pretty straightforward. It's this part that gets a little bit more intense, and that is the actual editing of the beats. So we'll right click and we'll say edit, and it's going to say, yeah, it's going to be quantized. So they recommend that you do that now. So we're going to say yes. And here it is. You're going, well, where's the drums? Well, you have a lot of drums here, so we're going to bring it down to where the beat is. Now, in this case, they're using 16th notes, and you can split these up into 30-second notes. You can bring these together to eighth notes or quarter notes or whatnot. But in this case, they just have them set as 16th notes. So we're going to go down to the beat. And as you can see, it's got this is the hi-hat closed and the kick drum. So we can change this at all by just basically clicking on the square and bringing it down to 0, which will turn it off, or bringing up to a whole 127, which will make it the loudest sound as possible. We'll put it back to 104. So let's bring something into here. Let's bring in a bongo. Let's go high bongo, and we'll go 75, 75, 75, 70, something like that. So as you can see, that gets a little bit tedious, but as we play it, you just heard the bongos. And we'll do it again in a slower tempo. As you can see, I changed the tempo on the top here, so we could go fast. But you can do all the editing right from here, and when you're done, you just save it and write to the Beat Buddy, and then those extra beats will be in the inside of your device. Now, and that's through the apply and cancel down here. We're going to hit cancel because I don't want to save that stuff. But you can basically create a song right from here if you have a little bit of time and effort. But you can also use one of your favorite MIDI editors to create a drum loop, or go down in your studio with your drum set, your MIDI drum set, and drum out some beats, record it to a MIDI editor, import it in here, and go from there. And that's what a lot of people did with their songs. Now, the pedal's really cool because you can use it with practice. You can use it if you're doing an acoustic solo or acoustic duo, or you could actually put it with your band. As a drummer, you know, it'd be nice to actually have something else keep the beat, and then I don't have to sit there and play. I could actually bring out some more. Like, for instance, songs that have alternate percussion in it, like anything from Santana, or anything from, you know, big bands, Brian Setzer Orchestra, or John Cougar Mellencamp, where they just have all these drums playing, and you're just one drummer, you're trying to do it all. You could actually put the beat in here and then play along with that. Now let's take this Beat Buddy to the floor. Let's put on the guitar and let's rock out to some tunes. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook it up to my iPad. My iPad is going to be running the IK multimedia software, the Amplitude software, to give me more of a rock sound with my guitar since I don't have any of my amps or pedals up here. And then I'm just going to run it from the iPad for the guitar into the Beat Buddy, and then of course that will go into the mixer so you can hear the sound. So let's do that next. All right, so this is the Beat Buddy down here. We got the Beat Buddy and of course the foot switch. I'll bring this over just a little bit so you can see both of them in their glory. We got a rock, we're on rock 2, and I'm just gonna play along with the song a little bit. And that is the Beat Buddy by Singular Sound Geekazine review. What'd you think about it? Do you have the Beat Buddy yourself? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Let me know what you think about this little pedal in a box, in a pedal, or this little drummer in a pedal, by tweeting me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. The socials right here. And of course, go over to YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment there. Hit the bell notifications for the next cool video coming out from Geekazine, because we do a lot of consumer tech, a lot of music tech, and a lot more. So, and of course, we're over on Twitch live, twitch.tv/Geekazine, to watch all these videos as well. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out, and hey, rock on. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and we got an unboxing for you coming up next. How you doing, everybody? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we are going to be taking a look at the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet. This is the 2019 model, otherwise known as Gen 9, and we're going to be unboxing it and taking a look at it. You can find me over at Geekazine Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. If you got any questions, you can always go over and talk to me on any of the socials, and of course on YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, or don't. However you do it, that would be great. So, I got the Fire HD 10, and there's a reason why, and that is because of a new show that's coming out that I can't kind of talk about. I can kind of, but can't talk about just yet. But when I make the announcement next week, it'll be awesome, and we'll be doing some great stuff, and we'll be using the Fire HD 10 tablet with this. So, but for now, we're just going to unbox it and open it up, get it ready, and do a first look and see what we can do from there. So let's get into it. First of all, I want to let you guys know, hey, this is a review process, and of course, I purchased this all on my own. Nobody paid for it. Nobody's paying any sponsorship fees or anything like that. So this is on my own. All opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review for all my policies and procedures when it comes to looking at items, unboxing items, and everything like that. So let's get in here. Let's check out the specs of the Fire HD 10.1 9th generation tablet. It's a 10.1-inch display, 1920 by 1200. Now, that means that it's a 16 by 10, whereas a regular TV screen is 16 by 9, which is also wider angled, so wide angle ultra screen. It's an octa-core processor with 2 gigahertz and 2 gigabytes of RAM. Dual band AC Wi-Fi, so it'll use your older devices if you've got a B, G, or N, but of course it'll do AC for a wider band for your Wi-Fi, so you can get whatever movie you're downloading and whatever game you're playing. Front and rear cameras are both at 2 megapixels, so it's not going to be the greatest camera in the world, but it'll definitely take some pictures if the cat's doing something funny. It's got Dolby Atmos sound. And it's USB-C, but only USB-C 2, which it means that you can't really, you don't have high speed transferring files in here, but you have many different ways to put files on wirelessly. The AC will help you with that, and of course there is an SD card slot in there, so you can do more. Let's take a look at the page really quick. This is the Fire HD 10, where you can get it on Amazon, of course. 64 gigabytes of storage. There it is. Of course, you can get it with the case. You can get it with ads. You can get it without ads. The price is very dependent on what version, 32 or 64, or with special offers or without special offers. It goes up to $204.99, and the lowest price is $149.99. And of course, you can get different colors from black to plum to twilight blue to white, which is pretty cool. And there's also a 15-watt charger and a case that you can get with that. Lots of different things right there. So, but you're here to see me unbox this thing, so we're gonna do that right now. So let's get over here. We got the HD 10. This is the tablet. So I got the 64 gigabyte model, and it looks pretty straightforward. Looking at the package right here, it just tells you some things that you can do. So let's go ahead and get this opened up here. There we go.
there's a little arrow system right here that says open it up this way. So we're going to peel that back, and we're going to lift this up, and we are going to pull it out. Pull it out this way. Nothing else in this box. We will set this to the side. And here is the tablet. It's in a little cardboard thing, so the little box down here, which has probably the cable and the plug. That's I think a 5-watt charger, and of course you can get a 15-watt fast charge. This is the tablet. It's pretty wide. In fact, I have the Fire 7 tablet right here. Let's do that. Let's do the comparison really quick. So there's the 7, there's the 10. As you can see, it's a bit of a difference in size. We'll just set that right here. We'll peel back some of the plastic. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get ready for the peeling of the plastic. So, yeah, that's it. That's it right there. All right, there we go. That was the peeling back of the plastic. That's pretty cool. So anyway, this is the tablet right here. Like I said, is bigger. It's a little bit heavier, of course, than the 7. But yeah, it goes from there. Let's just turn it on and see what it looks like when we turn it on. Maybe. There we go. We got a little welcome type sound, and trying not to get the light in on this. So there's the Fire tablet. Excuse me. And while that's doing that, it goes to the next part. So, all right, let's zoom in just a touch and take a look at some of this right here. So it's saying, welcome. What language would you like? Would you like large font? That's down here. So I can adjust the font right away, which is cool. I'm going to say United States English and hit the next button. Even though I sometimes wonder if I actually do United States English, but anyway. And it says, hey, it's installing certain updates, so we're going to let that happen. We're going to set that there. And of course, yeah, it's going just a sec right now. So let's open up the rest of this really quick. Oh, it's already ready. So we'll hold off on that. I want to get through this really quick. So it says, hi, Jeffrey Powers. This device has been connected to my Wi-Fi and using the credentials previously saved to Amazon. So it knows me already. And that's one of the cool things about having an Amazon device is how it connects up. If you said, I'm ordering this for me, they're going to connect it up for you. If you say, I'm ordering this for Joe Schmo, and this is their email address, they're going to connect it up and set it up for them. So that is an important factor right there. Now, it said hello. So if this was meant for somebody else, then I'd have to reset this up. Not a big deal. So I'll hit continue. And it's going to say, hey, just a second here. Now it's saying, hey, are you restoring a Fire? You can restore all the apps and games, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, email configurations, bookmarks. And the last one I did was on, the last backup was on March 4th, which is this Fire 7 tablet. So let's restore it. What the hey? So we're going to have to sign in my Amazon account. Sorry, you don't get to see that part. There we go. And it says, now wait a while. And it's downloading and restoring. So now we're going to go, and now my phone is just blowing off saying, hey, you know, somebody just logged into your Amazon account. Oh, no. Okay, so let's get back here. Let's take a look at some of the features, or the extra pieces here on the unbox. We got the charger. Like I said, this is a 5-watt charger and a lot of plastic around it. We'll just leave the plastic on for now. We've got things to try. Do more with, and then of course this word. You can call mom, show the front door, have Sam Jackson tell you a joke, things like that. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Maybe. This is, this is instruction, the overview of the Fire 10 tablet, the getting started part, charging your tablet, and all the good instruction stuff. And then there should be a cable in here, and I think that's it. Yeah, there it is. Nice USB-C cable. Remember, it's a USB-C
USB-C, but it's only a USB-C 2.0. So it's about as fast as a USB-A 2.0. They just use the USB-C, so you don't get confused on how you plug this in. So, and of course, if you can always get a USB-C to USB-C cable and adapters and all that other stuff if you wanted to. So I think that's it. That's in this box right here. Yep, that's it. We're still doing the system update, so yeah, that's gonna take a minute here. So right now, you know, I have a lot of cool apps on my my Fire 7 tablet. Mostly, this tablet is used for controlling my mixer for my sound, because it's got the app for that. I do have a couple games that I put on there and used, and a couple utilities as well. Let's see what else I got on this Fire 7 tablet. I didn't put Facebook on this, but this one will get Facebook on there. You got HBO Now. You got when I about 6 months ago, I reviewed what's called the Heston Q, which is a induction cooking system, and I put the app on here, and it works really well. I've got a nice little piano app on my Fire 7, which will probably be on this new Fire 10 because I told it to move the apps over as well. My Xbox, I got my Xbox software here, YouTube, of course, and a few other things that I'm reviewing as we go. I got my email on here, of course, and then of course all the cool stuff that Amazon has, from the Amazon store to the Silk browser to the Kindle to the music, so you can watch movies and listen to music, which is what this Fire is really meant for. And it's given me some ideas here, so we'll go from here and we'll put the 7 back because we don't need it anymore. So somebody in the chat is asking, so how heavy is this? I don't know the weight. It feels like it's got some good, not too heavy. What is it says the weight is 10.1 ounces or 286 grams. So, but definitely can feel it in your hand. So here we are. Okay, now it's asking me, it's connecting to my Wi-Fi. And it says, just a second here while it's still configuring. Please wait while your Fire tablet is updating the latest software, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, and email configurations. So it's continuing to download. So this is not a quick process, but it definitely will have everything that you need when you're ready to play games and do other stuff. We can go back to this one, take a look at the Amazon App Store, since we do have to wait. All right, where are we? So this is the App Store right here. It looks like Clash of Clans. Now this is interesting because Clash of Clans was not in the Fire tablet when I reviewed this last year. So they must have just changed that, and that's awesome. So you have your different categories. We got the home, we got the videos that you can download the apps or download actual videos. Family stuff. Here's some apps for the family. We got bestsellers. We got For You, and we got Amazon coins. And I think this is going away. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me. But my understanding is this was going away with this, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's for sure. But anyway, you've got that's the basic app store that we're gonna see. So the next step is, do we want to enable location services to allow maps, weather, and other apps? We're going to say yes. Do we want to auto save our photos and videos to the Amazon Cloud Drive? We're going to say yes. Save Wi-Fi passwords to Amazon. Yeah, we'll leave that on for now. My Wi-Fi password I give to almost anybody that needs it. And it says, hey, meet your Fire tablet. So little music, little video here. We'll do this. Bring this volume
down. There we go. And go from there. So we'll just skip through it. I understand what this is. So let's move on. And it says get started with the A word. You can use your voice to access apps. So let's enable it right here. Make this Fire Kid friendly. We don't need to, so we'll just say not now. But you might want to because you know might have kids that are using this. Get more out of your Fire tablet with Goodreads. Find more books you'll love. We'll say not now with that. And then it's saying, hey, there's Audible. You get a 30-day free trial. We're going to say no thanks to that. So even though, just a lot of different options that you can do, enjoy, but telling you, hey, you got books and videos that you can look at right now. But we're going to leave that at that. And then says, included with this update, change your tablet at Alexa experience when multiple devices are present by default. This will not respond from your tablet and will instead respond from the next closest Echo device. So we'll just say okay. So basically, if these two tablets are close, and then I have an Echo and I say the magic word, not all of them will react to it. Just one of them will react, and it'll go for the Echo devices first, and then the tablets. So. So far, what I see is that a lot of the apps I have are not on here. It looks like I'm going to have to install apps again, but it's not a big deal. So, but those are the apps. These are the books, the videos I can get. And of course, I have Amazon Prime, so I can watch Hunters. I can watch All or Nothing from the tablet. I also have a lot of the features like Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi, AC, and the voice enabled. You can turn it on and off from up here. And it's saying updates available for download. So it's downloading. Yeah, it's starting to download the apps that I have on this 7-inch tablet here. So, and of course I can add whatever I want. You get the idea of how that part works. It's a nice clean screen. Let's compare it to the 7. Sorry, the 7 is a little bit dirty, but you'll see the idea between the two screens. This does look a little bit darker, but I might have the contrast down on this a little bit. And this one, the 10, does look a lot brighter. There's 224 points per inch for the screen. So I'm not sure what the LUTs are on this, but it looks pretty bright. I'm in a bright room right now. I'm assuming there's a sensor in here, I think up here, that can adjust the lighting here, but we'll go through all the settings. Actually, let's do that. Let's go through the settings right now. Settings right here. Internet, connected devices. We can do Bluetooth, USB, and printing. So it might see my printers. Let's go over here. Connection settings. There's one print service on, so we can add service, so we can find our printers. That took us here. We won't get into that too much. We can pair a new device if we want to. So that's with that side. Battery, actually, battery's kind of nice at 72%. So it says should last till about 5:45 p.m. Not too bad. Hands-free mode, screen locks, wake word, and things like that if we want to choose. So we could actually, I think we could change the wake word on this tablet as opposed to the other devices. We can do the show mode, what we want to see, a display. So let's go to show mode first of all. So if we want to see the home screen, well, we can choose that as the default. We can choose our Amazon photos, or we can go to the default. The display. Once again, we can see an ambient clock or a photo slideshow. Accessibility, Alexa captioning, calling. Oh, sorry, cancel. I said the magic words. The settings, including access restriction, hands-free mode, wake word. So we can change the wake word from. It looks like one of two options. So. trusted networks, multiple Alexa devices, and communications. Yeah. What else we got? We got storage, and you can put an SD card into here. I got internal storage of 64 gigabytes, but I can put up to 512 gigabytes of an SD card in here for more storage. If I have movies and videos, let's say I'm using this to show wedding pictures or videos that I do, recordings that I do, I can put it onto the tablet and take it with me. Security and privacy, we've got screen lock options, administrative options, my account information. We won't get into that, so you won't see that. Profiles, so if you've got many people here, you can set that. You can also set the parental controls. Accessibility, if you can't see it or if you can't hear it, you can do that all here. High contrast text. And saying some videos might not look properly, so work properly, excuse me. So that's high contrast. As you noticed, the yellow was all gone. It's all black and white, and of course color correction is off. We can and yeah, it's saying that the videos might look a little bit weird. Audio descriptions, closed captioning, so you get that. You can go through all that. The help here, which I like the help because sometimes it does a video help, tutorials, phone and email help, feedback help, all right there. So, and legal and compliance. So that's all the settings right there. And you also have the help right here up on top. In some of my apps, this one is my Ultimate Guitar app, which I can use to get tabs and chord structures for certain songs so I can play them, which is cool. So I might use this as opposed to my iPad because I can set this into a stand and put this onto my microphone stand or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And then I have one tablet dedicated to my mixing board and one tablet dedicated to the lyrics and the songs. So I got a little drum machine here. It's really starting to load all the apps here. All right. And of course the volume is down. And so that's pretty much it. It's loading it up. Looks like it's loading it up perfectly. I just switched to landscape mode, and as you can see, pretty usable right there. Let's take a look at the sides here really quick. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what's going on. And then we're going to brighten this up just a little bit. That's the wrong way. There we go. So on the sides, what we have the volume buttons right there. We have a 3.5 millimeter jack. I think this is a TRS, not a TRRS, but I'm not 100% on that, which means that this might be a TRS. If you have headphones with microphone to use like Skype, so it's got to have it in there. So it's probably a TRRS. It's got TRRS, so that's a 3-pole for your microphone. We got a microphone dot right there, and that's so if you don't have headset. USB-C 2.0 connector, and then the power button right here. On the side, we have. Let's see if we can. Let's focus this back in. All right, on the side right here, we have the opening for your SD card. So basically just open that up like that, put in your SD card and close that up, and then you have more storage. Nothing on the bottom right here, but we have the speakers. Now the speakers are in landscape mode. So we have one speaker on the right and one speaker on the left right here. So it's like a 6-dot configuration. So, and that's pretty much it for that. Let's zoom this back out here a little bit. There we go. And that's pretty much it. And it just said, hey, updates available for download. So I'm guessing it needs my permission. Oh, download additional voices. So if you want, if you don't want the standard voice for the personal assistant. You can say, hey, I want Amy from the United Kingdom, and it'll download that, or Brian from the United Kingdom, or Chantel from Canada, French Canada, and much more. So you have a pretty good amount of voices. I don't see Samuel Jackson. Where's Samuel Jackson? Alexa, have Sam Jackson tell me a joke. Or maybe not. Okay, so he's not going to do that, but that's okay. So that's it. It's set up. Now, within this time, and we're talking like a 30-minute time period, depending on what you have on your previous Amazon Fire. It didn't take too long, and of course the bandwidth, how long it takes, what type of internet speed you have. It doesn't take too long to load this up and get this ready. And of course, it came from Amazon, so it knew exactly who it was going for. Yeah, it set it up. Looks good. Of course, individual apps you'll probably have to log in from after that. But we're ready to go. We're ready to use this Fire 10 tablet for whatever we need. And I'm definitely going to be using it for this new show that I can't talk about just yet. But if just next week we'll talk about it, or just watch over at Geekazine. Geekazine Twitter, Geekazine Facebook, Geekazine Think Magazine, put in a geek, and you got me. That's it. That's the unboxing and first look at the Amazon HD Fire 10. 10.1, the 9th generation tablet from Amazon. I can't wait to use it for this future endeavor. And if you want to get it, we have a link down in the show notes. Please go ahead and use that link, because it supports Geekazine and all the efforts I do for that. If you got any questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer them best I can. But the better person to answer the questions is over on the Amazon page, because if you ask a question there, you get a bunch of people that answer that right away. So that's it. So that is the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet unboxing. Thanks a lot for watching. And until next time, you guys, hey, geek out and take care. The other day, Apple made some major changes, and I'm not just talking about a new watch or a new iPad. One of the things that Apple reinforced was how we're starting to bring our watches into play, just like our phones. You know, just like that iconic photo of the person surrounded by VCRs, cameras, landlines, electronics that end up being found in today's phone. The watch continuing to gobble up those functions to place on our wrists, if they could only do it with a 72-hour battery. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you find... Yeah, let's do that part again. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you get rid of your old phone. Wait, what? Old phone? I don't... Welcome to a new series on Geekazine called The Focus. This is where we'll be looking at technology in a deeper dive. For this series, I'm keeping the focus on mobile devices for now. Apple Watch Series 6 was introduced at a virtual Apple event. I watched in a Zoom watch party, like many of you probably did, which made the experience a little bit better. We picked apart whether we should be getting upgraded to the new Apple products or not, and whether we're going to get an iPad, whether we're going to get a watch, whether we're going to get it, whatever. By the way, Apple did talk about a couple new iPads, and I'll be talking about those in a later video. But let's deep dive on this watch thing, because it's coming out on the 18th, which is only tomorrow for if you're watching today, and of course if you're watching after tomorrow, it's in the past. And Apple Watch is in two versions, the Series 6 and the SE. SE is technically the Series 5 with a few extra features. And Series 6 will start at $399, while the SE will start at $299. Processor on the 6 is the S6, while the SE is the S5. Did you get that? Okay, perfect. And then that was the previous chip on the Apple Watch. Both chips are dual-core processors, with the S6 running about 20% faster from some people's findings.
Both watches, along with the Series 5, the Series 4, and the Series 3, will run Watch OS 7. Now, all of these watches are water resistant up to 50 meters, have LTE models available for a little bit more, built-in mic, speaker, Wi-Fi, GPS, and a battery of up to 18 hours. The Series 6, the Series 5, and the SE will have Bluetooth 5.0, wireless through the W3 chip, along with the compass, always-on OLED, and the Retina option, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and the 44 and 40 millimeter sizes. The things that set the Series 6 apart from all the others include the following. To start, the new watch will be basically usher in a cableless connection. You'll need a magnetic wireless charging cable for power, but you'll either need the iPhone, you'll need an iPad, you'll need a Mac, or use the cellular service, if your watch has it, to get any software updates, photos, notifications, or anything like that. Another new feature is the U1 ultra-wideband support, which adds spatial awareness. Now think of this as a ping and receive type service between two devices running ultra-wideband. You can find out how far you are from your phone or iPad, and AirDrop will actually be using the service to send and receive files, as it apparently does a better job than Bluetooth will. So music, messages, and more will transfer faster to your watch. The U1 chip is not in every Apple device, though. iPhone 11 seems to be the only other device that has this chip, even though the upcoming iPad Air is still without the U1, which is a little bit odd. Now, the Series 6 will add a lot of health features. Even Tim Cook stated during the event a lot of case examples of people's lives being saved simply because they wore their watches and the watches warned them. It'll be interesting to see comparison of Apple Health versus Google Health, which already has some of these features. Actually, even my bathroom scale has a few of these features. Do you have any other devices that also keep track of your health? Let me know by commenting below. Now, the watch will have a noise sensor. It'll have a heart rate monitor with irregular notifications like previous models, and the SOS feature, but it'll also add blood oxygen and electrocardiogram, otherwise known as ECG monitoring, all in an app. To put this into perspective, I actually used to test ECG devices many years ago. Now, whenever you see a video with someone in bed and a whole bunch of wires connected to them for a sleep study, that's usually the full ECG experience. Now we can do that all within a watch. Well, kind. Gen 6 will have the second generation optical heart sensor inside to monitor all these new functions, and with the upcoming iOS 14, we'll be able to give you a full readout of on your phone or iPad. Another new addition, which I'm guessing that your 5, your 4, and your 3 watch might be able to utilize, is the new types of bands. Included are bands that have no latches or hinges. Now, as a drummer, I would guess that I would need that latch, but you never know. If the band is easy to slip on and holds stiff to any size wrist, then it could be a great new addition and easy to take on and take off. Keep in mind that the sensor needs to be as close to that skin as possible at all times for a fully accurate readout. Fitness apps have also been updated. You can stay motivated even if you cannot go to the gym. The new fitness subscription model will let you have a personal trainer right on your wrist. But will you use it? Comment below and let me know. The SC Cellular has another function, a watch for your kids to keep in touch with, all controlled by just one phone. So you don't need to get your 8-year-old the brand new iPhone, whether it's going to be the 11 SE, the 11 Super Max, the 12, some city in California next to a coast, nice wind breeze, and anyway, you'll be able to parent your child through the watch. No cameras, but there will be audio ability. Control of what's on the watch will be done by the person with the iPhone. Now, I could see some other really cool uses for it, like employees, not have their phone nearby, and then it's connected to a main phone, communication hub that goes throughout maybe a warehouse or maybe, just on the road If you've got drivers, if you've got whatnot, you can find out what they're doing and where they are at all times. Many different styles, many different colors, many different bands that are going to be available, and they're all going to be different prices, very expensive to super cheap. You'll probably find some stuff on Amazon as well. I like leather bands myself with the latch. It just feels like a watch to me. But what do you like for your watch face and watch bands to be? So here's what I like and what I don't like about the Series 6 watch. First, and this is personal preference, I am not a big fan of that square face. It just does not look good to me. It does not look like a watch. They want you to wear the device while sleeping, yet there's only an 18-hour battery. Keep in mind that 18-hour battery also depends on what you have on your watch. If you're loading it with apps, if you're getting tons of messages, if you're getting photos, if you're listening to tons of music, your watch battery will go to 14 hours or maybe even less. It'll also mean that it needs to fully charge in the time it takes you to shower and get ready for work. Well, that is, unless you work at home, then maybe that's not the case. Otherwise, you're going to actually be forgetting your watch more than not if you have to walk out a physical door. I am all for getting rid of those cables and having the wireless experience. Added bonus is it helps the environment because you don't have to buy another cable. You don't have to recycle another cable. I also alluded to the possibility of getting rid of your phone. Now, could that be an option? Well, absolutely it can. If the watch is cellular and connects to your AirPods and your iPad can handle the apps and your CarPlay is going to connect and charge, a phone is just a bigger item that sits in your pocket that you don't need. The only thing the watch cannot do is take videos or photos. That would be the job of Apple glasses. Wait a minute. Sources say that the Series 6 chip is the same as the iPhone 11. It'll run 20% faster than the Series 5 chip. It won't be able to test all that until the watch comes out, though, and we will try to do so. With a plethora of color, new health features, a new fitness service, and a $399 price tag, will you be looking at that Series 6 watch? With these tumultuous times, that might not even be something that can be on your financial radar. For me, the watch is usually a no. But what feature are you waiting for before you decide to pull the trigger? Are you on Series 5? Will you go to Series 6? Are you on Series 4, 3, 2, or 1? And you want to go to Series 6? Let me know by commenting below. And that's it for this first episode of The Focus on Geekazine. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment if you liked this video. If there's some technology that you want me to focus on, let me know. We will be doing the next video. We will be talking about the new iPad Air. And remember, you have the iPad that's still on the Lightning cable, and then the new iPad Air, which comes out in a month. We'll talk about that as we go. And until next time, you guys geek out and take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and you are watching another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. The HP Never Stop 1202W is a loaner model. I do have to send it back, but nobody's editing this video or this my posts on Geekazine. Of course, if you want to find out more about this, you can go over to Geekazine and our review area to find out all my policies and procedures. All opinions are of my own. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the printer in question here. This is the Never Stop HP Never Stop all-in-one laser printer 1202W wireless laser with cartridge-free monochrome toner tank. It is a black and white printer, laser style printer. Houses the toner in here, and we're going to talk about that as we go. In fact, the best part about this Never Stop 1202W is it's got 60% savings on toner for price. Prints 5,000 sheets right out of the box. It can do, when you reload it with toner, can do another 2,500 prints. It reloads the toner within 15 seconds. It's crazy. 7 times more pages than the inline printers. Does 21 pages per minute, 150 sheet input tray right there, and it scans at 600 dots per inch. We did an unbox of this, and I'm going to show you that right now. This is a new type of laser printer that's been out for about a year, and first time it's hitting the United States here. This is a special loading ink printer. This is a black and white printer. It was not color, it's meant just for black and white prints. It can do 5,000 pages from the box, and it can do up to 7 times what your regular laser printer does. The reloadable toner ink is the key here because it's a cartridge that you put in and you let it load, and it loads in a few seconds and it goes from there. So let's open this up and see what we got. So we're gonna pop it open. What do we got here? So inside we get a couple plastic trays that will go into the printer. Looks like we got a USB cable right there. We've got the power cord, which is a standard 3-prong plug cord. And we got cardboard, and then of course the printer. This is a lighter printer, but you definitely want to watch out how you unload the printer from the box so you don't hurt your back. We got some instructions here that show you all the places. They're usually marked with orange tape, so it's easy to determine what you need to pull out. So let's go ahead and do that. There's some styrofoam on the top. I think this is one unit here, so it can pull up right so. So you can try and pull it up. What I like to do is I like to set printers on their sides and then slide them out that way. It's usually the easiest thing to do when you're doing it all by yourself. There we go. And we'll just slide it to let the box kind of fall off the side of the table here. There we go. And we'll set the box right here. Now, we'll gently turn it back 90 degrees. There's our printer right here. We got some styrofoam on both sides, which we have to carefully remove. Throw it in the box. Throw it in the box. And here we got the printer right here. So let's go ahead, pull the plastic. It looks like it comes from the top down. But this is a review model, so it might be a little bit packaged differently than what you would get if you were to actually buy it outright. All right, there we go. Put the plastic in the box. All right. So the instruction manual, let's get that again. Like I says, tells us where all the tape is, but we have the orange tape that'll tell us as well. So we'll hit the orange tape right here and right here to begin with. And we'll cautiously set this on the box because we are going to be returning this model. We got a little plastic film, we'll leave that be. Okay, that flips open. So there's a little scanner right there, pretty cool. We will turn it to its side, and there's a lot of tape right here, which we will pull off. I think this comes up, so we can pull out the tape here and here. Put that on the box. We open up the printer. Oh, we got another piece of tape right there that holds this door open. We got the door open right there. Guess where this tape's gone? On the box. All right, there we go. And let's see, we got another piece of tape that holds this orange piece right here. And there's a piece of white right there. And pull this up. And this looks like to be a lot of stuff here. There we go. Some plastic and some I'm guessing this is so the toner doesn't go everywhere. We got the tray over there. So we're just gonna open up the instructions and make sure we've got all the tape because you don't want tape hiding anywhere.
So it said to take the tape off, lift this up, take the tape off there and pull that piece out. Next up, what we're gonna do is we got these two pieces over here. We'll set this down for a second. So we have these two pieces right here. We got the tray insert, and the USB cable can go back over there. We got another part of the tray insert, slightly different than other HP printers. So we got this insert right here in the box. We got this insert right here. Right there. So this is the page insert. I'm not exactly sure how that goes, so we got to go to the instructions here. So it basically says take this piece, this is the tray piece, and we insert it like so. The tray insert will actually clip right there. So now we put the paper into here, which I have to go get. I'll be right back. All right, so basically we're gonna set to the paper setting, and then I guess we're gonna put it right in there. There we go. And then next is this cover tray, which goes right in like that. And there, we're good to go. So the first print takes around 20 to 25 seconds to warm up, and that's after the printer's turned on. But after that, I was making prints easily, pretty quick. Like I said, it does about 21 pages per minute. Let's take a look at the printer a little bit closer here. What we've got here, we've got the little LCD panel right here, and of course all the buttons from the power button to the, I can't see it from this angle, but they'll turn on when we activate it. We got a little scanner area, so if you need to scan some documents, you can do that. We got the scanner part. We can pull up the second area here, and that gives us where we're going to capture the prints at. We've got our feeder area right here, and then this is our level. This tells us how much toner we have here. So if we open this up, this is where we put the toner in. Now, they didn't give me a toner to use, so it's basically, we got a screenshot of it right here. This is the toner cartridge, which inserts into the printer right here. It's a plunger system that allows you to put the toner into it. It's supposed to be mess-free, and it takes about 15 seconds. Now, like I said, I don't have the plunger, so I can't tell you how that works. But once this comes down to almost nothing, you can then put it in and go from there. Out of the box, it does 5,000 pages. So straight up 5,000, you're done. It's all good. In the back, like I said in the unboxing, you have two cables. You have the plug, the power cable, and then you have the USB cable for the connection to your device. This prints, we got a tray here that does, I think 150 pages per tray, and of course you can go from letter to legal. I don't think you can go anything beyond 8.5 inches. So you can do 8.5 by 11, 8.5 by 14, and those types of sizes, and maybe even letters, but I'm not sure. There's no insert tray that I know of. You can't put paper on top to have it automatically feed. There's also no duplexer on this, so don't expect it to do any type of duplexing. And the only scanner, of course, is the single sheet scanner, so you'll have to take it out and put it back in, and of course it won't flip and duplex or anything like that. It is about 24.4 pounds. It's eco-label certified, and it runs off of the Smart app, which does a whole bunch. So this is the app right here, and as you can see, you have the HP Smart app allows you to hook up to all your printers. I have it set up for this one, but if I hit the plus button, I could probably find my PageWide Pro easily. These are all tiled, so you can change out the tiles. So if you don't need to the camera scan, you can take that out. If you don't need the help and support, you can take that out. And then of course the instant inkjet supplies, they have the monthly plans, which you can get your supplies. It takes you right to the web page,
and you can find your ink toner cartridges, including this for the replacement plunger system here. What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick print. So we're going to do just basically a camera scan. We're going to bring up a picture. We'll full screen size it, and we'll hit next. It's going to crop. It's going to say, is this the picture you want to print? And it's going to say, yes, it is. I'll hit the print button there, and it says you need to install the print services, which I will do right now. And so now it's going to show me the print in black and white. It's going to say the default. It's going to ask me how I want all the options. It looks good. I think we hit over here, and it's going to send the printer to the printer. Let's go back over here. And this first one, this time it took about 15-16 seconds. And then, of course, here we have the print. It's not my best print, of course, because this came from, I took pictures from another device to show off that device. So, but as you can see, it printed well. It's got a small little border on the sides. I don't know if we can get rid of that at all, but we can, we definitely have that right there. So that prints the page. Once again, 150 pages through the Smart App. There's also a fax option, which is really cool. I don't have it set up yet because you have to kind of leave the app to do that. But and I think this is going to be with all the printers out there, so that use the HP Smart App option. It's going to be able to do a mobile fax. You'll hit that, and then it'll take you to another page where you have to sign up. It doesn't do incoming faxes, just outgoing faxes. And it's taking a small while to do that. So we'll just come back here. So the Smart App has a lot of awesome features to it, including the printer scan and that. And once again, we can personalize those tiles to whatever we need, whatever we don't need, which is pretty amazing. Some other things about this printer, like I said, it's under 25 pounds, so it's easy to lift on my own, as you saw in the unbox. We've got the page here. This is all the details of the Never Stop Laser MFP 1202W printer. Duty cycle of monthly letter up to 20,000 pages. Memory inside 64 megabytes, so you can you basically have a lot of prints ready to go. And it'll queue that up that way. It does do Wi-Fi direct. It does do high-speed USB. There is no Ethernet jack to this. It's not meant for hooking up via a cable like that. You can hook it up to a PC though, and then print from there if you wanted to set up a print server, I guess you could. Maximum number of copies can do up to 99. The scanner does 600 DPI. And the bit depth is at, I think it was 24-bit, 256 grayscale. That's pretty much it. All the other stats you can see right here on the page. That is pretty much it. I've had this for about a week now, and I've done some scanning into this. I've done some printing into this, and it's done a great job. Once again, I haven't printed 5,000 pages to warrant having to reload this at any time soon. And it's perfect for an SMB, like a small medium business, to print out something that doesn't do anything high volume, or maybe if you need to have that personal printer on your desktop, because there are some roles where you need to have a printer in a closed area so nobody can see what you print. This replaces any type of inkjet printer and prints a little bit better. I have not smelled any laser printer smell, nor have I seen any laser printer dust come from in here. Inside there is a drum that you pop here and you open here. Let's go back to this one. Inside there's a drum right here, and which pops out like that, and the toner is encased in the drum. And we asked if the drum, if that needs to be replaced, and one of the things they basically said is a lot of these drums will last pretty much the lifespan of the printer. So you can get replacement drums if that is needed. but chances are you probably won't hit that drum life cycle. So that is the HP Neverstop 1202W. What do you think? Do you need a printer for your needs? Once I get the plunger in, I will test that plunger. I will let you guys know how that works. It is supposed to be a clean process. Of course, with the app, you've got a lot of extra functions, including that new fax out function. That is pretty sweet, and because nowadays we don't even have phone landlines to run a fax machine. So I know things like when you prepare your taxes, you do have to send some of the forms in via fax. So this will help you do that. All right, well, that does it for this episode. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. Let me know if you get this printer, what you think about this printer by going over to the socials and talking about it. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and you got me. You've been watching another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. So last week I started talking with my friends over at Creative Labs, and I said, hey, we haven't talked in a while. What do you guys got? And of course, I saw them at CES, and they said, wow, we got some new audio stuff, including this thing right here. This is the Sound Blaster X3. Now, at first, I thought I was getting, it's a high-res 7.1 Super X-Fi USB amplifier. And at first I thought I was going to get a whole system with speakers and everything like that, but that's not the case here. This actually allows you to bring your own speakers from what's in here. So I want to let's see how this all works and how we do this. And of course, they're also saying, hey, get the Creative Labs Sound Blaster speaker system. We got that there, but this one allows you to hook up to that and be the central control. So basically, I'd set it on my desk and then my speakers all around me for the audio. So let's go ahead and unbox this one right here. So let's do that. Let's open this one up. I wonder why that froze. Maybe we'll take a second after this one to look at that. So anyway, that's the Sound Blaster module right there. Fairly straightforward. It is the acoustic engine with high quality headphone amplifier, built-in Super X5 processor, and you can customize your own modes. So I believe, let's take the film off first here. Not drop it. So film there, bring that up, open that up, there we go. And we'll take the film out there, there we go. So that's the unit right here. What do we got inside? Let's take a look at this. So on the front end, we'll zoom in just a little bit so you can see what's going on. So right here is looks like a microphone input. It is 3.5 millimeter, so you might have to get an adapter if you have a different type of microphone. It does not do USB in microphone as far as I can see. But anyway, we've got the headphone out. So if you don't want to go through the speakers, you can go through the headphones. On the top here, we have it looks like a volume dial. It is a pressable dial, so it means something here. We've got this must mute the microphone audio. Oh no, it says audio balance. Okay. So I think if you press this and you turn the dial, it will, it'll change in this case, it'll change the balance. Direct to mode, if you press this one, and then line out HP for this button right here called SXFI, which is their Super X5 processor right there. Nothing on the sides there, both sides, but on the back we have a line out the front, the side, the rear, the sub, and a line in. So if you're bringing in another device, you can do that. We have the optical out right here. And then a USB, it's a USB-C, I believe it's just C. It doesn't show a Thunderbolts, so it's just USB-C, but you don't need Thunderbolt for audio. That would be pretty much overkill, I think. But anyway, so that's what you have. So you take all your speakers and you'll put it in here. The sub, we got the front, the side, and the rear. So front speakers, they have to be a dual speaker front and a dual speaker rear, and then the side. And you probably, I would guess that you could use it if you only have the front speakers. You could probably use this without rear speakers at all. So let's move on. Let's see what else is in the box here. So we'll take this out first. We'll show you all the manuals. So we have the manual, which is very interesting because it's one of these complete fold-out type things. I'd rather have it in a booklet than just a single sheet like this because this can get kind of confusing. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, it's showing the front view, volume control knob, the microphone control, everything, Super X5 button, like I said, headphone jack, and then, yeah, everything exactly as I said there. And you can get a 5.1 analog speaker system and a 7.1 analog speaker system to use with this. Also in here we have the worldwide warranty. If you need to worldwide worry about that, let's focus that in. That's not focusing in. Mine isn't that focusing in. Let's do this. Hold on a second. There we go. So there's the worldwide warranty right there. We got a piece of silica gel. We got the Sound Blaster revolutionizing audio. Welcome to the Sound Blaster family. Here's how you can connect with us. Okay. And then this is the button functionalities and LED indicators. So it says blue is playback volume, red is microphone volume, and green, cyan, or orange is audio balance, white is Bluetooth. So it'll light up when you hit a specific button. You can turn the dial to the left or right to decrease and increase balance. Press the once switch to the mic control to use volume knob to control mic. And then LED on is microphones on. Red is mic input monitoring level on. Green is audio balance on. So they have different, and there's a lot more on the back, so you can read through that. And then finally, read me first, which is weird that it's on the bottom of the box. But anyway, read me first. They have, it looks like the apps that you can download for the SXFI app, which I'm guessing that it will allow to connect up to the Sound Blaster, so you can use your phone as a, and this might have Bluetooth in it. I didn't see any Bluetooth information. But anyway, that's interesting. And that's pretty much it inside that box right there. That's the Sound Blaster. Oh, no, it's not it. We've got this side box that I need to deal with really quick. So let's pull that out. Let's do that. And let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. And on the side here, we have, this is their oh yeah, it's a USB-C to A plug. So eventually this might even just switch to USB-C to C, but for now you get AC to A. And it looks like it is 2.0. Usually when it's white on the inside there, that usually says that it's 2.0. If it was blue, then we'd be looking at 3 or better. So we got that, and I think we have something on this other side too. Probably the plug. I thought there was a plug. No, I guess not. I guess this is self-powered or powered through the computer. So nothing there, nothing there. So that is pretty much it. So once we connect this up to the computer, we'll be able to rock it from there. And of course, I have a feeling that we'll be able to set up information and yeah, get it going. So, and that will be a later video when I do the full review of this device. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and welcome to the inaugural version of the afternoon show. And I should probably get rid of this little thing down here that says pre-show. Not pre-show anymore. It is the inaugural episode of the afternoon show. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. Socials will be popping up right here. You can follow me everywhere. Just Geekazine, there you go. And we've got a great group of people. We've been talking for the last 20 minutes now, learning about each other. Some of them know each other already. Over on Restream.io, we have, first of all, to my left, it would be my screen share, which has absolutely no name but screen share. And then next up, we have Anya Razina. And hopefully I'm getting all these names correct. I apologize if I mess it up. Down below we have Stephanie Liu, and then Rob. Next up is Dan Willis, who's in the middle square right there, and then down on the right square. This is going to be the fun name to say, Rob Balasabas.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking, I always do a musical thing in my head, so I go Balasabas. Do 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 do. Balasabas. Do 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 do. So anyway, thank you guys very much for being on the first pilot episode of the afternoon show. We're gonna keep this as loose as possible, so we'll be going back and forth talking about different things. I'm going to start with Anya here, since you're in the upper right-hand corner. You're the one that actually put a lot of this together, so thank you very much. Why don't you tell everybody about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, Jeff. It's definitely exciting. I don't do multi-people panels too often, so it's always a little bit of a thrill. I do lead influencer relations at Restream.io. That is the service that allows you to stream to multiple platforms at the same time. Your live video can go to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all those good places. And we also have a studio, which is where we are right now, that allows you to stream directly from your browser with overlays, video pre-rolls, guests, community comments displayed on your screen, all that good stuff. And a lot of these people here joining us are kind of like part of influencer relations team and our Restream movement group. So it's very exciting. We're going to talk about live videos, I guess, and happy to share any insights on what worked for us, what didn't, and everything in between.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephanie Liu.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm Stephanie Liu, and I'm a live video strategist. I help brands and entrepreneurs take their live videos from unknown to unforgettable. So thank you for having me.
Well, that was short but sweet. Awesome. And you're also a hypnotist, a certified master hypnotist. Did I read that correct?
Oh, you've done your homework. Look at
a little bit. So,
Yeah.
are you going to hypnotize us into whatever you're selling, or
Because you're not in a trance.
Yeah.
Definitely a skill I would love to have in contract negotiations, Stephanie, for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, next up we have Dan Willis. So you introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Dan. I'm the Millennial Motivator. I work with companies in building community-focused branding, really just diving in and building a committed community around your brands. I also trade stocks live in the morning and helping people learn how to do the stock market in this great COVID time. So a lot of new retail traders in the market. I spend about 2.5 hours every morning breaking down how that market works and how people can get into it without feeling overwhelmed.
I have one share of Facebook stock. True story.
Hold it. It's worth it.
Yeah. It'll become 2 shares eventually. I know that
they will split. That's true.
Yeah,
it's coming.
No, I used to do some stock trading, and then when I started Geekazine, the first thing I did was get rid of all my stocks because that becomes money into the end of the show. So and then I burnt through all that. So that's why I only have 1 share of Facebook stock now.
Well, you'll be a rich man one day.
I will. I'll be dead by then. But anyway, Rob, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, everyone. Jeff, thanks for having me on here. My name's Rob Balasabas. I'm the brand evangelist at TubeBuddy, which is a YouTube tool. We've got over 4 million channels that use our platform at the moment. And so I'm the brand evangelist. I get to connect with our influencer partners, our users, and then find cool ways for them to connect with each other. I have a live show on the TubeBuddy channels called The Creators Corner, where I just get to talk to different creators and different brands that help our community. So that's me.
Yeah. And we're both, I'm also part of the TubeBuddy system there, and also an influencer there, although I don't do the brand ambassador stuff. I've been on early on, and a lot of the features that they really got into TubeBuddy, I was like saying, you need this, you need this, you need this, and they said, and they were going, oh yeah, we got to add that. So I've been on TubeBuddy for a long time. It's a great program. So, all right, let's first of all, if you want to ask questions, we do have the chat. Of course, go in your chat wherever you are, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Periscope. Periscope. I don't have a LinkedIn Live just yet, so we're not on LinkedIn Live, sorry, but we're on Twitch. So ask your questions there, and we'll get them up here. We're going to start, see if there's any questions in there. And it just says one thing, two things, is Dan Pog by Euro37.
What's up,
and then Dan by Gaming Goodies. So what is that? What is the plug
Apparently,
about
that's
that?
the most popular guest we have here. Somehow Dan is the star. Well,
Dan's the man. Is the screen shared?
These are guys
No,
that
it's-
trade with me during the day. These guys are
Oh,
typically
okay.
guys that are in that trading Discord. So they figured they'd swing through and see that I'm actually a marketer as well. I don't just trade stocks all day.
All right. Well, let's start with the easiest of questions, and that is, we're now 5 months into this whole COVID thing, stay at home thing, whatever. Let's talk about how that if it has changed. For me, it was literally I was building the new studio from Studio A, and we're in Studio B now. I was building the studio anyway, but it was just kind of getting things done a little bit quicker. So we'll start. Let's start with we'll go to the opposite end. We'll go to Rob and ask that question. How has this changed you in the last 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've always been working remotely, so it hasn't really changed my work life so much. It's definitely changed what we do at work. A lot of a big part of what I do is travel to different conferences, and obviously that's not happening. So that's why we've really gravitated to live streaming to connect with our users and also do collaborations with all our different partners that we would normally do when we're in person at different conferences, right? We would meet up at a coffee shop or, do a collaboration interview in person. So we're just transitioning that online through live streams. So that's really how it's changed. I mean, as a business, everybody's gravitating to YouTube, which is primarily what we're all in on YouTube. So people are consuming content there. They're creating side hustles and businesses and channels and their audiences there. So that's directly related to our busyness at this time.
Show of hands, who's going to miss their either Diamond or 1K status next year? Nobody? No? Nobody? Does it? Who else travels for their job? Okay, Stephanie. Dan, you don't do any traveling at all, or?
I go to a few conferences every year, but I do the majority of my stuff via remote.
Okay.
Yeah, so I love going to conferences, don't get me wrong, but my travel points are the least of my worries.
Okay. So tell us how this has changed for you in the last 5 months then.
I mean, it's been great. One of the things that I've noticed with live is that kind of expectation that you need to have this really polished live performance. That's right out the window. I start my stream at 4:30 in the morning, so polish is right out the door. I wake up with the bags and I'm still kind of getting alert, and people just accept it. They're fine with it, and it's kind of fun that way where it's more just about the content and relating with the community, and then all kinds of new opportunities as well. I really wanted to get to South Africa last year to speak at an event, and just the travel didn't work out. There was complications. With
Other
flights
part of the audience right there. There we are. So we are live on all the chans, including the AMs. Welcome, Amazon folks. We're here. We're live, and we're rocking and we're rolling. And I want to hear myself. There we go. Sounds good. Looks good. Sounds good. Is good. Everything's good. And I'm just kind of, you get everything all set up, and it's just like, oh, it's time. It's time. Better get it going. So feel free to ask your questions in the chat. And, of course, go ahead and hit that follow button that you might see right there or there. I got the link to my shop, my Amazon shop in the chat there, but it is amazon.com/shop/Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in the geek, and you've got moi. And that's kind of like a kiss to you. Moi. Anyway, we're going to unbox a few things here. We've got a set of headphones that we're going to unbox. We've got a wireless router we're going to unbox. And then the Solium S600, which I've been meaning to. I haven't had a chance to get to. We finally have a chance to get to this and do an unboxing on this. So I am really excited about that. So if Malia, you're ready. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Let's get into it. Actually, before we do, I do have to say one thing. Some of this product was given to me. All this product was given to me. Nothing I purchased myself. But, all opinions are of my own. We're live. They can't edit. And, of course, if you have any questions, we've got the review
you can check that out. The page that just basically says all my policies and procedures. If you've got a product that you want me to take a look at, I can definitely do that because that's what I do, and that's what we like to do at Geekazine. So, anyway, let's move on. Let's get this all cleared off, and let's get it started with the different products here. I think we're going to start with the Rocat. And we'll take these off the table. Set that right there, a little bit heavier. We got the Rocat right here, and actually we got two parts to the Rocat, and so we're going to do that like that. All right. So let's get this unboxing of the Rocat ELO or LO. It's a 7.1 wireless headset. We've got this thing right here. Let's start with this one. So we'll get our handy dandy cutter and go ahead and open this up. So if you are gaming, if you're watching movies and you're watching movies in 5.1, 7.1 Dolby Atmos, and you want to have a good set of speakers, you want to have a good set of headphones so you can hear all the sounds all around you, and that's the important thing. And that's what Rocat, by a company called Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach has been making sound cards for a very, very long time, and they gave me a banana hanger. Actually, it's a headphone hanger. It's the headphone hang stand. I bet you I could hang my bananas from here too. It's very possible. If I got some bananas, I could hang them. But this is actually a stand for your headphones, which is really cool. It's nice, a nice little solid stand here from Rocat. And in fact, actually, I forgot to put these all up. So let me do that really quick. And excuse me. And just so you know, I put a couple items, couple movies that you might want to take a look at that will be in Dolby. Get these going. Yeah, okay. Then we'll move this over here. And then we'll move this back over here and right there. Okay, perfect. So here we are. We got a few people that are clicking on the links. Thank you guys very much. Let's get back in here. So this is the Rocat ELO 7.1 Air Wireless Surround Sound RGB Gaming Headset. 7.1 Air. It is wireless. It is wired. I believe you can also put a wire to it. I'm pretty sure of that. It's got the microphone, but you don't need to set up the microphone if you don't want to. It is a nice set of headphones, a sub $100 item right here. And of course, I think the stand is a little bit extra, but you know, if you've got a banana stand already, you probably don't need this. But this is the item right here. Let's go in the overhead. Let's go ahead and unbox on the overhead. We have a little tape here that we're just gonna kind of fold back, and that just opens up the tab. We're gonna pop this open up on top. And it looks like we're going to set it down this way. There we go. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. We'll set that over there. We're going to start with some instructions. So we got the quick start guide. We've got warranty service for purchases in Australia. Okay. Well, if I was in Australia, that'd be cool if I was in Australia. Actually, it was really interesting. I got my notice that we were in Australia 2 years ago. So that was a fun time. I'll tell you that right now. It was a very fun time. So, all right. So we got the instructions. So quick start guide right here. And then this is important information for users in Australia. And then this is just the software to download for Windows 7, 8, and 10. So, okay, perfect. What we've got in here, we'll start here. This is the straight up the microphone, little cable, so it'll fit around like this. You know, I have mine right here. This one's right here. It's got a really nice bendable gooseneck. They always see, you know, these types of microphones, you'll have them like right here. Notice my microphone's actually behind my mouth, so I don't give you all these plosives like Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. But that's a really nice little microphone. We'll have to see how it sounds as we go. Now we got the cable. This might be a charge. Oh, it's just a charging cable. Okay, so it looks like a USB-C charging cable. And so that's that there. And then we've got the headphones, but we also have this right here. This is the Bluetooth or wireless module. I don't know if this is Bluetooth or wireless, but this is the dongle you need for the 7.1 surround. And so we'll set that there. And poof, we'll pop out these headphones. Underneath is some silica gel, and it doesn't look like there's anything else. All right, there we go. These are the headsets, the headphones right here. Let's move this out of the way. And we'll take a quick look at these. So on the side, we used to have some film. We got takeoff, so pop that off right there. And then on the other side, let's pop that off right there. Nice Rocat looking symbol. Now we'll pop this in. We'll just go like this. We're going to take this. I don't want to do it on this computer because of the fact that, you know, hey, if I plug it into the main computer, it could mess up all the sound, and we don't want to do that. But I have this really cool laptop here from Gateway, believe it or not, that I was doing a review on last week, and it's got THX sound. It's not Dolby, but it is 5.1 surround. Now you won't be able to see what's going on the laptop. I'll bring it up here, and then I'll log in. Oops, log in there. Okay, perfect. Now we'll plug this dongle in right here, and it's gonna recognize it. Yep, it's recognizing, and I'm assuming it's doing some sort of downloading of software. We'll plug this into here, and let's see, is there a left and right? Yes, this is the left, so it doesn't look like you can put the microphone on the right side, just the left side. And I'm noticing these are the wireless. There are wired versions of this, but since this is supposed to be 7.1, it's doing some digital processing to figure out its its surround settings. So let's take a look right here. Let me grab this remote. We'll zoom in for a second here, and we'll take a look at the overhead here. And we'll zoom that in like this. Boom, like that. Okay, perfect. So what we have here on the headphones, over here is where you plug in, of course, the headset, the microphone. You don't need to plug that in if you're just listening to music or movies or something like that. We got the USB-C charge, so it might be that we can plug this directly into the computer and use it that way, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We got a power button. We've got a mute button right there for your gaming. We've got a headphone. Oh, this must be for the microphone volume. Oops, microphone volume right there. And then we've got the headphone volume right there. That's on the left side. On the right side, we do not have any buttons or anything like that. Now, let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at these a little bit better. So we have double cup earphones. They'll definitely fit over my ears. Usually these are smaller, and they're not great for bigger ears like myself, but these will probably fit over my ears very well. We've got some very soft and very flexible areas right here, so we can we don't get any markings on our head, or as we're gaming, we won't see wear or tear, basically, and it's all foam, so it's nice and soft. So let's go ahead and throw these on and see what I look like with a pair of headphones on. I feel like a sports announcer, and this microphone's probably got a little bit crunchy. Apologize for that, but this is what it looks like, and from what I'm hearing, it's taking out the surrounding sounds. I got a couple fans on the computer that are going on, and I can't hear them. I'm snapping my fingers, and that's doing a pretty good job of taking out some of the external sounds, so I can really do some gaming or watch some movies or anything like that. It's pretty interesting, pretty cool, and it fits over my ears really well. Let's give you a side view here. So that's what it looks on the side. We'll go on the other side, and we haven't turned it on yet. Haven't even turned it on yet. So to do that, we did the power button. So I'm going to press that. Hopefully I have some juice in these. So I'll turn them on. I'll just hit the power button once and see what happens. Oh, I heard something that went doot doot doot. Boop, boop. And you're seeing some green on the sides.
right there. And I'm hearing some beeps. Now my little dongle has just started flashing red, and I'm not sure what that means just yet. And I think it's because of the fact that I don't have this on my Wi-Fi, my laptop on my Wi-Fi. So let's go ahead and put that in there. So we have a really good game today. We've got player 1 versus player 2. It's going to be a rumstickle. I have no idea what a rumstickle is. All right, it says it's connected. We're still got a red light, but let me call up like YouTube or something like that. And let's see what, a little video here. Let's see what we can hear. Connection was interrupted. There we go. We got a connection. It's showing up. And you're not going to hear anything. So let's just okay, we've got some sound now. A little political ad. Apologize if you did hear that. So let's go surround 7.1 in audio here. And there's a speaker test. All right. I can hear that. I don't know if you can hear that at all. It's going through the left channel. We got the center channel. It sounds in the center. We got the right channel. Okay, so we got 3 channels. That's pretty cool. The right surround channel, so it'd be about right here. In a 7.1 system, you have speakers right here, here, and here. And I'm hearing the right surround. I'm on the left rear. And then the center, so I can hear a big difference in that. And then the LFE channel. And then that's going through a whole bunch of different sounds throughout the years to show you the area. So far, it sounds pretty good. I wish you could hear it, but unfortunately, that's how that works.